Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come.
Happy Easter. Thank you so much, Ava. I am thrilled. Thank you all for tuning in to yet another segment of Her Story Unfolding. We're here at the Los Angeles Tribune. We have honored and celebrated women every day during the month of March through Her Story Unfolding. And we call it Her Story Unfolding because each and every one of our stories are continuing to unfold each and every day. And we just get to experience a page and books that are continuously being written. And I love that Ava and Julianne landed on a name, The Kickoff, because we're not stopping here. There are so many women with so many amazing, moving, and empowering stories that we've decided that here in the Los Angeles Tribune, Her Story Unfolding will continue on a weekly basis. So continue to stay tuned because there are many, many more stories in store for you all to hear more about, many more women for you all to meet. and much more celebration to continue to happen. I am delighted to be here today with you all. We have amazing co hosts that we're going to bring onto the stage shortly. And we have amazing women joining us who live all around the world, here to share more about their stories, the work that they are doing, and how they're impacting their communities near and far. We'd love for you to engage with us. Post in the comments where you're tuning in from. Post in the comments what the experience has been like to witness her story unfolding. It is continuing. We made an announcement yesterday that we will also have a live event for Her Story Unfolding at the Women's Club in Hollywood. So her story is continuing to unfold right before your eyes, because we're all part of a story that's continuously being written. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll pass it back to Ava before we bring in our guest host for today.
Yes, absolutely. So I wanted to acknowledge, a powerful woman that's behind the making of Her Story Unfolding. We have our co-executive producer, Dr. Emily Letran, who is our sponsor on Her Story Unfolding, believing in the stories of women. And our co-producer for today, let me bring her on stage. We, Alicia and I are in Phoenix, Arizona, right, Alicia?
Yes, we're in Phoenix.
We're in the same place and using the same audio on a live in-person book awards. It's in the International Impact Book Awards, and because we are in a hotel situation, in an event situation, Donna raised her hand and said she will co-produce this weekend. So let me bring on stage our co-producer for this event, Donna Campbell.
Hello and good morning. I'm excited to be here today again too, and assisting you guys and your beautiful ladies.
Thank you. Donna, we will give you the mic to introduce our co-hosts for today.
Yes,
Bring the
I'm
ladies in.
so excited for each and every single one because I've throughout the years gotten to know them, and they are thought leaders in their own right, amazing, powerful women. So first, I'm going to bring up here to the stage Julianne Myers. So thank you for joining us, Julianne.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. Happy Easter, everyone.
Yes, yes. And we have Parissa Rose.
Hello. Happy Easter. Happy Easter.
And today we even have another special guest with us throughout the day, and we have Miss Dagmar Fleming. So welcome.
Hello, everyone. Happy holiday.
So I just want to share that this is what it looks like when women come together. We have women parties, we collaborate, we each other. So I'm so excited to share today with you. Lady information is available for always being there for the Los Angeles Tribute in our broadcast and our event. And so with this, I would love to say, I would love to hear what are you looking forward to Her Story Unfolding today? Let's go on the stage. Starting with Donna.
Gosh, there are so many amazing speakers coming on. What I learned yesterday, each and every single person that came had such amazing wisdom and knowledge to share with every single person, but it came from that beautiful place in the heart. And I think as women, that is one of the things we get to do and get to celebrate is our story, because it's all connected and we get to share from that place. So today there's another amazing group of people that are going to be doing the same thing. And like some of our other hosts, I'm an avid note taker, so I always have a pen ready because I'm always writing down their little tips and nuggets. All right, Miss Julianne.
Thank you, Donna. I'm really excited about today. Every day is absolutely amazing and has been amazing because I do learn something new. But the thing that I'm most looking forward to is this sisterhood, this party that Ava mentioned that we are throwing today. It's such a celebration of authenticity and integrity and natural power, not like you know what I'm talking about, the kind where it's like we're just empowering the world and creating impact. And I'm just so honored to be a part of that and excited to hear from our guests today. And Dagmar, I would love to hear from you what you are excited for.
I am thrilled to be part of the celebration and hearing women showing up with their vision, sharing their dreams, talking about the challenges that they've overcome, and really shining in the beauty of who we are, because we deserve to be celebrated. And kudos to the Los Angeles Tribune for creating this powerful series where we can talk about issues that are really important to us in a sacred and safe space.
Very
And
nice.
I'm
Yeah.
pass it to Parisa.
Well, I'm super excited today to hear from everyone and just to experience the presence of each of the women that are going to come up, because I come from a decades-long experience on Easter where I am serving and I have the heart to serve. I love serving others. And I have never once experienced one Easter where women are serving women. Not one.
Powerful.
But today.
Wow.
So I'm here to serve women and allow the women, each one of that's going to come up, including the ones that are on the screen right now, to just be able to experience the goodness of celebrating one another. Because I was literally sitting about it, thinking about like, I've never, out of all the years I've been alive, I've always served. I've always let Easter be a big part of my year. But I've never just had a Sunday, an Easter Sunday where women are serving women. But today, so let's go. Yay.
Wow, that's beautiful. Happy Easter, everyone. Let's go. It's truly such a delight. We're so grateful and thankful for our LA Tribune family. Also on behalf of our CEO, Mo Rock, he says hello. He is part of this party in celebration, always so encouraging. But it's really been exciting to bring everyone together and celebrate, enjoy, chat, laugh, cry. There have been so many dynamic and emotional experiences here on Her Story Unfolding. We truly thank each and every one of you for joining us today. Those of you that are joining us live, please share it in the comments where you're tuning in for, what you're thankful for, what you're grateful for. Easter is such a celebration of a resurrected spirit, but it's really renewal, regeneration. And what's been so amazing and beautiful to see through so many people's stories that they've shared is their experience of transformation, is their experience of going through something in their life and it shifting them from the inside out and then creating so much in the world that is impacting. And so whether you or not you celebrate Easter, it really is a spirit of renewal, regeneration, and just a coming together to celebrate, but also to know that nothing is as it seems. And there's always more. There's always more possibility. There is always more on the other side that you can't see. And there's a lot to be said about having faith in what you can't see. A lot of the women that have come on Her Story Unfolding have talked about how they've dreamed big, how they've dreamed big and imagined experiences that maybe didn't exist, but they had the thought. They committed to it. Like Nim Stan said, they committed. And then the people that they needed to support them came along in the process. Ava and I are tuning in from Phoenix, Arizona, where we had the opportunity to participate in the first ever International Impact Book Awards, hosted by a woman named Nim Stan. And she says, when you have a dream, commit to it and then allow everything else to come and to support it. And that is exactly what happened. They honored individuals like Mark Victor Hansen, Sharon Lecter with International Impact Book Awards. But it was such a beautiful event and experience because there were so many authors here that had flown in from around the world and have been writing books. Some of them had 10 books, 15 books, and they've never been recognized for the work that they've done. And books, they changed people. So many people remember that one book, that one author that truly changed their life. And Nim created space for people to be seen, to be celebrated, and for people's stories to be heard. And that's what it's all about. So we're very, very excited to be tuning in from Phoenix. Congratulations again to Nim for what an amazing event. She was a guest on our broadcast earlier in the month. And it was just such an amazing celebration, so much joy in the room. And that is what it's all about. So we're excited to move forward with the day, bring our guests to the stage as they join, and really continue to move the day forward. And I believe our special guest is on the stage. So I would love to ask Donna to bring her up as I introduce her to help us get started with Her Story Unfolding, the grand finale, but also the kickoff. So, hi, Linda. How are you? So, Linda is joining us from Canada. Linda has had such a dynamic experience, and she's a big advocate for accessibility, for helping individuals navigate their lives, but not feel restricted or constrained from the experiences that they're in, but shift their lives to move forward with who they are. And so, Linda, it is just such a pleasure and an honor for you to join Her Story Unfolding today. You are an advocate, you write, you are also part of City Council. You do so much for your community. You are a mom and you're just active. And it's truly an honor for you to join us today. Linda, would love for you to take some time to further introduce yourself to all that are tuning in and help us open day 31 of Her Story Unfolding.
Well, thanks, Alicia, and thank you so much for having me. And it truly is an honor to join such a powerful group of women and share my story, which is a a small part of all of the stories that we're bringing to everybody. And my story is really, quite frankly, an unfolding story. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in March of 1999. So that was the day of the official diagnosis. So we just passed 25 years. And in that 25 years, I've gone from literally jogging in high heels to living full-time in a power wheelchair. And the transformation of my story, or the change of trajectory as a result of that diagnosis, really was I had a great full-time career. I have a degree in business administration. My husband and I still have a family business. I had a daughter that wasn't 2 and my son was 7. And so a young mom. And I say that was the day that, changed my life forever. In those 25 years, I have had exactly one meltdown, and that was the day after diagnosis. And then I thought, well, we've just got to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and carry on, because we cannot change things. And so my signature talk is the power of a positive attitude when dealing with a chronic illness. And it really is very much focusing on adapting and accepting things that we cannot change, and really embracing who we are and what we do in that moment. And so I became involved with the MS Society of Canada probably the month after I was diagnosed, walked in my first MS walk, and really embraced the challenge that was going to be my life with multiple sclerosis. And I have to look back now and think that was 25 years ago, when really I was pretty symptom free, other than some numbness and tingling. But then to look at, the first 5 years, there, other than a few exacerbations, there wasn't really anything major that went on. But then disability progression starting, and I went from walking with a cane in early 2006 to 2 canes to a walker to a scooter to a wheelchair between early 2006 and the end of 2007. And as you can imagine, with all that disability progression came the need to adapt my home, I needed hand controls to drive. I, at the time, was commuting into Toronto for work, and all of that was going on at the same time as I was raising a family, helping my husband run our business, and really had to and I call it adapt. So all the way along, it's been I can't do something this way anymore, so we're going to have to adapt. And how do we, how do we change that?
You know, I love that you use the word adapt, because every single person can relate to that. It doesn't matter if they have a physical disability or not. It's just something that makes life a little bit easier to handle instead of trying to change the things we can't change, as you mentioned. I'm curious, you know, you said you had one meltdown, which is absolutely, I'm flabbergasted. I don't think I would do that well. What do you think is different about how you chose to respond to your diagnosis versus somebody who lays down and becomes the diagnosis and lets it overtake their entire life?
Well, first of all, I don't think I had time. I was working. I was helping my husband run our family business. I had two small children, and so sitting in a corner, which I always said was the alternative was I was going to go sit in the corner and cry, and what good was that going to do anybody? And this is before the days of the internet being as accessible as it is to everyone today. So I came home from the neurologist's office and thought, I'll kind of look up what I can find, and there wasn't a lot of information for me to find, but really it was that in that moment I didn't have any idea what life was going to be like 25 years later. And to answer your question, I didn't have time to, there was no time for the pity party. So there was one pity party. It was the day after diagnosis. Oh my God, I could be in a wheelchair. All of these unknowns. But like I said, you pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, and you carry on, because what's the alternative?
Linda, first of all, thank you for sharing this story, because you are an inspiration to so many women and men who are suffering from chronic illness. And this message resonates with me because I had a spinal injury for 6 months where I literally couldn't walk. And when you use the words adapting and accepting, what changed me when I couldn't deal with pain anymore is that I spoke to a lady who overcame cancer. And when I asked her, what do you do when you just can't go on anymore, when you feel that it's too much to handle? That's precisely what she said. She said, accept the pain and lean into it. And I thought, that's crazy. What do you mean accepting that circumstance? I want to fight it. I want to feel better. And she said, well, if the pain is what you've got, then lean into it. Mm-hmm. So tell us more about this acceptance and how it helped you overcome whatever you were dealing with.
Yeah, and you just, you hit the nail on the head, like you lean into it. I couldn't change the diagnosis. And multiple sclerosis is a disease that has no roadmap. So it's not like I could look at other people and say, this is exactly, what's going to happen. Like, there was no way of knowing. And as I said, for the first 5 years, I had a number of exacerbations, but nothing that, nothing that made me, I would be, an exacerbation normally lasts 6 to 8 weeks. So you would recover from that, and then you would, kind of carry on. And, but the disability progression, I think, is something that's people don't understand, because you don't go, I mean, there are people, obviously, if you have an accident, yes, you go from like one day you're this way, and then the other day, the next day you have a disability. That's not the case with someone living with a chronic condition. The trajectory is, it can be very slow, and for some people it can, the symptoms or the disease itself, the symptoms can manifest differently. So some people may have cognitive issues, some people may have vision issues. And really, when you're diagnosed with a disease like that, like a chronic condition, as I said, there is no roadmap. So you don't know what it is that's going to happen. And if you let the fear of what may happen, kind of rule your life, then what kind of quality of life are you going to have? So that power of a positive attitude is just, I think for anybody living with any uncertainty in their life, it's an important concept to embrace, because, like I said, otherwise it's not just the disease or the condition that you're living with that's going to affect your life. It's the quality of life you're going to have, because you're not embracing what you like. I still to this day choose to focus on what I can do, not what I can't do.
Mhm. And that's so powerful, Linda. And you talk a lot about, in your coaching and your consulting work and your advocacy, about really creating systems, experiences around you to help you move forward with what it is that you want to do. Like for you, you still drive, right? And you got a car that you can drive, right? That works for you, instead of deciding, I'm not going to leave the house. I'm going to stay home and allow my circumstances to close me into my environment. You're like, let's create a new environment. Like, let's change things up. Can you talk a little bit more about how you share this message and how you advocate for people to really expand their environments, and not let it close them off, but actually allow them to be more creative with how they engage with the world around them?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I am an award-winning accessibility consultant. I'm a speaker and an author, so I do speak to a number of groups, such as panels like this, on all kinds of accessibility and or disability topics. The other work that I do in the accessibility field is helping businesses comply with legislation that they're required to comply with. I also work with businesses and individuals on adapting. So it might be adapting their home. It may be a business that's looking to, I have a whole webinar series called Accessibility is Good for Business, because 22% of the population has some form of a disability. And over the age of 65, that's actually 40% of the population. And so for businesses, they want to be fully accessible for people with disabilities, because it enhances their market share. So I do, work around that. And then for decades, I've been a volunteer in my community. And in 2022, I ran in the municipal election and was elected to Brantford City Council. And in that role, I really am an advocate for accessibility at the municipal level. And I'm glad that I'm in that role and able to advocate for persons with disabilities, because let's face it, there are a lot of persons with disabilities who don't have the capacity to advocate for themselves. And so, we need as many people standing up and advocating for disability. Accessibility is really, everyone should be able to get everywhere and do everything on the same level playing field. And it's all about inclusion and breaking down those barriers, so that people are not excluded from living their lives or being active and engaged members of their communities.
That's really well said. First of all, I want to acknowledge you and say that I think, from my perspective, it looks like you live more fully than a lot of people who don't have the same conditions that you're living with. And I just want to acknowledge that, because you don't let it define you. And yet you are still helping those people who haven't gotten as far mentally and emotionally as you have, where maybe they are still stuck in the pity party a little bit, but they still need help. Everybody, like you said, deserves to be included. And in this world of where and now everybody should be included, and it's like the climate is changing, is shocking to me that something as simple as basic needs are not even being met for a good portion of our society. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I also, one more thing was that, when I asked you about how you did things differently, you said, well, there was only two options, but you didn't even really see another option. You just saw, I'm going to live fully. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, because it's like, what do you mean choices? This is my choice. That was pretty amazing. I'm curious, you've done all of these things for an underserved community. What is something that you are the most proud of that you've been able to create for others?
Oh, wow. I think accessible transportation is something that people don't realize. So I am lucky that I am able to. First of all, I'll tell you, it's very expensive to be disabled. So if for me to go out and buy a fully adapted wheelchair accessible van, I mean, I push a button, a ramp comes out, I go up the ramp, I drive into the driver's seat. I drive with hand controls. I mean, all of that is done. But that vehicle, in fact, I just bought my second one last October. But that vehicle would cost double, or even more, than just somebody that wanted to go and buy a minivan. So it's, like I said, it's not cheap to be disabled. But probably my proudest thing that I accomplished was that for 10 years I was the chair of the Accessible Transportation Service here in our community. And what we discovered was that transportation or transit systems kind of operate in silos. So you can get on a bus or what we call specialized transit, and you can go within your community. But if you're someone with a disability in a wheelchair, and quite often you have a specialist appointment, for example, the city that I live in, Brantford, which is about 100,000 people, 60 miles west of Toronto. But usually to go and see your neurologist or your, any kind of specialist, you have to go to either Hamilton or Toronto. And the fund that I set up and we were able to was called the Transportation Assistance Fund. So for persons with who needed wheelchair transportation, in order to do something as basic as either go for diagnostic testing or go to a medical appointment, or for whatever reason they needed to go out of town, which would have cost several $100s to hire a wheelchair taxi. We set up a fund called the Transportation Assistance Fund for them to apply to, so that they were able to still have the ability to go and do that, but it wasn't going to cost them. In the case of a lot of people with disabilities, they barely live above the poverty line, but it wasn't going to cost them $700 to just go and see their doctor. So that is something that I'm very proud of. And then the other, I've done a number of community projects that have really enhanced accessibility here in our community. That allow persons with disabilities to get out and enjoy, whether it's our trail system and parks and that kind of thing. And it just allows everyone equal access to those facilities, and which everyone should have access to.
Linda, you've accomplished so much. How can we support you? How we can support the cause?
Well, the opportunity to speak at events like this, really, because a lot of what enhances accessibility is just education. I always say people don't know what they don't know, and people would have no idea about some of the challenges that people with disabilities face on a daily basis. And so educating and just, you know, that whole inclusion piece. So to be invited to speak on stages like this is an honor for me, and is really, you know, the work that I do is all about making the world accessible. And any time somebody hands me a microphone or an opportunity to speak, I'm willing to do it, because, you know, the word just needs to be spread as far and wide as possible. And so I really want to thank the LA Tribune for the opportunity to come and speak on a stage today. If there is, you know, if there's any opportunities like this that anyone's aware of, then I'm sure that you can do a Google search and you can find me. And then just, you know, everyone in your daily lives, just think about accessibility and breaking down those barriers for people with disabilities and the general, you know, the general population. I've never met anybody that says, oh gee, I would rather climb a flight of stairs than go up a ramp, or gee, I'd rather go through this narrower doorway rather than a wider doorway. And, you know, it's not just persons with disabilities. I mean, if you've got your arms full of packages, or you're pushing a stroller and you're able to hit an automatic door opener and the door opens for you, that makes things accessible for everyone, and it benefits everyone. So that's you know, that's kind of my takeaway message, is that accessibility and universal design should be, you know, kind of in the forefront of everything, instead of having to look at it as something that needs to be bolted on later. So just you know, just probably that's my biggest message.
Wow. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on with us, Linda, to hear more about your story and the important work that you're doing to uplift your community, to enhance your community close and far. We have Donna, who is helping us produce today's segment, already inviting you to join her podcast to speak more and continuously. Hi, Donna. Share your message, because like you said, it's a message for everyone. It benefits everyone, and everyone should be able to have access. You truly are an inspiration, mindset wise. You know, there's so much to learn from you, Linda. We know that we will continuously hear from you. And we just thank you so much for joining us today. And I'd love to hand it over to Donna so that she can share her invite in person.
Yes, absolutely. My podcast is called the Healing Heart Podcast, and your message, listening backstage, was so incredibly inspiring, because it's all the things we don't think about. And as a healer, I work on a lot of people, but I don't think I've ever considered any of the things that you have shared. And I would love to have you as a guest on my podcast.
And I appreciate that.
Wow.
I'll just give a shout out for anybody that's listening, that I also do host the Accessibility Solutions podcast as well. So for anybody that would like to listen to more of, there's so many areas and topics we can talk about, whether it's disability, accessibility, basic human rights, you know, all of that kind of stuff. So Donna, I accept your invitation to be a guest, and please send me the information so we can get that interview booked.
Yes, absolutely.
This is what it's all about. Women supporting women, collaborating, partnering together, inspiring each other, sharing their stories, uplifting one another. This is truly what it is all about. We thank you so much, Linda, for joining us today on Her Story Unfolding. Hearts being sent your way. I love that, Dagmar. And Linda, we know that we will continuously hear from you, and we'll be supporting you. Thank you so much for joining Her Story Unfolding today.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Wow. Julianne, Dagmar, how are you feeling hearing from So Linda, before we bring our next guest up to the stage.
For me, I had no idea. Like she said, you don't know what you don't know. And if simple things like, I used to live in Canada, so I'm very familiar with the healthcare system there. And it never dawned on me that, your car, the way you move around, would not ever be covered by something like that. So you're just stuck with these bills, these unexpected things. And I was just absolutely floored at how little I actually knew, thinking that I was a health and wellness expert. Maybe not so much. So anyway, it was wonderful.
And for me, it is a reminder that we are so blessed when everything's going well. We don't have any disability. We think that perhaps getting another client is an issue, or some minor nuisance in our life. So this really puts it in a perspective that there are people who have so much more on their plate, so many more challenges, and yet when you listen to Linda, she said she allowed herself to have only one pity party. Wow, I think I'm scratching all the pity parties moving forward from my list.
Me too. What about you, Donna?
Her story was so amazing and so empowering. I don't know how you guys did it on screen, because I'm behind the scenes and I'm like, where's my tissue? And I got it on a different level. And just to even hear her speak, I've just already been blessed today. So thank you, Linda, so much for sharing your story.
Thank you so much, Linda, for sharing your story. When I first met Linda and I first heard her story, it's like, we have to invite her to join Her Story Unfolding, because she's truly an inspiration and so graceful and shares with a smile. And you could tell she really cares and really makes a difference through her advocacy work, her consulting, the fact that she is on city council. She really shows up. She shows up for the people around her. She lends them a voice for those that don't have one. And she is an advocate for everyone, not just from an accessibility perspective, disability perspective, but for everyone. And so, Linda, it was such an honor to have you on today. We know that we will see more of you, and excited for you to be on Donna's podcast. We'll be tuning in. As we mentioned, Her Story Unfolding, there are women all around the world that have so many dynamic, powerful stories and life experiences. And our next guest is truly one. Suzanne Smart is joining us from Wales today. She is a coach. She is an advocate for women. She had gone through her own life experiences on her own journey of transformation, from dealing with trauma, dealing with experiences that did not feel good on the inside, and trying to figure out, what do I do next? And, as we mentioned when we opened up today's program, today is Easter Sunday. It's about regeneration, renewal. Maybe what existed in a certain form is coming back transformed in a different way. And Suzanne's journey is just beautiful. What her experiences were like, but most importantly, what God put within her to say, this is what you're going to do next. And I don't want to take away from her stories. I would love for Suzanne to introduce herself and share more. But Suzanne, it is a delight that you are joining us today, all the way from Wales. We are a global family. Her stories are unfolding all around the world. Suzanne, would love to have you just share more about who you are and the work that you do, and kind of what your experience was like to get from where you were to where you are now. You might be on mute, Suzanne. So let's see if we can make sure your audio is working. If you have try looking at your audio settings and making sure that it's connected to your microphone. And as you're doing that, no, it's okay. Take your time. We are live, everyone. We are global and we are live, and we are going to give Suzanne all of the space to work through her audio. This
is what happens.
This is what happens when we are live. So you should see an audio button. Our producers can help support you. They'll share like what you can do. But you should see an audio button, and you can check out what your audio extension is and take it from here. So Suzanne's story is it's inspiring because it's really about the personal journey and transformation first, and then what do you do on the other side of that. And throughout her story unfolding, we've heard from so many people, so many women from around the world. And what's truly unique and what is really special about why we wanted to share stories in the first place through her story unfolding is everyone's journey is uniquely personal. Everyone has a story within them. And oftentimes, the big change that happened in someone's life was based through experiences that they went through, experiences that were challenging, experiences that were positive, celebratory, but there was always a shift. And, have heard quite a number of people share with us that there was a voice, it came from somewhere inside of them that told them, this is what you do next, right? No matter what your experiences were that you went through in life, there was a voice that said, and this is what you do next. People have shared that the name of their company came one day, it just came, they'd never heard of it before, and it just came, it was put within them. Or, I didn't even know I was going to do this, and then I ended up doing it, right? I had no idea what was going to come next, and then I ended up doing it, right? And so it's really interesting that oftentimes we look to the outside world to get the answers, but oftentimes they come from within. They come from within. They come from that voice inside of us when we expect it, when we don't expect it, when we're like, I don't want to do that. And the voice is like, yeah, but this is what you're going to do. Right? So Dagmar, would love to hear your thoughts and reflections on what it's like to quiet out the outside world to listen to that voice within. I know that you teach on this, you speak on this, but really trying to truly find yourself from the inside out and leaning in and actually listening to that voice. Dagmar, would love to hear from you.
Alicia, we actually talked about it yesterday with Julianne and Parisa and Rachel. And we talked about giving ourselves permission to tune inwards instead of looking for external validation or external direction. Because how many people ended up in a career that their parents advised them to do as opposed to following that inner calling? And as you mentioned earlier, Alicia, our journey usually prepares us to be in that passion, in that calling. All these challenges are actually part of what in Hollywood is called the hero's journey.
Yeah.
You have some kind of problem and challenge, and then you overcome it, and then you become what I call an expert. It's somebody who had so many destructive experiences thrown at them that as they emerged victorious, now they are ready to teach the world how to avoid these pitfalls. So I think it's really important for all of us to tune out the noise from the outside and quiet that chatter, what I call the chihuahua brain, and go drop all your consciousness down into your stomach area and below, and speak from that place, and create the vision. Because when you are in your body, which is called soul embodiment, we suddenly see things beyond the external stimuli that are coming at us. It might be a voice of your parents saying, no, you have to be a doctor, or some community that says, no, you need to be doing XYZ. It's when we go within, when we truly embody our own essence, the clarity shows up and we know exactly what we should be doing.
Wow, that's wonderful. And that's something that Suzanne does, helps people understand their voice, understand the confidence that comes from within, and really heal along their journey to whatever comes next, transforming their experiences and really turning them into a different way to move around. And so would love to bring Suzanne back to the stage. I believe her audio is working. Hello? Are we good? Oh no, we're not good. It's okay, we're gonna figure it out. I've heard this saying, it's called third time's a charm. So we are gonna definitely figure it out and work with you until we get, and I actually love that this is happening, because it's an example of sometimes you have your voice and you're trying to use it and it's not coming out, and what do you do? But when you have the support of people around you trying to help you use your voice, It's truly, truly powerful. So we're going to continue to work with you, Suzanne, until your voice can be heard, because you have a powerful message, and we want to make sure we create the space for you to share with the world. So Julianne, I would love to move to you now.
First of all, thank you. I just want to say this is what we were just talking about, being able to adapt. This is what's going on. So we need to adapt and adjust. But as far as this idea of listening to our inner voice, there's a saying, and it's a quote, and I don't remember the quote exactly, but if you're hungry, trying to slap a sandwich onto you to fill yourself up, when we look outside of ourselves for the answers, we have them within us. And we've been taught from a very young age to look outside of us for all the answers, including with our parents, need permission for this, the doctor for that, without actually listening to what our inner voice is telling us. So if we can quiet ourselves down, that Chihuahua brain, as Dagmar so wonderfully described it, then we can actually hear that voice come up and come out. And I just find that makes it so much more fulfilling. But the thing that nobody really talks about that I kind of want to mention is it can be lonely. And the whole world won't necessarily understand why you're doing what you're doing, and it won't necessarily make sense to them. But I have this part. Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But everybody thinks you're crazy until you succeed. So if you start before you're done, then they're just going to think you're crazy. So you might as well just keep going until that you actually accomplish what you said you were going to do and is right for you. But it's okay. It's okay if other people don't understand your choices, because they're your choices. And as long as you aren't hurting anyone else, then really, live your life. Live your best you. And that's what the real gift is to the world, is when you can be authentic and truly who you are. And that is enough in it of itself to really make a difference in the world.
Yeah, that's powerful, Julian. And I'm so happy that you brought that up, because, when something was put within you, it's put within you. It wasn't put within someone else, right? So it's not always for them to understand, but it's for you to understand that it was put within you to figure out what that journey looks like. And some people say, don't share your dreams with the world because people will just try to knock them down. And, there are different ways to approach it, and different people have perspectives. But I think what's important to remember is that sometimes something was put within you, so deep within you, it's only for you to understand. And how you choose to communicate that is up to you. But it's to remember that whatever noise you're hearing around, whether it's encouraging, whether it's not encouraging, or anything in between, it's still for you to understand and for you to figure out. And if it was put within you, it was for a reason. It wasn't just put there just to just hang out. It was put there for you over time to figure out how to bring it to life. And sometimes messages.
We just
we're going to happen in your life, right? You don't know when that message of, get involved here, engage with this. You don't know when it's actually going to come to fruition. And sometimes we think, because it was put in today, I have to act tomorrow. Sometimes it's a longer runway. And it's just understanding that if something was put within you, it was for a reason. And having the faith, the patience, and the grace to work through that journey is big, because then you can really allow things to naturally flourish as they should in their right time.
And you're talking about things naturally flourishing, and that is the key point. I think that we forget. When we follow that intuitive voice, synchronicities occur. You meet just the right people, you meet mentors, and your tribe grows. You attract the right clients. It is amazing how optimal our life becomes when we choose to just be ourselves. I had a really hard time, we were talking about it yesterday, going from more corporate environment in the construction and mining machinery to more intuitive side. But the moment I embraced who I am and what matters to me, other people found me. It's almost that I started broadcasting what's important to me, what my values are, and how I show up in the world. And others could respond to that and say, we like that. We want to be part of this. So, kudos to you, Alicia, for bringing this point to the surface, because sometimes we're afraid that being authentic will diminish our presence or reduce our results, but it's actually when the life starts unfolding with so much more ease. And we've got Parisa here, so welcome, beautiful goddess, to the stream.
It's good to be back. It's been a few minutes, but it's good to be back. As we all navigate the adapting to tech challenges. It's not even challenges. It's just the tech intricacies of all of this, you know? So it's good to be back.
As is life, right? You have a plan, things shift, you adapt, you flow, you let things naturally flourish, and you keep going, right? And maybe it all. And then we see what is on the other side of all of this, right? We won't know yet, right? We just got to keep leaning in.
Yep. I always like to say, just like, let it be messy. And like, is this messy? Not really. It's not really. But we have this perception that like things have to be perfect. But what is perfect? I don't even know. And just like, let it be messy and let it be imperfect and let it be just on the go in the moment, you know, let it be. And here we are, letting it be.
Let go and let flow. That's what I like to say.
So, ladies, talking about a perfection, I mean, how many of us are guilty of trying to be perfect? Okay, I'll be the first one to raise my hand. And my legs too, my toes are going. So, I wonder, how do you overcome this desire for excellence and the fact that life only has still, despite quantum physics, only 24 hours in a day? And there's so much to accomplish, especially when we are on mission and we want to do this and we want to do that. So, oh my goodness, how do you deal with this desire for perfection? I need some help. I need to have perfection anonymous right now.
Yeah.
Welcome. My name is Dagmar. I'm a perfectionist.
I mean, it's been me. I've struggled. I always wanted to be things a certain way, but I think that's where I kind of like let go and let flow came from. And especially with my work, I used to say, oh, I want to be productive. I want to be productive. I want to check things off the list. But what does that actually mean? And so I changed it from saying, I want to be productive to I want to be effective. Like, what am I doing? And is it coming to a result that I'm looking for? Not just to dot all the I's and cross the T's, because I read Brene Brown's book, The Gifts of Imperfection, and it truly changed my life. It's such a dynamic book of what that actually means. And sometimes you get to a point, you're one person, there are 24 hours in a day. And I think that's why grace is one of my favorite words, right? And I've spoken about the word grace. You probably heard me say a lot throughout Her Story Unfolding. But I think ultimately it's about understanding what your goal is, trying to get it done, but leaving space for the unknown, because you actually never know what's going to happen in the unknown. And I think it's about being aware of what you want and what you're trying to accomplish. But I liken it up to, I like to bowl, having the bumper rails up. So that you're bowling and you have targets and you're trying to roll the ball and hit all the pins. But if you threw the ball too quickly or too lightly and it hits the bumper rails are there to help guide you in the direction of where you're trying to go. But I think it comes to ultimately that relationship you have with yourself, to have grace in the process of whatever it is that you're doing, to allow yourself to have the space. Because I think when you're trying to be perfect, the dialogue is, what is the dialogue with me right now? Because if I don't hit my goal or it's not perfect, then it ends up being like, you should have done better, you could have done this, and shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? How do you get that word out of your vocabulary? Ava and I talk about this a lot, but I think it's really, for me, it's been a shift in the dialogue that I have with myself. Like, you're always going to have goals. You always want to be effective and get things done. But the biggest shift was, what is the conversation I'm having with myself? Because you can have the same goals, the same ways to execute upon those goals. But I think the dialogue of perfection, imperfection is really, how do I feel about myself in the process of trying to accomplish whatever it is I'm trying to accomplish? And am I speaking to myself kindly? And am I giving myself the space to do things messy, to make mistakes, to try and figure it out? And if you can be positive in that conversation with yourself, you actually could probably accomplish more than you expected, versus having a different type of conversation with yourself and then having to overcome that conversation and still try and get done what you're trying to do. So, Parisa or Julianne, we'd love to hear from you on this.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'll hop in on this one. So grace is definitely one of my favorite words. So totally feel you on that, Alicia. And So I would like to say I'm a recovering perfectionist. And for me, what's been like a really important piece is connecting with where I'm needing to validate myself. Because I've realized oftentimes I will lean into this perfectionistic mentality when I'm not validating what I've already been working on, what I've been doing, what I've been accomplishing, whatever I've been having on my plate that I've stayed diligent to and I've been following through with, like really validating myself and not just saying like, oh, you're doing a good job, blah, 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 but like really sitting with me like, hey, you've been like walking with some things and you've been handling with them with some grace. Like you're good. Because I know and I trust. So trust is the other big word. It's like validation and then trust. Like, I can trust myself that I'm going to do the best job that I can. What is the best job? It's going to look different each time. And letting that be okay. Because letting the best job, whatever that looks like, be okay allows me to be in that flow, allows me to have the opportunity to exhale. And when you can exhale, when you're doing anything, that allows the creativity to come forward. That allows like the muscles of being adaptable to really be used. And if we're not adaptable, we're not going to be perfect anyway, right? So if like that's really the goal, you got to equip yourself to have the tools and the resources that you already have, you know, to be able to execute. And I've really also then shifted the word to excellence versus perfect. And excellence is more of a subjective term, I feel, and perfect or being a perfectionist is more of a term of judgment. And it's much more, much more like strict and rigid term. But excellence is subjective. Excellence is going to look different everywhere. And if I am a commitment to excellence, which that's my way to navigate this perfectionistic past, is that if I'm a commitment to excellence, I allow myself to move forward with that, whatever that looks like.
That is so powerful, Parisa, because really the definition of excellence is doing the best with what you've got. So with what your level is right now, what your skill sets are right now, what your resources are right now, doing the best with what you've got, and that is excellence. And with that, let me try to bring Suzanne back. Let's see if Suzanne's audio is going to work this time. Hello, Suzanne.
Hello.
Now, Suzanne, I wonder, right, and we always experiment. If you move your camera sideways, would you go sideways? Let's see. It's an experiment. Just move your camera sideways because you're on your phone, right? So,
I'm on my tablet.
From this to this.
Tablet.
There we go. We've got a whole face and we've got a voice. So, Suzanne, we've quite lost a lot of your time, so I really want to focus on you and hear what you've got to say. I'm going to take myself down.
So, Suzanne, welcome back. Your voice is back, and we cannot hear from you about your story, your vision, your passion, and what brought you here to this amazing HerStory celebration.
Wow. Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. This is really an honor. It is a great honor. And just the bit that I've heard already, I know that I'm following in the footsteps of some amazing women that have already told some, fantastic stories. So that it just warms my heart. So thank you so much. So yes, I'm Suzanne and I'm a trauma transformation practitioner. I help women who have survived domestic violence, narcissism, to be able to find their voice, find themselves, and to sing their song, find their voice, stand in their power. I do this through coaching, as Alicia earlier said, through coaching, I've just published a book. It was meant to come onto the shelves yesterday, and I had a call 2 days ago from my publisher to say it's out, it's in stock already. So that's a huge achievement of mine, one that I dreamt of doing for so long, but the process to go through that, I grew so much through that process. It was kind of like a 3-year process and then it took 3 months to write. It was amazing. But the growth that I made through that, and choosing which stories to use and how to express myself. And I really wanted it to be a book where I told my story, I gave the facts, but there was no judgment and there was no pity party. That's not what I wanted. And so far, the reviews have told me that I've hit the nail on the head. So I'm really pleased about that. Thank you, Alicia. I also, I am a performance poet, and I recently, or last December, ticked another dream off my board, and that was my TEDx talk, which again, I think last week that came out. So it's been a real roller coaster ride this past 6 months or so, a real roller coaster ride of just being able to express myself even more. And every day I find that once I reach a certain level, I think, wow, this is just so amazing. And then all of a sudden I feel, wow, I've grown a little bit more. So I'm finding out more about myself, which is then helping me to help other women to find themselves. I'm blown away by the grace that I've been afforded, by being able to use, I've been blessed with healing hands, being able to use everything that I've ever gone through, everything that I've ever learned, experienced, studied for, I'm using now, and it's a dream come true for me.
Wow. Suzanne, that's so beautiful. And we'd love for you to share a little bit more about what your journey was like through some of the experiences that really shifted you from the inside out, and what that experience was like when you were driving on that trip and it came to you and you said, this is what I meant to do. I just found out, and this is why I went through all the experiences that I went through that were difficult and challenging, but I know now what the next part of my life and the work that I'm about to do now, why this is all happening. Can you please share a little bit more?
Absolutely. So I had been through 2 desperately violent relationships, and the second one was more narcissistic than it was violence, but there was violence there. My book is called Moments of Clarity, because when you're in a situation like that and you realize that you need to change the situation, the first thing you do is look inside. So I kept looking inside myself. How can I, maybe if I do something different, if I try to, and there were so many if I's. And then I came to the realization over a period of time, through these little moments of clarity, that there was nothing that I could do to change anything. So I realized that I needed to get out. Once I left the second relationship, I thought, there must be something that I have, there must be something within me that attracts men to me who obviously hate me. Tell me they love me on one hand, but then don't treat me that way. So I just went on this trauma-informed journey to find out what it is inside of me that attracted these people to me. What was my part to play? So I went and had all this inspiration, training, just found, I read, I absorbed books like, food daily, soaked them all in, went for training and became trauma informed. And I was driving home one day, long journey, and I normally have my music on, love my music. This day it was quiet, and it was like this vision just unfolded in front of me, just above here, just unfolded as I was getting closer and closer to home. It was almost like a film reel, going back and forth, flicking back and forth. I got in, dropped everything, straight upstairs, pen and paper, and wrote everything down. It took me over an hour to write everything down that I could remember. And when I lifted my head and looked at it, the bigger picture, I realized that that was a program. I realized that it is everything that I had been through, and that was a program. Prayed about it, and got the inspiration that this is something, if it helped me, it could help other people. And then that's what started me on my positive imprint trail.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. So first of all, congratulations on your book. Congratulations on your TED Talk. There's so many things to celebrate with you. And I'm so glad that your story is being shared and that you are willing to share it.
Yeah.
I just want to highlight something that I think is really important. That you didn't want it to be about what happened to you and turn it into like a car accident, popcorn eating kind of situation. Is more about how can we move through this. And
Absolutely.
I adore that you took responsibility for your part, but that does not excuse what happened to you either. It doesn't make it acceptable, doesn't make it right. I get a little emotional thinking about that, because at least now you have your power. You know, you have your power. You can see yourself and choose differently for yourself. But I'm curious, what was it that made it okay for you to be able to share details about your journey? Because there's so much shame attached to these types of relationships that most people don't want to talk about it because of the victim shaming. And how were you able to overcome that and be vulnerable enough to share?
Okay, so part of my program is called Positive Imprint. So, and it's an acronym. So the first half is the working through all of the emotions and all of the feelings and all of the bad stuff, really, and becoming empowered. So the P is past to present, where we look at all of the emotions that kept you where you were and how you look at them now. And we kind of do a timeline and work with that, see where you are and where you want to be. So that's that one. The O is ownership. And within that is forgiveness for you and forgiveness for the other person. Yeah, because sometimes in those situations, the reactions that we have, they're not the best, and they're not what we don't react how we would under normal circumstances. So that shames us as well. So we've got the other person's shaming of us, and then we take that on ourselves. We take that shame on ourselves. Then we also, almost take over from them. After a little while, the little voice starts saying, da, 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 da. Then we have self-care. So those three then are the bedrock of the program. And we have introspection. Thanks for the memories, where we go back to find out which triggers are still there, if there are any, before we move on. Then we have the second eye, which is inspiration, introspection, intuition, because intuition and your trust are the first things to go in a traumatic situation. So we work on that. Then we have V, which is vulnerable to visible, and then empowerment. So that is something that is worked on in the program. And I had to unpick all those vulnerable moments, because when you're in that situation, nobody knew. I've got family members, friends, longtime friends, since the book since hearing about the book, calling me saying, we didn't know. Why did we not know? And that's the shame element. So to overcome the shame, you have to be vulnerable enough to be visible and to hold that space, to be able to say, if I speak, somebody else will be helped through this. And that was my mission, to help the hurting. That was my gift from God. Suzanne, help the hurting. All of those people that have been through this, I'm giving you this now, so you can go out there now that you've found your voice, and you can help them. And the only way to help them is to be visible, through my vulnerability, to use my voice, to stand in my power, and to just say, shame off, grace on. I am now working in grace. Shame is gone, because it's the shame that keeps you quiet. It's the shame that silences you, and abuse thrives on the shame. So no more shame. Working through grace on my mission.
I love that. I love when any woman can use their pain for purpose and be able to empower other women as well. I know, Alicia, you've got a burning question. I could see it on your face.
No, it's not even a question. It's just I love that. Shame off, grace on. Like when you said that, I felt that on a deep level. It's like I want to see that on a shirt, on a painting, hung up everywhere. Like shame off, grace on. And the work that you're doing in your own personal experiences and finding your own voice that help so many others is amazing. I mean, I think you hit on so many incredible perspectives and experiences, but I think the experience of like so many people did not know, right? You said so many people have been calling you, or so many women, people just are going through so many difficult challenges in their own personal life and then showing up in the world. And no one has any idea what just happened an hour ago, 2 hours ago. And you're showing up trying to be this person, but on the inside, there's so much there's so much that you're holding on to. And so I just say thank you, Suzanne, for sharing your story. Thank you for using your voice, and for everyone tuning in. If you are going through something, know you're not alone. Try and find people that are there to support you and advocate for you. And remember that you have a voice and you matter and you're important, because there's so many people silently suffering, going through so many experiences, and people have no idea. And it's and when you feel like you don't have a voice and you're trying to show up for everyone else, but the one person you really want to show up for is yourself, is hard. It's challenging, and it can really eat on you on the inside. And it's heavy, right? It's heavy. So I think what you are doing, Suzanne, is amazing. Just sharing your own story is amazing. I think it liberated a lot of people that are listening, just to know that their voice matters, their experience matters. They are worthy of so much love in this world. And there are a lot of not nice people in this world. And I think the more love that we can all pour into each other, the more that we can support people, the more that we can try not to judge people, because we have no idea what it is that they're going through behind closed doors. We have no idea. It's easy to say a remark or judge them, but you have no idea, because so many people have silent stories, experiences that they're going through, and everyone around them she's like, oh, why was the email 5 minutes late? It's like, you have no idea, right? And so it can be as simple as that, but there's so many ripple effects. I just say thank you so much, Suzanne, for sharing your story. It's important, and I know there's so many people out there that go through challenges and feel alone, but you're helping people feel seen, and not alone. So Suzanne, I would love for you to share some closing remarks with the individuals that are tuning in and that are watching about whatever you'd like to share with them. I know you've had so many dynamic experiences, but take off the shame, show up the grace. I have to find it again so you could
shame off, grace on.
There you go. But yeah, I would love for you to share remarks and just say, we see you, we appreciate you, you are valued. The work that you're doing is so important. There are so many people going through so many challenges alone, silently, and just hearing people's stories like this, it gives you a little more inner strength. Even if you can't figure it out today, even if you have a voice, like with the audio today, like you were trying to talk and no one can hear you. That's what it's like when you're going through those experiences.
Absolutely.
But sometimes it takes some time coming back on, logging on from a different device. But here you are using your voice, sharing your story. So would love for you to share your remarks, Suzanne.
Okay, so just to build on the fact that I was silenced for so long, and I led a life that other people thought was beautiful. I had children, I had stepchildren, and I would, I would wake up, get everybody up in the morning, and I would take a couple to school, a couple to high school, youngest one to the nursery or to the childminder. and go to work all day in a high-powered job and do the reverse when I got back. And then we had the evening. So there was dancing, and there was scouts, and there was beavers, and there was all sorts of different activities. And I did this, I lived this life, and nobody knew what I was going through. And even with the book now, I have people, as well as calling me saying, how come we didn't know this? I have people coming up to me now and saying, that was me. And, you know, we'll have a conversation. And that's the bit that I absolutely love about it. And the other thing that I love is that when people have gone through the program and they reach the end, I call it their graduation, and we have a celebration, because it is really something to celebrate. These women, they go, oh my gosh, right, what am I going to do with myself now? And they go off now and do create wonderful events, and they just they have an outlook on their life now, which is to help other women with whatever it is they've gone through, and to create a life for their families. So it touches not only their families, but everybody else connected with them. And it creates this wonderful ripple effect, because you touch one, you touch the family, you touch the community, and each community will, you know, eventually it will ripple out to the world. So I just love that in touching one person, you can touch so many more down the line. And that is one of the main reasons that I do this, to touch each person and to watch them flourish and be able to, right, I've wanted to do this, from a hobby, from taking up a hobby, to opening up their own business, to moving home, to anything at all. They go off and go, right, I've always dreamed of this, and now I'm going to do it. And that for me is just the icing on the cake. It is the icing on the cake.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Suzanne. You are such an inspiration
Thank
to
you.
us all. So many people in the comments have been saying how your story has been so moving, and, you know, the reception that you've got from sharing your story in the book and helping people feel seen. And I know that those comments resonate here with our audience as well. We are wishing you all of the best with your book that has just come out. It's amazing. It came out early. I know it's supposed to come out on Friday and it came out Thursday. You know, that's just how things work sometimes.
Yeah.
And we will be continuing to experience your work with you, but we're so happy that you found your voice. It was such a representation today with the tech of not having your voice, and then having your voice, and then look at the story that you shared, and the impact that you sharing your story will have. Like you said, it's just, even if you reach one person, right, and inspire one person to then reach another person. We appreciate you. We see you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. So, hi, Sandy. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing great. I've been just sitting back here listening to all this amazing conversation. It's amazing.
Yeah, it truly is. And I know our next guest is here with us, but before she joins in, Sandy, Julianne, Parisa, would love for you to share your thoughts and on this conversation that we had just now.
Yeah, you know, the line that she said, I mean, she said so many really impactful things that just hit so deep and reminded me of a lot of my journey of really stepping into releasing shame. And the line that she said was, I wrote it down, you know, to release the shame, you get to be vulnerable enough to be visible, but for the purpose of allowing others to heal from your story. And it was something that I even put in the comments, just, I'm like, I need to like make this a timestamp in the moment, because shame lives in darkness. Shame lives in secrecy, and shame thrives in the shadows of life, in the shadows of our mind. And so it sounds poetic in a sense, like be vulnerable enough to be visible. But really, it's a more practical application of how to allow yourself to be free from what you have walked through. So I am so grateful that she shared that. And it just, again, is compounding of all of the other guests we've had the whole month, really, and yesterday and today, and the amount of women that are going to come after even just today, because this is continuing, which is amazing. But yeah, it's just so like, it was just, her story was powerful, and I'm really grateful that she's chosen to show up to life the way she has, because it's just a compliment to all the other women that have come up so far. So this is so good. I'm so grateful, gladful, whatever the word is. Grateful. Here we are. Grateful to be here.
I like gladful. You heard it here first from Teresa. Gladful. Grateful and glad.
Carissa, that's amazing, everything you just said, and second everything you just said. And what I really got out of it, and I talk about this all the time on my podcast, is that yes, the shame is a big thing for women especially, and we have to feel it. And at some point, after you go through those emotions, because we all have at some point tried to go over it, under it, around it, and that doesn't work, right? It just keeps popping up. But once you get through that pain, you come to an understanding that this situation and everything that we face in our life has happened for you and not to you. You know, and this whole year, everything I'm doing is focused on consciousness, because you all saw me in December in Vegas. Well, Alicia, you were there. You know, we have two states of being. You're either in consciousness or you're in ego. But when you break that down even further, what is consciousness? It's love. What is ego? It's fear. So it's really just those two places. It's either you're in fear or you're in love. And by default, in our DNA, we're fear-based creatures. That's how we're made. We will always default to fear. So it's a matter of recognizing when that pops up and making that choice to switch to love or consciousness, and managing those thoughts in a constructive way.
Yeah, that's so powerful, Sandy, so powerful. And you know, our next guest that is going to be joining us is Kalisa Zacharias, and her story. Oh my gosh, talk about going through experiences, but not allowing them to define who she is, but defining her own experiences for herself. She is an entrepreneur. She works in tech. She combines that consciousness that you were just talking about, Sandy, with business and technology, but she has been through such a life experience and always been an advocate for herself and who she is as she's navigating these experiences. And Kalisa, it's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for joining Her Story Unfolding. I don't want to share your story and your background for you because I think it's deeply important that you share it in your own voice, but I have to say you are such an inspiration. The experiences that you have been through, how you have advocated for yourself throughout the process from a very, very young age, and how you show up in this world is just a testament to resilience, strength, and just figuring it out, even if you have to figure it out on your own, and then build community around that, and then be a voice for others. It is such an honor to have you joining our stage today. Kalisa would love for you to share more about who you are and your journey, and how and the work that you do now. And I know that's packed, so you take that in pieces, but would love for you to share more about who you are. And it's so nice to see you today.
Wow. Well, thanks for having me. I don't know if I can live up to that intro, but I will certainly try. It's a pleasure to be here, guys. Thanks for having me. A little bit about me. I am, first and foremost, a mom of two incredible young men who are 18 and 24. And I've had the luxury of going into many different industries within entrepreneurship. So couple to name would be like extreme sports, been in marketing, media, and now, of course, I'm in tech. It has been quite the journey, colorful journey in getting here. And certainly some of my early childhood experiences have led me to have the mindset and views that I do. And I think I've finally figured out, I think 30s were an interesting discovery period. And now I'm enjoying my 40s. And I've certainly come to realize that each of these moments, each of these industries that I've had the privilege of serving in have all led me to where I am today, and they've all led to my acumen and my direction, and it all makes sense now in my 40s. So yeah, it's a good place to be in.
Yes, it is. And so, Kalista, would love to learn more about, if you could take us back earlier on in your life and kind of what you navigated as a young girl, a young woman, and how that's kind of informed and created a lens for how you kind of experience life as you continue to move through it.
Certainly. Thanks for asking. Growing up, I did grow up in foster care. I was put into foster care when I was 11 and fought for legal emancipation right before my 16th birthday, which I did get. And that was both a victory, but it came with a lot of shadow sides, because being a 16-year-old and having to navigate the world, figuring out how to support yourself, trying to find gainful employment while being in school, it was certainly challenging. And so, I sort of fell into entrepreneurship, I would say, in the beginning. It wasn't very intentional. It was more, how can I have meaningful employment in which I'm going to be able to support myself? And it was something that I think when you're that young, you don't overthink things. You don't think about viability studies, and you don't think, is this going to make sense? And you're just this bright-eyed and bushy-tailed kid that's like, I can do it. And you don't really overthink things. I think that's one of the things, the lenses we put on as an adult, where we're told that we have to be rational and logical and systematic and process oriented. And while all these things serve a place and have benefit, I think some of that optimism that you have in your youth, where you don't necessarily consider all the fears and what ifs, and you just jump in, really served me well in that process. So I ended up being an entrepreneur at a very young age. But I do believe, and my sister and I talk about this all the time, where she says, your purpose and your pain are deeply connected. And I think a lot of the pain that I felt in my youth was really the pain of isolation. I didn't have a sense of community. I felt really alone in the world. And I felt as though my sovereignty, my freedom, my autonomy had been taken away from me. And when I fast forward into my 40s and I look to my career path and the things that I strive to create, it is all about creating community, supporting marginalized communities, creating companies with triple bottom lines, and really focusing on empowering both individuals and communities as a whole towards being able to make those choices, having that sovereignty and that freedom. And so I truly believe in that statement. I think, if you can work through your trauma and your pain, I think that there's a great position of power you can step into, and you can start to serve in a way that, your purpose is fueled by the knowledge of how important it is to have been able to claim that, and you understand the power of having been able to claim that, and now you want to share that with everyone else. And so I think that's sort of what I find is the recurring theme in people who are able to break through, is they now want to give it away to the whole world and they want everyone else to have it. And I think that's sort of the path I've been walking.
I love that, everything that you just said, but something that really just popped into my head was this idea that I've heard before in a previous career is, in order to keep what you've got to give it away. And I think that is so important, to not die with our music inside of us, because that's really what our legacy is. It's not necessarily our children, because we're all individuals. But I'm curious, because you did have such an interesting childhood, and you brought up the point that you didn't really know better, that because you were so young, it was like, I can do this. But now that you have lived more of your life, is there something that you would have told your younger self then that would help her so that she could move forward with more grace and ease?
I love that question. I have to say, that is a question that has been asked of me once before, and I've had to think a lot about it. So I have an answer ready for you. And it is the one thing that has really served me well, and something I preach to my children every day. Don't overthink life. There are so many variables. I wish I could tell you in my 40s that I have a blueprint for what the rest of my life is going to look like. I still don't know. I wake up every day willing to be surprised. I'm willing to let me grow into what I'm capable of. And so sometimes I think in our youth, we feel this pressure to fit into a box, to fit into a mold. I need to get this degree by this time and get married and have my kids and and there's all these stories and this noise, whether it be through our cultural upbringing or society, your friends, whatever it might be. We have these standards and these rules that we think we have to follow. Who told you that? I'm like, sweet baby Jesus, who told you that you had to follow some standard? By whose standard? And so I've been a bit of a rule breaker my whole life, of course, within the context of not hurting people and not breaking law, but a rule breaker in my own journey through life, I would say. I say, don't overthink life. Just focus. Your life is just a series of choices. And if you can just look at the next choice in front of you, the next 5 minutes, the series of your choices does eventually become the sum of your life. And so, do I eat this healthy thing? Do I eat that pizza? Do I go out and party all night tonight and be exhausted tomorrow morning? Or do I get to bed early? And that's just, it's that simple. And I hate to say it to make it sound trite and oversimplified, but it is really that simple, right? Your life is just a series of choices. This person hurt me. Am I going to repeat the same behavior, or do I get to choose differently? Everything is just a series of choices, and it's always minute by minute, day by day. I don't overthink life. Focus on your next decision, and you wake up one day and you're like, damn, it's been a good life.
I absolutely love that, Calista, because my podcast is Happiness Solved, and the tagline is because happiness is a choice and the choice is yours. So I talk about those choices that we have to make every second of every day. So I absolutely love that. And I loved what you asked, Julianne, about your younger self. Now, on the flip side of that, one of the things that keeps me going is that, you know, I'm pushing into my sixth decade in a couple of years, right? It's scary to even think of that.
That's awesome.
And I think of what scares me the most, and this is not original. I saw this in a movie, but she said it was the movie The Circle, and she was on an interview, and the guy asked her, "What are you most afraid of?" And she goes, "Untapped potential." And I think about that all the time, because I think, oh my gosh, here I am pushing 60, and there's so many things that I want to do. So if you could have a conversation with your future self, what would she say to you? And that untapped potential that you may not have accomplished yet, or what is next for you?
I think I've grown into a mindset that I hope will serve me well into my sixth decade. Sandy, come talk to me in 20 years, girl. I will let you know if I lived up to that. But I think it will serve me well, and that is to stay curious. I think that curiosity has been a great gift that I've been able to enjoy. I think curiosity really, so many times, is, especially as we get older, we don't look a certain way, our clothes don't fit a certain way. We can be so self-deprecating, and we can see all those things, and we can still say, oh, who cares? And I'm still going to move forward and do things. Or we can let all these things, these beliefs, these limiting beliefs, hold us back from going out there and trying different things and meeting new people and saying yes and showing up. And I think that's one of the mindsets that I've really worked on, is to stay curious. I want to learn. I want to know. I'm super interested in going into fields that people will say, oh, well, you know, you should have had an education down this path, and you should have been here for X number of years for you to be, you know, you're starting too late in the game. I'm like, really? Am I? I'm here now. Let's have a conversation. So I've learned to stay curious, and that curiosity and leaning into that curiosity is showing up and saying yes. You know, when something excites me, when something really gets me curious, is to say yes. I may not have it all worked out. I may not know everything to start, but that curiosity and my desire to lean in and explore has opened up so many different avenues for me, different relationships, different businesses, that I hope that I can lean into that harder. Because I think that, it is a great adventure. And I hope I get to my 60s and my, that sixth, seventh decade of life where I can look back and say, I got to try all these different things. And that's one thing I feel as I'm getting older. I'm like, what a big, big, small world and how finite my time is. So I want to keep trying different things. I want to keep doing different things. And I don't want to
I'm
feel
really
limited.
like, oh my gosh, what's up?
I don't want to feel limited. So I want to keep staying curious and saying yes and see where life takes me.
And that's so wonderful, that spirit and the essence of curiosity. You're doing so much work now, Kalista, in the technology space, right? Working with AI, machine learning, the ethics around that, the curiosity to say, what are the implications of these new technologies, these systems and tools that we're using, and how can you work with corporations, individuals to understand these implications, that curiosity to lean into these tools might be effective, but what does this actually mean? What are the frameworks behind that? And how can we deep dive to understand what are the downturn implications in the future? Can you speak a little bit more about the work that you are doing in the AI space in terms of advocacy and being aware of the ethics around it? And then also your company that you have that's really about individuals understanding their data, the implications of sharing that with the world, or just understanding how they engage with the technology that they are using, and how you've created alternatives for them to be a little bit more safe in a world where there are so many downstream implications to what we're using that we may not even be aware of.
Absolutely. And it is a loaded thing. So if I start going off into like any kind of jargon where you're like, whoa, what you talking about? Please put the brakes and like, let me know. I'm happy to break it down. But really, our startup right now focuses on creating more private communities. And so let me explain a little bit about what that means. So we all know our social media platforms like Instagram and, Facebook and Twitter and whatnot. And then we've got like collaboration platforms like Zoom. And we use a plethora of tools. And right now, our data is everywhere. We really do not understand the benefits of us being on all these different platforms. With fake bots and deep bots, even the engagement that you pay for, we don't know if those, what the real ROI, the return on investment is there, because even marketers at big companies are struggling with these questions right now. We work with organizations, and like, say, if I was to talk about an ideal fit organization, let's use the example of the YMCA global community. How are their services? How is what they're doing in the world? How are they benefiting their community? Their outreach, their social media, their collaborative efforts, how is it resonating with their communities? Right? Everybody in that community, what are they looking to do? They're looking to feel seen, heard, and valued. And for the organization, they want to know that what they're doing is effective. And so without the proper data, because right now this data is in the hands of these bigger organizations, and they do not benefit. And also, if you are, say, for example, the Tribune, and you do a post on any platform, I'm on that platform now, I'm scrolling through my content, and should the algorithms be in your favor today, I may come across your stuff and I may hit like. What did that mean for you guys? What did that like actually mean? There's that impression. What's the value of that impression, right? How does that turn into connection, community? How does that translate to impact and service? Mm-hmm. And so the model we've built is to support organizations and people really with large communities to be able to effectively share, connect, collaborate within their communities. So we have proprietary features. We got rid of the stuff that doesn't work that's on a lot of these other platforms. We built new features that we truly celebrate and stand behind that do work. And we deliver, whether it be a co-branded or white labeled product, to organizations. So that's what we do on the tech side of our startup. On a more personal side, I do advise and work with different executive teams and big brands in helping them understand what are they creating. Because, there's this, and I'm not saying that no one's talking about it, but the bigger conversations right now are all the shiny sides of AI and all the scary sides of AI. And there's a middle road that I think is often overlooked and not discussed. And I think that's what I really focus on. It's like, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. AI is not bad. Technology is neither good nor bad. But how do we best leverage these tools that we have, the technology that we have access to create solutions that are going to better humanity and not create a situation where humanity is going to one day be enslaved to this technology. And that's really the forefront of my work.
Oh, I love that so much. Everybody on this screen is trying to create impact. And, we all have our own ways of showing up in the world. And something, because I have my own streaming network and my own show. And one of the things I always teach is this a vanity project, or are you here to create some sort of an impact where you're changing the world and with your message? And it's always the people we work with, it's always, we want to change the world, but how do you do that? And I love that you're helping people actually make that difference. Like, what does it mean to have a like? What does it mean? Like, how can we create community and grow this? So I just want to say that's amazing. And also, it's kind of like when the TV first came out, or the car, or the whatever the newest technology was, it was always so scary and it wasn't going to last. And so I love that you're taking away the fear through knowledge, and also saying, hey, yeah, the news is sensationalizing a lot of this stuff. And of course things can happen. Of course. I mean, but that's like that with anything. But that, like you said, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So what would be your favorite use for AI as far as growing the message for people that have a message or impact that they're trying to create?
Well, I think a lot of organizations right now, because AI is such a buzzword, and it really is, very few people actually understand artificial intelligence. It's neither artificial nor is it really intelligent. That's the funny thing. But many people are jumping sort of on this AI bandwagon, like they don't want to miss out. They don't want their company, their organization to fall behind. And they're jumping onto these to different AI solutions or these LLMs that and they're not really looking at the risk. Now, there's a lot of conversation around, hey, do we want to start regulating this stuff too much? Because over-regulating something can really limit innovation, right? There's that fear of censorship. There's the fear of limiting innovation. There's a lot of fears. And so people will take these extreme positions. And really, I mean, there's a few amazing authors and people that are doing some great work. If you haven't heard of him, one of the people that anybody who's in this AI space is looking at is Reed Blackman. He wrote an incredible book and it's a Harvard Business Review Press book. It's called Ethical Machines. And great work on what explainable AI is. And so I'm always advocating for organizations to put together an ethical framework and an explainability model before they start jumping onto this sort of AI bandwagon. Because really, it's not about not creating it or using it or not using it. It's really about saying, hey, if this is our business model, this is who we're looking to serve, this is the impact that we're looking to create, is whatever you're deploying in service to that. And sometimes when you don't look at the risks, when you don't look at the biases, when you don't look at the ethics perspective, sometimes you do have a runaway trade, and then you end up having machines going rogue. And I think that now starts to speak to the fear, right? So I think there are ways to without getting into the weeds of technical jargon, I think there are systems and processes that you can deploy that can mitigate some of those risks. And it's not about doing the most amazing things. Sometimes it's about understanding how you can do the least amount of harm. And being able to look at this and say, should we have an outcome that was not what we predicted? Do we have the explainability built into this AI that we can go back and look to see how we got here and iterate a better version for the future, so that whatever we're creating, it is actually in service to humanity. It is bettering organizations to be able to deliver their services and products better for the people that they serve.
Such impactful work that you're doing, and really bringing the consciousness aspect back to technology, just the understanding of the implications that individuals, organizations may be aware of or not aware of. We have an invitation from Rex Sykes, who's near and dear to the LA Tribune family, about his symposium and think tank in AI. So we'll definitely have to connect you two offline so you can learn more about it. That is, connections are always being made on Her Story Unfolding. I mean, Lisa, you've had such a dynamic journey through entrepreneurship, pushing that curiosity and saying, I'm just going to do it. I don't have time to think about it. I'm just going to show up and do it and explore and do things differently, bring a different perspective and lens to your community and the work that you are doing. It's been such a pleasure and honor to have you join Her Story Unfolding. We know that your story is continuing to unfold. Kalisa, would love for you to share some closing remarks with our audience today around whatever you'd like to share, whatever you want your closing message to be. But we want you to know that we see you, we value you, the work that you are doing is important, and you're creating an openness, an inquiry, right, that individuals can bring to their businesses, and to, like you were talking about earlier, the frameworks in which they think and their ability to, like you said with the model, understand, like if the outcome is not what you thought it was going to be, understand how you got to that place, which I think is huge. And that applies with AI, but it also applies with like life. That is a huge life lesson. So I wanted to shine light on that statement because it was very powerful, but would love for you to share closing remarks with our audience.
Well, first of all, Alicia, thank you so much for inviting me. And thank you, ladies, for all having me here. It means a lot to me that I have the opportunity to discuss things like this. And second of all, if you do have, whether you're for-profit, nonprofit, if you have a community and you're looking to bring your community together in a more meaningful way, look up sparkseeker.com, find me, and let's have a conversation. And outside of that, I would say one thing I would love to leave all of you with in Her Story Unfolding is we all have a story. And every one of us, as we go through the moments of our days, our stories unfolding. And we have places like this where we get to share and we get to collaborate. And I'm so deeply grateful that we have these avenues. But I think it's in our sharing that we have our power, and it's in our ability to hear each other's stories and say, how can I help? How can I support you? What do you need to get to that next place? And I think when we can all show up in service and be willing to share not only our stories, but our support, we get to raise each other up. And so, I thank you for creating a platform that's enabling me to do this today. And I extend that to you guys. So anytime you guys need me, you can find me.
Thank you so much. It's been absolutely wonderful hearing your amazing story, as well as how you're creating a better place for all of us with the new technology. So I always love a woman in technology.
I'm learning. I'm leaning into it. It's a walk. Thank you guys so much. And I wish you all happy.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for joining us.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Wow. Julianne, Sandy, how are you feeling? Carissa, welcome back. I mean, Kalisa's story, the impact that she had, that entrepreneurial savviness that she developed at such a young age, and her ability to just think differently and create awareness and conversations. How are you feeling coming out of speaking with Kalisa?
I thought she was amazing, and I loved what I got from that when she just started her entrepreneur journey, and she was just going for it. There was a naivety to it, right? That sometimes is so refreshing, because we all, I know now, because I've had so many businesses, I tend to overanalyze and overthink, and that's not productive either. And I love just I felt like she was a breath of fresh air. So it was really great.
I agree with you so much, Sandy. And I just want to say too that, she so spoke my language, when it was like, who told you? Who is they? First of all, and they are not me. So it's not that we, do life alone, but we do have to do it ourselves. And to be able to honor ourselves, why not? Because everything was impossible until it was possible. So if everybody believed that it couldn't be done, it couldn't whatever, we would still be in mud huts and all of that. So why not? Why not make our own rules? Why not create our own wave and ride that versus catching somebody else's? So amen. I loved it.
I love that. Anything that creation was thought of as impossible. I love the word impossible because I always remix it to I'm possible, right? Whatever I'm thinking about, I'm possible to bring it to life, and just a different play on words. Parisa, I know that you were tuning in, you weren't on stage, but what were you thinking as we were speaking with Parisa?
So I love that she said that AI is not artificial nor intelligent. Because I think we can get so held up on these terms and these identifiers, and especially when they're new and not in a field that we may necessarily be really plugged into. And I'm saying this, but I'm actually speaking for my old self. I used to be so I'm not into that now, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? It's what I'm entertaining every day right now. And I think it's really important to not let the actual label of something or the way something's categorized to stop you from learning about it, and but to allow yourself to learn about it as it's relevant to you, and find what is relevant to you, and find what I will continue to say, find your convictions within new technology, so that as you continue to discover it and as people are developing things, that you can have a way to have some conviction, and you can have that agency you can apply to really stepping into these new things. So what I really love, she's like, it's not artificial nor intelligent. I'm like, absolutely. Yes, I agree with that 100%.
A whole bar.
Yes. So good. So next, though, we have two guests coming up that have teamed up to write an incredible book. We've got Sandra, I believe, and her book partner. Hello, Sandra. We've got Dr. Sujata. I believe, if I recall correctly, we've all spoken on Clubhouse before. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Yay!
Absolutely.
So cool. So cool to actually see faces as we're talking, and not just voices. All the voices are great, but
it's a virtual hug. It's a virtual hug to Julia and also you to Parisa and Dr. Sujata Eyes, my beautiful friend. Please come off mute. Love to hear your voice. She's such a beautiful person. I'm so blessed to know. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata. Are you able to?
Yep.
Okay, there you are. Making sure your mic is working. You're good. So this book that you guys have written together, it's called Activate Success. It's tips, tools, and insights to be a leader in your niche. So leader is such a buzzword. Leadership is such a buzzword. And as I was diving into the inner workings of this book, I'm already captivated, by the way, because it's not just hitting on the buzzword of it and the grabbing the attention of it from the surface level. It's actually starting from the ground up with self-discovery. So I would love if you guys would be able to share what brought you two together to write this book, first of all, and share a bit about that.
Thank you. What a beautiful question. And what an honor. Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune, to Mo, to Ava, and all of you for this opportunity for us to be here today. So I just always want to begin with a beautiful breath in, because I've been listening to all the other amazing speakers, and I just want us to center in, to ground ourselves. So if you'll allow me to do that first. So breathing in and out, because there's so much beauty that's already been shared. And for me, I am blessed to be able to have met Sujata at an amazing event. And, as a woman who I've gone through some things, and I was doing my own journey by myself. And unfortunately, what I realized in my own journey as someone who, I led that corporate lifestyle. I was so focused on attainment and money, but inside my heart was such a huge emptiness that it was really astonishing that I was living my life so numb. And I realized that through my life's journey, I was missing my story. I was missing me. I was so externally focused and numb that when I woke up, I realized that I've been answering 4 essential questions to my life. And at the same time, my beautiful friend Sujata was also doing this work. And during those 4 essential questions, I realized that I had to make a choice in unlocking that childhood sexual assault trauma story and leading to codependency and victimization and 2 failed marriages was really hard. But yet I was so externally focused and successful by so many people's lens. And so when I became powerful and I went inside and I tapped into me, I became whole and healed. But I was only one person. And one thing I've realized through this awakening and becoming more of a conscious leader and becoming powerful and saying, I realize my story. What if I could imagine a future that I could help others not live 34 years numb with so much sadness and so much loss, to step into my power, to be courageous, to create pathways of change. And that's what I do. And I'm going to turn it over to my beautiful friend Sujata, because I'm one half of that story. And together we've co-created this way of taking our experiences and our lived world and the leadership that we do now in the work. Like for me, it's in healthcare, it's transforming, leading digital transformation. I was listening to your earlier speaker and going, woohoo, I love it, because it's all about being in our purpose from our heart. So over to Sujata and her beautiful story, because we have different stories that we share in our book.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And thank you, a hearty thanks to the Los Angeles Tribune and you ladies for having me here on this very important last day of March, celebrating Women's History Month and the theme of Her Story Unfolding. And I'm here to honor the legacy of what women have accomplished in the past and present, and would like to share what I envision for women in the future. So who am I? I'm a licensed and credentialed workplace counselor, mediator, and a private practitioner. As a global workplace consultant, I am the current president of the Maryland Career Development Association, the chair of the International Committee of the American Counseling Association, and the community coordinator for intercultural and global competency, UNESCO, where I have the chance to work with 7 regions of the world. Lastly, I'm the proud recipient of the 2023 Diversity Initiatives Award from the National Career Development Association. And I was designated as a World Global Visionary by Otro Mundo's 6th Congress of Colombia, South America. So all this that I have told you was what my immigrant parents from India hoped for as the American dream. So you'll have to tell me, am I living up to their expectations of that American dream that they so sacrificed to want for themselves, to want for me? And I really do hope that I've made my parents proud by what I just told you, by being a productive member of the Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere. So one thing that I want to disclose right off the bat here is that I have a condition where my vocal cords don't close. and it's a genetic condition, so it makes my voice wiggle and jiggle a little bit. So please feel free to ask me to repeat something if you wish. So it's just such an honor to be here, and thank you for choosing me, because as you can imagine, with this these vocal cords wiggling and jiggling like they do, I do get passed up. And being passed up as a female, being passed up as an immigrant female, but then on top of that, being passed over as a female, an immigrant female, and with a challenge. So you can imagine how ecstatic I was when I met Sandra, because Sandra didn't care about any of those things, and she was so warm and so welcoming, and looking at me and giving me the eye contact instead of looking past me like some people do. And so what inspired us to team up and write Activate Success about a very popular subject, right? Leadership. You see leadership books, you see this word, but what makes us different is that we are bringing our leadership, gender, experiences, perspective that was needed in this arena. So our definition is different. We go to the heart and to the soul of leadership. Our definition is not solely relegated to leading other people, as commonly stated in every book that I've written. But we begin with the self. Our definition encompasses two views: that we are all self-leading in this world, and we need to do it accurately and effectively, not only for ourselves, but to honor our leading of other people as well. So we explain in the book that self-leading and leading others can be successfully accomplished through three main pillars. And those pillars are self-discovery, change readiness, and sustainable impact. And we also provide you with 27 activators that can activate that success, per the title of the book. Now, Sandra mentioned essential questions, and that falls in the self-discovery portion of our book. We have taken 4 essential questions that we want everybody to start with. And they are: who am I? Where am I going? How do I get there? And lastly, how do I stay there? Thank
you. Wonderfully stated, Sujata.
Wow. As I said, as I open this up, like, I'm already captivated by this book because of what the approach is to really establish the concept of leadership. And it is absolutely, it's a clear distinction from how leadership can be commonly referred to and talked about and discussed. And I have a great appreciation for that. I've also had the same thoughts. I'm like, there's so many pieces written on leadership, and do I have a lot to provide and write? Yes, but I've had the same thought. So I love that you both really were very intentional about how you're going to present it, and found the places that are not really covered that do need to be touched on. The insight is needs to be built and strengthened, and I love that. And can I say that, Sujata, I'm so grateful that you shared the not just your gratitude, but like the reason why you have such gratitude for being able to be here, because I feel that some of us, that whatever it is that we've experienced, either the things that have held us back or not allowed us to have opportunities, we tend to just push them aside and just show up to do the job and show up to be present and show up to, do the best you can. But I'm so grateful that you brought that forward, and not from a place of pity and not from a place of like victimhood or anything where it's like you weren't putting this down for anyone to pick it up and carry it. You're just stating like, hey, like this is a thing and this can be my experience and this is often my experience. And I'm just so grateful to be able to be here and speak and share. And I am so grateful that you're here too. Like, I love that. I love that you didn't brush over it. You stated it. You stated your experiences and you allowed that to just be present. And, there's no shame. It's all full acceptance. It's, of course you could speak. Of course, like your voice is as beautiful as anyone else's to speak and share. And it's as worthy of being heard. So why wouldn't you be here? Julie, I'd like to pass to you before we move on to the next question.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you said what you just said. And I wanted to say thank you to Sandra, because if you hadn't stopped, if you had just been like uncomfortable or overlooked her, this message wouldn't be out in the world. And Sujata, you do have a voice and you are worth listening to. And the two of you together, it's powerful. It's so much more powerful to bring two different perspectives in and two ways of looking at things versus just, come looking out of my eyeballs. I want to hear as much from more leaders. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for being here, because it's so easy to just take the easier path or just keep moving and be fast and not, instead of stopping and being intentional about who's in front of us right now. And so I think that is something that's worth mentioning, because when we just keep moving forward fast, we miss out on so many wonderful things, and we miss the presence.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up, Julie. I've got to jump in on that one because, for so many years, and I hope this really resonates for so many people out there. We've come through this pandemic and people are so reactionary. Like, just take a moment in your next conversations and listen to the speed that people speak. They're like fast paced, go, 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 go. And yet they're not grounded in understanding themselves. We have to stop, really connect. Like, one of the things I've really appreciated throughout this whole, month of celebrating her story is that all the women who've come forward have done the good work. They've gone within, they've stopped, and they've connected into their heart. They've connected their heart, their mind to a higher calling and consciousness. They've reprogrammed and then been in their purpose, in their mission, and authentically, like, you can feel it in all of those women. They're not trying to be somebody. Even earlier, we were talking about, just being authentic. You can sense it, you can hear it, you can feel it. And if you're not in your fullness yet, guess what? You can be. It's a choice to change, just to stop and have a breath. And I think that's the power we find in the workplace right now, particularly in the healthcare world that I'm in. It is so reactionary, so on, kind of on a steamroller to somewhere. And really, we just have to stop and look and change and shift how we're doing things. And I think that's why our book is so impactful, that it gives you not only the 27 activators, but it gives you leadership styles we've added to them that you can go out and practice the how. How can you be best positioned now to really lead and to be adaptable through this process?
I think that's really incredibly powerful, what you just mentioned about paying attention to the speed and the tone in which someone is speaking. And I resonate with that so much. I can't even tell you. I think I talk about it every day, at least once, maybe more. And and I think it's such a wonderful way to serve others that you work with, that you interact with, that you might be having a conversation with. And it's, for me, I've experienced it as such a basic form of respect, but care and consideration. It's like respect, but on like steroids, because you're choosing to truly meet the person where they're at. So if I'm talking really fast, blah, 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 and you guys are just relaxed and you're grounded and you're speaking clearly, and I'm over here, it's going to be felt. There's going to be a disconnect, so I really appreciate you bringing that forward, because it's so simple, and it could be applied more by more people. I will leave it at that. So
I love that.
I'm always like, I've always got so many things that I'm saying and thinking at the same time. I'm like, I'm just going to leave it there. So
I love that.
I did want to touch on kind of like what we're stemming on from what we were talking about earlier, and that it's, even though we face these challenges, sometimes they're chronic, sometimes they're lifelong challenges, sometimes they're what people could be considered as setbacks, but I would just kind of characterize them as just life. So with that being said, what can the both of you share on like how individuals can overcome this urge, this like deep urge to just quit when adversity comes, or when there's the pressure and the challenges that are constant, just one after the other? Like, what can leaders do? What can people do to really just resist that and stay focused and continue to move forward?
Go ahead, Sujata.
Sure thing. Thank you. So resistance is something that we attach to the negative emotions. But guess what? We resist, we can resist joy. We can resist love. So resistance applies to those emotions, those feelings, those values that can really serve us well. And so the effectiveness of the leader is really based on self-discovery. If they want to keep on track, keep grounded, stay there where they are in success, then change readiness, which is the second piece, must enter the equation. So being open to change, it's important for both professional and personal growth, because both work and life is lived by the same person. And for those two to be compartmentalized completely separately is not true. It's just an amalgamation of the experiences that you go through at work and life, where life affects work and work affects life. So the easy and quick thing that the brain does to resist things is through defense mechanisms. So if somebody has a bad day at work, they're going to go home and they're going to displace and project in their personal life, and vice versa. So I want to share, there's a riddle in the field of psychology, and it goes like this. How many people does it take to change a light bulb? Well, the answer is 0, because that light bulb has to want to be changed.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. So
that is so good.
So the people around you are trying to cope with your external behavior. They're hoping that you're going to change, but there isn't anybody that's going to approach you to tell you, because they know that you're not at a place to receive, to openly receive and say, right, thank you so much. I've been waiting for your words of wisdom. We rarely react like that, right? So no one's going to approach you about that change because they know that you're not ready. So that self-discovery piece, that first piece, is so important because then it can easily take you to that second pillar, which is that change readiness.
Wow.
So yeah, so I'll put a pause there. Thank you.
Dr. Sujata, I mean, that was such a powerful share. It reminds me of the phrase, the teacher appears when the student is ready, right? And something about being ready within to then receive what the information that is coming around you. And if you're not ready, you won't hear it, you won't lean into it, because there is that resistance to push up against it. And then would also love to just sit with what you shared about the fact that we are one person, whether it's at work, in our own personal life. We can try and compartmentalize all that we want, but our body, our feelings, it doesn't say, oh, well, I'm in the office or I'm Zoom today, so I'm in work mode. But now I'm home, so I'm in life mode outside of work. We are one being. And so how we show up is the fullness of all that we are feeling on the inside, the emotions on the inside, what we're processing on the inside. And we can say, okay, I don't want this person to be aware of it, but it is so trapped in within us subconsciously, consciously. And I just really wanted to sit with that for a moment because it was such a critical and important share that we are just oneself, whether we tell, almost trick our mind to believe that we aren't, we are just one self. And what do you think are maybe 2 principles that you can share about how we can invite ourselves to recognize within us that we are in oneself, and if we are going through an experience maybe in home that we don't want to impact our work life, what can we do maybe within, or a thought process that we can have so that we can kind of navigate that world in challenge? Because it's one thing to have awareness, but what can we actually do with the awareness?
Such a great question, and I go straight to the brain. Because my favorite game when I was learning how to speak English as an immigrant was connect the dots. And it just gave this beautiful picture, right? And so that's how I think about the brain. We are trying to connect the dots based on the person that we are at work and in life, the person that we become through our experiences. So for human beings, it's about perception. For a real estate agent, it's about location. But for us, it's all about the perception. How are we perceiving things? How are we processing things, especially in the brain? So a lot of people get stuck in this back space, this back brain. And it's 2 things. It's going to be awareness and intention. You're going to need those 2 things to bring it from this back primitive, they call it the monkey brain, the gorilla brain. You have to bring it from here to this frontal lobe. This frontal lobe has the executive functions, the mindset, the growth mindset that you need. And there's a word that I use on stage, and that word is called perspicacity. And this is the area that I spend the most time working with clients is how do you find perspicacity, which is that discernment, that light bulb moment, the aha moment where it goes off. So I want people to stop and think about where they are in the brain. That's first thing. And through intention and awareness, get it from here to the frontal lobe. To move from resistance, right, which is back here, to up here, the second word that comes to mind is you have to go from resistance to cultivation. And cultivation takes practice and habit. It takes the doing of something over and over again. It's it takes the willingness of to feel that discomfort as you're going from here to here, and so that you can feel comfortable in the cultivation process. And once that person has made the decision to stop resisting, it's about free will, life will become much more easier and more enjoyable. And it'll benefit you, but it'll benefit the people around you as well.
Wow, Dr. Sajada, thank you so much. That is so deep and insightful. I look forward. I'm excited to see your upcoming book. I look forward. I can't wait. Is it out already?
Yeah, I'm gonna just change my background. Give me 2 seconds. And I'm gonna put that on. If you can see that.
And we're gonna
I don't
put
know if
that
you
on
can see that. Oops, sorry.
focus.
Let me go out of the way. There we go. Okay.
We're
So
gonna put
that's
that
our
on
book.
focus.
Activate Success, Tips, Tools, and Insights to be a Leader in Your Niche. So we're excited, April 24th. And again, thank you to Ava, to Mo, to the Los Angeles Tribune, to our amazing hosts. I have the greatest gratitude and such love for all of you for supporting me throughout the last 3 years of this co-creation with Dr. Sujata Ives. So thank you for my heart to all of you.
Well, Sandra and Dr. Sujata, I wanted to give you a minute for closing. And the hosts are going to come off, and just you and Dr. Sujata be on the screen to talk about your book and invite people for your launch, and to support whether it is your advanced readers copy. Do you have things going on like that we can support you? And we'd love for you to invite us.
Oh,
Sandra,
thank you, Ava. Thank you. Again, respectfully, with my beautiful co-author with Dr. Sujata Ives, that we are launching April 24th. We would love and encourage and invite all of you, any leader, anyone in the workplace. This book is for you. Imagine the opportunity right now that you can transform your life through not only activating 27 activators, but going inside, doing the good work. This is a proven method. We share our personal case stories. We are our own case stories of how we've evolved. And truly, we are on our purpose and our mission through this process, and you will evolve and grow. And so please reach out to us at www.activatesuccess.com with a hyphen, or reach out to Sujata or myself. We'd love and invite all of you to come in and be a part of our launch team to help celebrate us as we launch our book on April 24th. We are loving to have people come in and contribute and purchase that Kindle. And over to you, Dr. Sujata Ives.
Thank you so much. And Sandra, it's just been such a joy and privilege in writing this book. And ladies of the LA Tribune, I have 3 parting statements that I want this world to ponder. The first one is this: the soul cannot keep secrets for very long. Behavior is always going to, through integrity and morals, reveal the true self. The second thing is, instead of change, what I'm observing through my clients and through the events and conferences that I attend is that people are spending their time trying to and forcing themselves to love the red flags instead of changing them. And the third thing I want you to remember, and this comes from here in my vocal cords, I want you to know that you, the world, You are a real life magnet. What you are, what you do, you will certainly have. So thank you. I wish you great success.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you so much, and all the wonderful opportunity to be here today. Greatest gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Dr. Sujata. We're blessed and fortunate to have you on sharing. I love your share, your number one of your last share, Dr. Sujata. It said your soul cannot keep secrets for a long time. That Parisa just put it up on the stage, on the screen. But that's such a powerful message, because it's a reminder that everything comes from within, and our body knows, our memory knows, our consciousness knows, and it's such an important perspective to remember as we navigate and go through life. We will be on the lookout for Activate Success that is coming out in just a few short weeks, and we know that what you have shared in the book will truly change the world. And so we just appreciate you for pouring all of your knowledge, your energy into co-writing the book. And we know that it's going to have lots of impact. And I just want to take a moment also to say, I love the cover of the book. The color blue is so symbolic, and the eye on.
There we go.
Okay.
Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come.
Welcome back. Welcome to Her Story Unfolding. We are so excited. We are honoring women's history, past, present, and future. And really just the honor. We are so grateful for the honor to be able to honor the women that are out there doing amazing things, empowering one another. And with me today, I am so excited for our next guest, because our next guest is a goddess who also elevate, highlight, spotlight, and raise up goddesses. I'm excited to bring a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune and our co-host, also for today, Dagmar Fleming. Dagmar is not just a success coach, but she is also an intuitive healer and also a 2 times best-selling author. Yes. Oh my gosh. Dagmar, I love your authenticity. I love how you are, you're very authentic, like you, it is who you are. I mean, and you are who the real Dagmar is, and you lead with your heart. You wear your heart on your sleeve. You're such an empowerment, a voice of empowerment for many. And I love that you have this group that you have called Athena Circle. Would love to know, first of all, we always ask our guests, tell us more about yourself. It's one thing that we'd love to know more. Tell us more about yourself and who Dagmar Fleming is.
Well, thank you, Ava. This is such a not only pleasure, but most of all, privilege to be part of this Her Unfolding story. And kudos to you and the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, and everyone on your team, your producer, Donna Campbell, for bringing amazing voices of women in the world that really try to have impact and change consciousness, because it's time. It's time for our voices to be heard. So who am I? Well, I was born in communist Poland, made it to Texas and loved my life, had my corporate career, opened my own global consulting company, but my soul had much bigger purpose in mind for how my life was going to unfold. So I created Unlock Your Success mentorship programs for entrepreneurs that seem to be stuck. They have big mission, but something is holding them back. And it's usually what a lot of our speakers today alluded to. Some stories that we weaved in our minds. Sometimes it's the circumstances or even trauma that we experienced. And it's been my passion to help entrepreneurs step into their passion, because that's exactly what happened to me. So while I was running this corporate career, I really understood that there is more intuitive side to who I am. I've been born with unique spiritual abilities that allow me to see into people's patterns, understand how they've created unconscious blocks, and most importantly, how to release them. Because we all deserve to live the life that is the brightest, the most fulfilling, and the most joyous. So in the middle of pandemic, I had this epiphany that it's time to create a community for women entrepreneurs that want to create holistic growth, that want to embrace not just professional growth and personal transformation, but also spiritual expansion, because we are the body, mind, spirit complex. And what that means is that when we integrate all these parts of our community, all these parts of our essence and being, that's when things unfold with ease for us. So this was the beginning of the Athena Circle, and this story of the naming Athena is something that I am willing to share if you're interested.
I'm very, very interested. Of course, like I know um, from your story, Dagmar, that growing up from where you came from and coming to America wasn't a walk in the park, right? And it's so powerful how, despite the challenges that and being minimized, being in places where you really wasn't handed a silver platter, and in finding through all of that the goddess within you, and now um, have formed the Athena Circle. Would love to know more. Tell me about the name.
You know, I am smiling anytime the word goddess is used. And yes, Athena is a Greek goddess. I never saw myself as a goddess. I saw myself as this warrior, the person that survives communism, comes to America, tries to embrace free market economy and really build that dream. So when I had this epiphany, some people call it a vision or divine download of Pallas Athena showing up in front of me, I really had to step back and say, me, are you sure you've got the right person? Because I'm not one of those goddess vibes type of beings. But then I dove into what Athena stands for. And I realized she's such an embodiment of everything in us that drives us forward to fulfill our purpose, our passion, and most importantly, stand in our own authenticity. As women, we try to placate and please everyone. And as we go through the journey of nurturing everyone else, we tend to stop nurturing ourselves. And 20, 30, 40 years later, we wake up one day and we ask a question, well, who am I? Because somewhere along this path, I lost myself. So what Athena asks us to do is to stand in the power of the uniqueness that you are. And knowing that when you are simply you, your brilliance unfolds in most magical ways. So I am so pleased today to not only represent the Athena Circle as the founder, but most importantly, to invite to the stage the women that have created this circle, the women that founded this community and really honored our values of independence, sovereignty, tolerance, uniqueness, and leadership.
And Dagmar, so beautiful, the remembrance of the Athena spirit and how you brought that into the work that you are doing now and how you have experienced the experiences that you have been through and are in a place where you are empowering, inspiring women, but also bringing women together in community and community for impact. I love the full title, the Athena Circle. It's a circle of togetherness, right? The circle has no end. It just continues. It's a reminder that we are all one. And that's so beautiful. Just the spirit of the work that you are doing. And I know that you've been helping us host Her Story Unfolding today, and earlier today in the program, we were talking about that divine message, that divine download that you get within to say, this is what is coming next, and how you've leaned into that download to create space for voices, for stories, for impact, like you've been doing with all of the women in the Athena Circle. So we're excited to have you on to host some of the women of the Athena Circle to speak more about the work that you all are doing together and how you bring community together. It's very, very moving, and it's very, very eye-opening to what can happen when a circle of women come together.
Wonderful. And it is true sisterhood. We formed Athena Circle in the middle of the pandemic. And I really realized that there's a need for a community that goes beyond the traditional networking and elevator pitch. There was a need to take women out of this isolation and creating a sacred space where we can share openly our challenges, relate to one another, and really support one another. So if you allow me, let me bring forward a few additional
Well,
members.
Dagmar, let me give you the full stage to bring on your other ladies as you introduce them. As you introduce them, we'll bring them up, okay?
Wonderful. But I would like to invite all of them to come forward. So we've got Ellen Musty Barner and Homa Ahmed, Alma Torelli. I think one of our ladies may have coming back. So I'm going to ask our beautiful Athenas to mute themselves with some echo. Wonderful. All right. Well, welcome to our amazing Athena Circle team. Our membership is vast, but I was able to invite a few of our beautiful founding members to come today and share the message of empowerment and women leadership, because that's what we stand for. So first, I'm going to ask Homa to tell us about her story. Homa comes from a completely different continent and a cultural background. She's an amazing entrepreneur with multiple career tracks and so much accomplishment. So Homa, tell us a little bit about who you are and what is your life's journey that brought you today to share your story with the Los Angeles Tribune and our amazing viewers.
Thank you, Dagmar, so much for inviting me. So I grew up in the Middle East, and I came to the U.S. many years ago to pursue studies and a career in architecture, which I loved. But it wasn't until a few years into that when I became a part of Mary Kay Cosmetics sales force that I found my true passion, which is helping women live into their natural God-given gifts and to enrich them. And it started with myself. So it's been a personal growth journey, but I also love leading other women to their personal growth and living their true purpose.
Wonderful. And I know one of your beautiful gifts is your ability to work with Mary Kay and empowerment. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, one thing I discovered when I came to the US, I came from a part of the world where women were not given any opportunities or very limited opportunities. So when I came here, I thought that the US was the land of opportunities, but I found that the limitations were a lot more subtle, and women limited themselves based on their upbringings or their cultural backgrounds. And so it's kind of been a process of allowing them to live their values and their priorities of what they find important, but at the same time, giving themselves permission to pursue a career, to pursue financial independence, and also really live into their true gifts without having to please everybody else around them all the time.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Let's bring to the stage Ellen. Ellen, you've got a beautiful community, Lightness One All. So please tell us, what is this community about, and how did you form this amazing place for women to feel empowered and stand in their intuition and all their innate gifts? Oh, we'll have to ask you to unmute.
It came from my own life journey. I am a trauma survivor to thriver. I grew up in an alcoholic, chaotic home as a child, and my response to that was to become a people pleaser, to become a perfectionist so that I wouldn't get criticized, and also a control freak, because I felt like if I could control the world around me, I would be safe and loved. As many of us have found in our journeys, the things that we did as a child to survive, to thrive, don't serve us in adulthood. And so what I have found in my own journey is the way back to myself, what we've been talking about today, women serving women, women coming from that authentic, intuitive place that resides inside of each and every one of us. And Lightness One All is founded on the premise that we are all created by the same creator, that love and light, that divine Christ consciousness lives within each of us. And there's so many things that we take on, like my people pleasing and control freakness, that dims that light and hides me from the rest of the world. So through my journey of learning to let go of all of the things that hold me back has allowed me to empower myself, and now I empower other women to live a life of joy and freedom.
It's so inspiring. And I know you have something very amazingly juicy called, wait a second, Self-Love Tune-Up. Oh my goodness. You have to tell us about it, because the first time I heard about Self-Love Tune-Up, I signed up immediately.
Perfect. I am providing a container once a month for women to come together, because this is a journey. It isn't a one-stop, I let it go today and it's gone forever. It seems like these patterns keep repeating themselves. And so when we come together as a community once a month, we uplift each other, much like the Athena Circle, and support each other in our growth and to stay on the path that we're committed to staying on. So taking care of ourselves, eating well, taking care of us first, instead of putting everybody else first and then us being depleted.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ellen. And let's bring forward Sherry Prindle, who is an innovator in a space of training, speaking, coaching, a beautiful soul. Sherry, tell us a little bit more about your journey.
I had a good childhood. I didn't have any kind of a tragedy to start myself off. In fact, I was an only child, very supported by my parents, who trusted me and gave me all kinds of freedom. But I noticed that my friends were very restricted in what they were allowed to do. And I found that to be true in education and in the work environment as well. I had a belief that, hey, if I wasn't asking anybody else for help, I can do whatever I want. So I did. I went to Japan and Russia and lived for 8 years in my early days. I had a TV show. I had a radio show. When I came back to the US, I hit those restrictions again. You have 8 years of unverifiable work experience. How are you going to start your career in the US? So I decided to go on my own and be a trainer and a speaker and a coach. And I ran into so many other people who had those restrictions and they saw them as real. And so what I ended up doing was creating kind of an incubator space for people to be able to make a living, making a difference, to be able to connect with their message and be able to connect with their passion and be able to recognize that whatever those restrictions were, they didn't have to own them, that they could create what they wanted in the world.
Absolutely. And I know you have something called Star Marketing Summit because it's so important for women to have their message heard. So can you tell us a little bit more how you allow the voices of these women to come through through powerful marketing messaging?
Absolutely. So little by little, having that sense of freedom that I had and connecting with others that had that freedom, I found that when we came together, we could share our thoughts and our ideas with one another, and each person could get more and more successful. It was kind of like, well, you're good at this and you're good at this and I'm good at that. Why don't we come together and share what we're good at with each other so that we can all be good? So we come together twice a year with speakers, trainers, coaches, authors, and we help them find a way to market their message that's authentic to them and feels comfortable to them.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Cheryl. We're going to hear more from all of you, but we've got one more beautiful Athena hailing all the way from Albania. So my fellow European Athena. So tell us a little bit about your journey and please unmute yourself so we can hear your voice.
Good afternoon, Dagmar. After Sherry's talk, I actually feel envy of her of her journey. I'm joking. My name is Alma Tarelli. I grew up in Albania, as you said, Dagmar, with an extreme poverty and with lots of oppression from the regime at the time. I moved to Canada 20 years ago, and no matter how much I tried, all the baggage that I had from my childhood, I carried everywhere I went. I worked as an accountant for the past 20 years here in Canada, and I have noticed that I was that person that stands in the shore, in the sea, doesn't put the feet in the water, but knows all about water and how to move the arms. That's how I felt. Dealing with clients, teaching them about tax money, yet not living in abundance myself. I was privileged though, because I have seen clients from different wealth points, from poverty to prosperity. And I was lucky that through their journey, I would notice my blocks regarding money and wealth creation. And so I'm privileged in that way. And started feeling that I can do it. I can reach to the point that I want to, and I have done that. And I'm passionate now helping other women, especially, noticing the blocks they carry, and removing the blocks. See, when I first heard this, that wealth creation or money is your birthright, I would cringe. Now, when I tell my clients that money is your birthright, they cringe. But it doesn't matter. I still continue with my journey. So we are creatures of patterns. We carry our baggages for a long time. And I think now it's our time to step in our power, to release whatever we had and to excel.
Wow, now is the time to step into our power. So beautifully said, Alma. So let's talk about how we, the Athenas, embrace that power. So let's start with you, Alma. Since you led us on this beautiful journey, what does it mean to you to be Athena? And how is our Athena Circle supporting that vision for you?
I would share a quick story actually with a client of mine that we are working one-on-one, removing some of her scarcity mindset around money. And then she asked me, Alma, are you a therapist? I said, no, I'm an Athena. and then she said, why do you say that? And I said, because I have a wonderful group of women that support me, not only personally, but also professionally. That's what I noticed with our group, that we come whole as we are and we elevate each other. Athena means a lot to me. And you have seen my commitment, Dagmar. Even in a dentist chair, I would not miss our meeting for any reason.
Yes, I remember you on a massage table taking our monthly call while being worked on.
Yes, 2 times, once in the massage and once in the dentist chair. And it is important. And I think the message that I want to give actually is that all women have to find their support. In a group like this, it's perfect, but please reach out for support. We support each other, not only personally, but also professionally. So way to go, girls.
Wonderful. And talking about taking our calls from unusual places, one of the facilitators in the Athena Circle took a call from a bathroom in the hotel in Kuwait, I think, if I remember. Qatar. Qatar. That was Qatar, I think. No? Okay, well, let's bring her on. I know she was traveling and talking about devotion to this community. I think it must have been the middle of the night. So, Homa, tell us, what does it mean to you to be in Athena? What does she represent to you? Why did you join our community?
Well, it was Dubai, but I have been to Qatar because that's where I grew up. And yes, I love the Athena Circle. So obviously, as a part of being a part of Mary Kay Cosmetics, I have an amazing support community there of sister consultants that support me. But sometimes outside of that, we need a broader community that can really understand what it's like to be an entrepreneur. While living our lives with other family members who may not kind of have the same experience. So to me, being at Athena means that we get to understand that our successes are not dictated solely on what we know in our minds or our passion necessarily. It's really a full integration of our mind, body, and soul, and to really integrate the spirit. I really got to understand what it means to live faith first, family second, career third, and to really work from a place of source and authenticity and speak more authentically and grow more authentically through collaborating with other Athenas and learning from you, Dagmar, through our different sessions that we have, and also sharing my experiences. So I think as we share our experiences, we grow stronger. We get to fall back on everybody's collective wisdom. And so that's why I think that a circle like Athena is so valuable for women entrepreneurs who want to live from a higher purpose and higher self.
Wonderful. Thank you. And let's ask Sherry. Sherry, how did you drop into this goddess circle?
You know, I think it's such a great opportunity for everyone to come and speak at forums like this, because I'm sure I just saw you on one of those, right? In someone's summit, and really, you know, you feel that energy, you feel that curiosity. And I know that you welcome Athenas to come in and try it out, you know, come to a session and get a feel for it and see if it feels right for you. And what Athena really means to me is it's almost like a hub to plug into. There are lots of external resources to help us be successful as entrepreneurs, but where do we go to create that home base and plug in? And if you heard my story a moment ago, that it's about freedom and it's about, you know, seizing opportunities. Well, every time I'm on an Athena program, Dagmar and the others show a whole new thing I would have never thought of, that things that we think are actual barriers, things that we think we can't do, it's only a can't do when you're thinking within this little narrow realm. But within the circle of the Athena, I feel like all things are possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sherry. And let's bring Ellen to join in on this conversation. What Athena represents to all of us.
Well, I really love the warrior aspect of Athena. And I think sometimes we just need to tap into that warrior within us in order to get past some of the barriers and obstacles that life throws in our path. So that's one piece of it. The other piece, as the other women have so eloquently said, is just that sense of community. I just believe women by nature are collaborative and want to work together and have that need for bonding and connection. And I certainly find that within the Athena Circle. So I'm grateful every time I connect with this group.
Well, thank you, ladies, so much. One of the things that I admire about every single one of you is that you're powerful leaders in your community, that you are entrepreneurs who are successful, and yet you continue to seek improvement, seek to enhance yourself and expand your possibilities. So when you look at women entrepreneurs these days, what do you think are the challenges that they are faced with most, and what advice would you give them? So let's start with Alma.
I'm here. So I believe that one of the most challenges is that entrepreneurs or women, Dagmar. I have one for each. I talk about entrepreneurs. I believe that the lack of community, finding other entrepreneurs and connecting instead of competing. This would be one challenge for entrepreneurs. And the other time for most of the entrepreneurs, I believe that the other thing is that they cannot manage time. Like for a woman, it's really hard to manage the house, the children, the workplace, the family. And so reaching out to communities that support them would be very, very important. So we have double challenges as a woman and also as entrepreneur. As a woman, I believe one of the challenges that we tend to keep ourselves small and safe because we want to please everyone. And as much as I don't like this term, we are pleasing everyone, there are times that I believe that it is ingrained in us, right? Because we are caretakers. We take care of every single one but ourselves. We have talked in our meeting that we come last. And by doing that, we deplete our energy. We deplete
Absolutely.
our energy. It's really important. It's really important for women to take care of themselves. And not in selfish way, but to take care of their own energy, because we can become better mothers, better wives, better friends, better employees if we are standing in our
Power.
That's what I was going to say.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. This is such an important point. Homa, what do you think are the challenges that we face?
Well, I want to second what Alma said, everything that she said, of course, but also what I think is not believing that our dreams and wishes are important enough, that our dreams or wishes are always put behind everybody else's. So what I like to do with working with women is really reminding them of their little girl dreams and showing them how it is possible to create them and fulfill them by still being everything to everybody else. I teach them how to do emotional management, money management, priority management, so that they can truly, authentically succeed while being themselves.
Wonderful, so impactful. Sherry, what advice do you have for us? We have so many challenges as women entrepreneurs.
You know, I do a lot of trainings in organizations for leaders and on change management and on wellness. And there are the three pieces, the three parts to resilience that I think are the biggest thing I'd like to share with women. The three parts are commitment and challenge and control. So step into your power, recognize all those restrictions that were placed on you were not yours. Watch yourself using words like try and should and asking the question why and putting the word but. These are all examples of when you're making a choice not to be in control, and instead rise to the challenge and make a commitment, and then surround yourself with other powerful women, and you can absolutely make it happen.
Rise to the challenge, no buts about it. Very well said. Ellen, what advice do you have for us?
Back to the basics, to stop, to check in with yourself, and to ask yourself four really important questions. Do I need water? Do I need food? Do I need rest? Do I need movement? Once you get the 4 basics down, then you can take on whatever is next in your life. And I love what Sherry said about no buts and no trying. You just do it.
Well, what I love about this community is that I can learn from each one of you every single time. So thank you so much for showing up here on this panel. And I invite our viewers to visit theathenacircle.com and come on down to our sisterhood. Let's learn from one another. Let's learn how we can support each other. But most importantly, know that you are in a safe space. This is a space of no judgment. This is where we can work out our challenges together. So thank you so much to Ava and the Los Angeles Tribune for giving us platform to share our passion.
Well, Dagmar, I am so delighted. I've learned so much from the ladies on the screen. Oh my gosh. My favorite is, Sherry, when you said, whenever you use those words, you are choosing to not be in control. And I love how you said that, because it's not just being the opposite of just being a victim, but choosing to not be in control is so powerful, because we become aware that we're choosing, right? And I love Ellen's 4 basic necessities. I'm like, how often do we forget that in a day? Did I drink water? Sometimes I'd find myself at the end of the day, oh, I haven't ate anything. And you know who's famous for that? I'm also bringing her on screen right now. It's Alicia Magnus Lewis, our lead generous and business strategist, our business director in the Los Angeles Tribune. We both check on each other. Did you have anything to eat today? Ava, did you sleep enough? We stand for each other, just because basic necessities. We're so passionate for what we do that we forget ourselves, and so all of the insights, I would have to say, we have so many amazing talks today, and your segment is one of my favorites, just because of the synergy that I feel in the circle. Oh my gosh, what a delight. So Alicia, would love to bring you up. What are your thoughts on our segment today?
It's been such a delight, Dagmar, for you to bring the women of the Athena Circle on. Alma, Homa, Sherry, Ellen, because like you said, Dagmar, it's about sisterhood. And that's what Her Story Unfolding is all about. It's about sisterhood. It's about having a space to share, to pour into other individuals, and to remember that we're all on this journey together. I love that share at the end. Did you eat? Did you drink water? Do you need rest? Do you need movement? Because like Ava mentioned, we really do that. I'm like, Ava, are you sleeping? Did you eat today? And it goes vice versa. But it's really what it's all about. It's about nurturing, about uplifting, and about having a conversation about something that may be simple but is often overlooked. And I think when you think about sisterhood, it's about having individuals around you that remind you about the big things in life, but also about what I like to call the little big things in life. It's the little things that continuously keep us moving forward. So Dagmar, it's been a pleasure to have you join us today as a host throughout the day, but also for this very, very special segment with the women of the Athena Circle. Because it is community, it is sisterhood, it is coming together to support one another. And it is about learning and growing with each other. It doesn't have to be a big act that you're doing, but just having the space to talk, to share, that is so important. And that makes such a difference in the world when life is always lifing around us. So it's like Ava mentioned, like the synergy, the community, the fact that you all have joined us together to talk about what the Athena Circle means to you and how you both contribute to it, but also how you are poured into and how you're able to pour into others is truly what it's all about. So we just say thank you so much for joining us today. Dagmar, thank you for sharing more about your wonderful community. And we know that the Athena Circle is going to continue to grow. The sisterhood is going to continue to grow because that is what it's all about.
Thank you so much. And our last message for everyone is you are all Athenas, and we welcome you to channel that inner goddess in everything that you do.
I would like to invite everyone to check out theathenacircle.com
Just learn more and spend time with these ladies. I feel so cool being around you ladies. Thank you so much. We'll be right back to introduce our next guest.
Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come.
Hello there.
Hello. That was so amazing, ladies. Sitting here watching that. And you know, Alicia and Ava, we all spent time together on that cruise in January. And I never really talked to Dagmar very much about her Athena Circle. So this was such a treat to really learn more about what it is that she's doing. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible that she's creating and she's curated. It's such a community of women to just celebrate, right? To celebrate life, but also have a community and space to be together, to talk, to share, to grow, and to learn together. And Dagmar is such a wonderful being, right?
Oh,
She has
yeah.
such a light, she has such an energy, and she's talked about it before in the past, that she did come from the construction industry, how she was around a lot of males, and how important it was for her to curate a space to uplift and to empower women. And Dagmar, you are such a gem. You are such a light. We appreciate you. You're a big part of a community advocate, and we see you for all that you are doing with women. And to hello, Dagmar.
I'm
You're
gonna
back.
be crying. I am my heart is palpitating with love. Oh, it's also very good for women in a certain age limit to help fan yourself. The beating heart fan.
The beating heart fan. I love it. A beating heart. But that's what it's all about. It's about sharing love, right? The beating heart, sharing love, creating space, enjoying and celebrating. We love to say when we bring a whole bunch of women together, it is a party. It truly is a party. And you are, if it's a party, then Dagmar, you are throwing balls, okay? You know, you are throwing balls. We have
Work hard,
Donna.
play hard.
You know, you are throwing balls. We have Donna Campbell back joining us today. It was also so lovely to be able to spend so much time with you ladies in the seas of the Caribbean on the cruise. It is nice to see you back here together, celebrating in a different way. We are creating our own sun and our own light. But it's just truly amazing to see how all of our stories are unfolding and how they get to unfold together, but also in their own ways. And that's just one of the beauties of life. So, you know, Donna, you were here learning more, experiencing more about the Athena Circle. What are your thoughts?
You know, I have to say, hats off to you, Dagmar, because that's such an amazing community of women from all over the world, not just in the United States. Everyone is all over. And it was so inspiring to see what it really means to each person and their level of dedication and commitment for what you're doing and how you guys are coming together. I mean, dentist chair, hello. I might have like moved a few things around. I don't know if I would have been quite online in that moment, but wow, that is just amazing. And it's really just a testament to what you're doing and to what's coming.
Thank you, Donna. But it's testament to us women on what we can accomplish when we come together and collaborate instead of competing. So one point of the circle is that there is no master, that everyone comes in our unique beauty, wisdom, and experience. And when we recognize that each one of us is powerful, that each one of us can elevate another, our power grows exponentially. And I think that is the true power of any circle. It's power even of the Los Angeles Tribune bringing us together today for her unfolding story. Can I say hats off to the Los Angeles Tribune for creating this community and creating even the concept of women sharing their voices and sharing their passion. It's amazing. And truthfully, the Los Angeles Tribune is the leader of the new consciousness. So I am so impressed with what Mo and Abba and Donna and Sandy and Alicia and everyone in your space is doing to elevate women, but also elevate all people in leadership, because it's time for women and men to come together and arise to the new consciousness as one.
My gosh, I love that. And I just wanted, if I could add on, Dagmar, because Sandra Horton in the comments just said collaboration, not competing. And I know when I first started in the podcasting space, I noticed there was so much of the lack mentality. And when you feel like you're competing or you have competitors, you're coming from a space of lack. And that doesn't serve you, and it's not going to serve your business or anybody else that you come into contact with, because there's an abundance. There's an abundance of, and I remember, Alicia, in Vegas, we were talking, and you were talking about potentially creating a podcast. You're like, well, health and fitness, but there's so many. And I go, Alicia, there's almost 9 billion people on the planet. There's room for you, because, even though I'm just one of dozens of happiness podcasts, some people may not want to listen to my voice. Some people may like somebody, right? So it's just that abundance that I think women, we need more of that. And Dagmar, your Athena Circles seems like that's really what it's portraying, just women coming together and elevating each other and being each other's cheerleaders. And so I really commend you for that. And I'm so grateful for you. I'm going to have to check you out.
Please do. Our doors are always open.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad. I actually was able to join a theater circle at one point. I got to get to go back again. Now, full disclosure, Alicia and I are together still at the venue of the International Impact Book Awards. And so we're navigating our volume on who's going to unmute for us to be able to both speak and not echo. That's how we do it, ladies. But I wanted to really come on and, I wouldn't even say piggyback, but really ride on the fact that we don't compete. As a matter of fact, how I say that is we complete each other, not compete. I'm a big proponent of all of us only carry a part. It's like pieces of the puzzle. And you can only do so much with your pieces of the puzzle, and there would be something missing because someone else carries the other parts of the pieces of the puzzle. So bringing us all together to complete each other and not to compete with each other is really what we're all about at the Los Angeles Tribune. So thank you so much, ladies. We have so many generous women around us. We've had Julianne, who's also had host us. Parisa was here, and we have still Sandy and Donna. Dagmar is here. Who am I missing out of our girls? Rachel Weaver, yes. I know I'm missing someone. And we're going to continue her story unfolding. Sandra was just here, and Dr. Sujata. We have got so many gracious, amazing, completing women. That's the point, is we complete each other. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to give the mic to Alicia to introduce our next guest, because I'm excited for this next portion.
Thank you all for tuning in. If you are just tuning in, welcome to Her Story Unfolding. We're here at the Los Angeles Tribune. We are celebrating, honoring women every day throughout the month of March. Today is our Circle of Remembrance finale, but also kickoff, because moving forward, we will be hosting Her Story Unfolding once a week so we can continue to connect and unite women from all around the world with them sharing their stories. Our next guest that we're so delighted to bring up is Annie Pavzian, and she is a woman who came to the United States. She has such an experience from her childhood that she came into the world with. And we heard earlier on the panel with Athena Circle talking about water, food, movement, and rest. And Annie, I know that you work with individuals with their body, with releasing pain, with thinking about medicine from a holistic experience, and you incorporate movement and understanding self so that you can take care of self and you take that to a whole other level. So thank you so much for joining our stage today. We welcome you. And Annie, would love for you to share more about your story, how you ended up coming to the US, and give an introduction into some of the work that we do. And I'm just really excited for this insightful conversation. And Annie, excited for you to share the really unique but necessary work that you are doing and the awareness that you're creating for individuals to be more self-aware about self and then work from that place instead of trying to do everything else that everyone else does that may not necessarily be the right thing for themselves, for yourself.
Wow, it's such an honor. I mean, yesterday I was listening to all of you ladies, and then today, since you began, I've been on it listening. And honestly, I'm thinking, did I make a mistake asking me to come? Because all these women are doing such amazing stuff around the world. I'm like, they might have made a mistake to invite me, because compared to them, I'm like, well, it's such an honor to be here. I love it. Yes, growing up in Armenia, former Soviet Union, to a dad that was an immigrant Egyptian Armenian, that I often would get teased because his dialect was very different than Armenian dialect. And at summertime, he wore shorts, which was unheard of in the 70s in Armenia, men wearing shorts. So getting teased a lot, but I was a tomboy, so I would unfortunately beat up a lot of boys. Um, right after in 1988, when we had the huge earthquake in Armenia, we lost our home and we lived in our garage. And that was such a turning, kind of completely changed my life, how I look at life. Because for me, it was, as long as I'm healthy, I'm alive, I don't need any materialistic things. I can achieve anything I want. I can have anything I want. I can do anything I want. So right after college, we moved to America with my family. And then a month later, I turned 22. So imagine, not speaking English was not one of my languages that I studied. So not knowing the language, not knowing the culture, coming from completely different cultures, it was, I say my early 20s, kind of a little bit of haze. I don't recall that much. And then also deciding what career path am I going to take, because I just finished college, bachelor's in kinesiology, what's next? But I'm so grateful that throughout, my life, I came from kind of being a strong woman, the black sheep of the family, little hard-headed, wanted to do things my own way. So being a former athlete, knowing that you can get injured and recover from it, pain-free, helping people to live pain-free life, to be their own health advocate was my, that's me. That's what I wanted to do. And I've been on that path since then. So
you have been on that path since then and are doing so much. And you really believe in, and you've shared this with me in the past, but really believe in helping individuals understand themselves, understand their body, so that they can understand how to take care of themselves. Can you please share a little bit about what got you into that type of awareness, almost education, or just bringing that awareness into the minds of individuals, and how you've incorporated that into the work that you're currently doing?
Love to. As I said, I was a former athlete. And one of the reasons I got specialized in pain relief, but incorporating medical massage, functional nutrition, genetic testing and analysis, personalized lifestyle, personalized nutrition. But the deep down, it's because I get so pissed off when I hear people say, oh, my doctor said that pain is normal for your age, or living with pain, those were the cards I was dealt with. Or, I just have to figure it out. Or, after menopause, I can't tell you how many times I hear some of my clients say, as soon as I turn 40 or as soon as I turn 50, the aches and pains started. And that's just an accepted thing, which I completely refuse to accept. So if I can, yes, in my clinic where I see people one-on-one, but in the last couple of years, it's been my passion to actually get out there, be on different podcasts, or anyone would give me a stage and a mic to share and say, you know what, you can be your own health advocate. You know your body, you can sense your body, what's going to work, what's not going to work better than any doctor or anyone else, and make informed decisions. So if I can share a bit of information with you, that would it be a self-help techniques, or would it be how your body reacts to your environment based on your unique genetic makeup? Let's embrace that uniqueness and do things that's going to work for us, and not to take the guessing of, well, today is the keto diet is the popular thing to do, tomorrow is I'm going to be vegetarian, or this worked for my neighbor's cat and maybe I can try that, it will work for me. So
That's so funny that you say that, because so often that's what people do, right? They call it the yo-yo dieting, and they're trying all these different things, and it really is an individual thing. And thank you for what you're doing. I'm curious about how much of what you do works with your client's mindset when it comes to the way they perceive their pain. And I only ask that because I did have there's a very large Facebook group, and it's all about living pain-free with gratitude. And I was, fortunate enough to interview Lauren. I'm going to mispronounce her name, so I'm not even going to try it. I had her on my podcast, and this was a while ago, but it's always been very fascinating to me. I'm fortunate that I don't have anything, physical ailments like that. But how much of the mindset do you work with? And is that really a thing that people need to focus on?
Oh my God, yes. Actually, there are like set of massage therapists that address body pain strictly from the mindset. Besides being a medical massage practitioner and doing with the nutrition and science, but I also went and studied neuro-linguistic programming. The reason I went and studied because I wanted to get rid of my own baggage. But then I thought, this is so amazing. I can completely use this with my clients, and even, changing how they see their pain, or how they take the ownership of pain. It's like, yeah, that let's say your back pain or your neck pain is not who you are. It's just something you have now, and we can get rid of it. So yes, the mindset, the reframing is massive. When I'm working with the clients, a lot of times, I pay attention. I like to use their own words with them because they resonate more. But at the same time is when the client says, oh, I came to you because I have this neck pain. Yeah, I know you want to get rid of the neck pain, but what I want to know, what that neck pain is preventing you from doing. Let's concentrate on that. So, I'm not going to say them, oh, I'm concentrating on your mindset, or I'm doing, no, but indirectly, I'm definitely working on their mindset, how they see themselves. So changing their focus, because in the neuro-linguistic programming, one of the things I've learned that I love is if your pain, let's say 10, yes, you want your pain to go down. You're very motivated. You'll do anything I tell you to do to get that pain from 10 level, like 1 to 10, it's 10. But when your pain goes down to 2 or 3, so does your motivation. Because you can say, oh, I can live with pain 2 or 3. But if I concentrate, what's that pain preventing you from doing? Let's say you're going on a cruise and you want to have fun, or you have your grandchild and you want to throw the ball at them. That motivation will never go away until we reach you to 0 pain. And that's the focus where I work with the mindset with the clients.
I love it. It's so powerful.
Yeah. It really is. And you said something earlier that made me laugh, but I want to bring it back into that conversation for a moment. You said, oh, my neighbor's cat is doing this, so I'm going to try it out too, right? And I chuckled, right? But how many times have we said, oh, someone else is doing this and it worked for them, so I need to do it for myself, not understand what is the place that I'm coming from? What is it that my body needs and needs to understand? And so, Annie, you really do take that kind of customized approach to helping individuals understand what their unique makeup is so that they can understand how to show up and engage and interact with in the world. Because there are so many different ways to approach the results that we are looking for. And it can be very easy to say, well, my brother's friend's friend tried this, it worked for them, I need to try it. And then on the other side, kind of going back to Sandy's question around the mindset, is that, well, if I tried with my brother's friend's sister did and it didn't work for me, then there's something wrong with me that it didn't work, without kind of seeing the other side of maybe it was never meant for you to try because it wasn't meant for you to do, because that's not what your body needs and what your focus needs to be. And so it's very, very interesting. It's very related. But Annie, would love for you to talk more about how you help people kind of understand their own self and then move and speak and coach and work with clients from that perspective.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, because I love doing genetic testing and analysis. As humans, we share 99.9% of the same DNA, all of us. But that 0.1% that makes us different, that's the uniqueness that we need to work with. Because that uniqueness is why, even though I was an athlete all my life, I did races, obstacle course races, 25K trail races. I've never been a skinny person. Genetically, my body, I cannot be size 2. I don't remember ever being size 2 or 6. But knowing that, I can say, okay, this is what works for me, or I can never do cannabis because it will put me into complete paranoia, and I have stories to tell. With just inhaling, not even smoking, not even using. I tried once, I have to be honest. I puked for 2 hours. My friend was calling me Ralph for a month. And then, but with the contact inhalation, I went into complete paranoia. And then when I did my genetic testing, I found out that I cannot do cannabis at all. My body will reject it. But for some people, it's a saving grace for them, that. So knowing your own genetic blueprint will allow you to do things that are specific with you, that you're going to achieve the results, whatever your health journey is, you're going to achieve it so much faster, and you can maintain it, sustain it, because you're using what's specific to you.
That's fascinating and very interesting. And you talked about genetic testing and understanding the makeup, but in the past have also heard you share that there's also an awareness education aspect of the genetic testing and awareness that you want people to be aware about and be conscious when even exploring that kind of realm of self-understanding. Can you speak a little bit about that as well, Annie?
So yeah, the genetic testing, there are so many companies out there. It's such a, up and coming industry that there are hundreds of companies out there offering genetic testing. But what I love to do is, as you mentioned with the educating, is, okay, if I want to do genetic testing, what's the company I want to go with? What am I trying to learn? The most popular ones would be the 23andMe or Ancestry. But what's that going to give me information? But not only that, let's say I go with the company that says going to do my genetic testing. Who is the person that's going to unravel that information? All it is, it's letters and numbers. Who's going to explain that to me and simplify it? So is it some kind of a company that they're just doing my genetic testing so then they can sell me $200-300 a month supplements, or it's someone is going to has the 30 years of expertise in science and nutrition and is trained to simplify, to explain to you that this is how your body reacts to your environment and give you daily simple action steps and not push any supplements. Just whatever, this is the healthy stuff that you should be eating. This is the exercise that's going to work best for you. And this is how your body handles stress. So let's take these action steps.
I love it. I think that's so important to recognize. And you were talking about, again, to what you were just bringing up, Alicia, trying to be vegetarian or this or that. And I know for me, years ago, I wanted to get on that bandwagon. So I was like, I'm going to be vegan, right? So I was a vegan for 2 weeks. That's not sustainable. And then for 6 weeks, I was vegetarian. And at first I had so much energy and I was like, this is amazing. But by the end of the 6 weeks, I was lethargic. My skin color started to look bad. And I had this book that just talks about a healthy way of eating. And it talked about your blood type. And this was before DNA testing was really available at all. And I learned that with my blood type, I need animal protein every single day. And ever since then, I make sure I have protein every day and I'm fine and it doesn't affect me. And it just speaks to how we are so different and you can't just jump on the latest fad. And the same with, just circle back to what you do with alleviating pain. Not every modality is going to work on each person either. So I'm curious because I did, as I've aged, I have a little bit of arthritis. And I did a couple of sessions of red light therapy and it completely helped. What are your thoughts on some of these more, not so traditional red light therapy, oxygen therapy, cryotherapy? Like, what are your thoughts on all of those things? Even if it's just for recovery purposes, it may not be for, help after surgery, but what are your thoughts on those?
Oh, you're talking my language. I love anything that's non-traditional. Red light therapy. Actually, I have it right here. My red light heating pads that I absolutely love. In my clinic, I do use cold laser machine, which is a red light, infrared, and even blue light, which works on certain wounds and things like that. In our clinic, we also have a pulsed electromagnetic therapy, PMF therapy, which has so many, healing capabilities, restoring our own bodies, healing, because our body is designed, if we give the right circumstances, it would heal itself. So all the stuff, the red light therapy, cold lasers, PMF, all those will give our body the opportunity to heal itself. Sometimes with my clients, if I look at their MRI report and it says they have a, let's say, labrum tear in few places, well, as good as I am, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to heal that. So I will send my client to reputable doctors to do either PRP or to stem cell injections, because that's going to become a regular norm of medicine approach to pain, to healing our bodies, to restoring what we done, throughout, like in our 60s, 70s, that we were an athlete, we abused our bodies for years, things break down, there is a wear and tear. But these practices will allow us to heal faster, to restore. So
it's interesting. Oh, sorry, Alicia. I'm a retired professional athlete as well, Annie. So you're speaking my language here. One of the things that I wanted to just emphasize, and now I'm completely losing my train of thought because we started talking over one another. Oh, okay. I got it now. It just came back. So I was having some back pain because I was a figure skater and did a lot of falls. And so I naturally had, and I'm fine now because I went through chiropractic care, a lot of deep tissue massage therapy. And I want to get to you or Janet Jackson's massage therapist. I think that is the most coolest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, so we need to talk about that. That's the point I was going to bring up next, actually.
Oh, yeah. But the
Right
massage
on.
therapy, the deep tissue massage therapy really helped me. And I went to the doctor and I really wanted him to tell me, you know what, you have to stop running, because I was running marathons at the time. And I wanted him to tell me, you can't do this anymore. And he goes, Sandy, your spine is so strong because you're an athlete and because you're out there and you're continuing to do what is perfect for you. Not everybody can be a runner. It's a perfect thing for my body. And so when it comes to the little nitty gritty like that, does the genetic testing really show some of those things? Or how do you figure out that, you know, my body is good for, you know, yoga, running, and, you know, light weights, but Jane over here, running is the worst possible thing she should be doing? Like, how do you dive into that part?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that. Yes, actually, the genetic testing, it will show you, first of all, it will show you genetically what's your baseline of being a good athlete. You know, we always hear you say, oh, he's a gifted athlete. Yes, when I look some of those, like when I look at my own genetic, I played so many different sports. I ended up playing volleyball as a professional athlete for Armenian national team for 5 years. But, you know, I can see in my genetic report, like genetically, I'm gifted in sports. But also you can see what type of sports are good for you. Are you, you know, power athlete? Is you have genes that you can, you know, be really good at power type of sports, or you can be an ultra marathoner. Or how fast does your body recover? Because knowing that if I see someone that their body does not recover fast enough and they're doing everyday high intensity exercise, well, they think they're doing something positive for their body, but in actuality, they're damaging, they're breaking down their body, they're putting more low grade inflammation or oxidative stress onto their body, which is, you know, acts negatively, then you think you're doing something positive. So yes, with genetic testing, you can absolutely see that and create something that is unique specifically for you. Yes.
Yeah. And I love this conversation because it really is about understanding that there are so many different ways to ultimately learn more about yourself, and understanding that, you know, in a world when everyone is telling you what to do can only happen when you know yourself, right? You know, like it's so critical to understand and know yourself. And, you know, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we don't give out medical advice, but we encourage people to learn more, inquire more about different modalities, inquire more about different ways to understand more about who you are in your life and in your business. And, you know, when it comes to genetic testing, there are so many companies out there. And I love what Annie was sharing earlier, which is the fact that it's important to understand the type of company that you're working with, what they're doing with the data that you are giving them and they are bringing back to you. And are they sharing it and are they not? And, you know, what that exchange looks like as well. But this is it's such an important conversation around really taking the time before we act to understand who we are in the inside, right? Because what works for someone else may not work for you, and that's okay. And also understanding from a mindset perspective that it is okay, because we are all uniquely different. We all are created differently. Even if, you know, we may have similarities with other people, we are created differently. How we react and respond to whatever it is that we are experiencing in life is created differently. So if we can take the time to understand and go within, whether it's going into our mind, going into our conscious or subconscious, going into how our body is composed, we can move in this world so much more differently because we have that understanding of who we are on the inside versus feeling like we need to understand who we are based on what everyone else on the outside is trying to tell us. And that is huge, you know? And so Annie, I mean, I would be remiss if we did not ask you this. Sandy kind of gave the audience a glimpse, but no, I love that. I love that. You have gone on tour with Janet Jackson. Would love for you to share more about your experiences going on tour, but also how you take that holistic perspective to massage therapy and the therapy work that you do, and how that has kind of continued with the work that you're doing right now.
Oh my God, I still can't believe that I was chosen to go on a tour with her as her massage therapist. And this was just like a few years that I was in America. I was working at the chiropractor office, and one of his clients was, I knew she was a dancer, but I had no idea what caliber dancer she was, which turned out to be Janet Jackson's choreographer, Tina Landon, who I worked with. And then one day I get a call from someone, says, Tina referred us to you. We need you to go to Malibu. This is the address, but there is no number on a house. So if you see this address and this address, between those two addresses, there's a White House with no address. And I'm thinking, okay, but it's from Tina, so I trust her, so I'm gonna go. So I went there, and then they showed me the room. I set up everything, and then this like a petite little thing comes with a soft spoken, and in my head I'm thinking, this is Janet Jackson, And then after working on her for a while, and then I was asked if I would go on a tour with her. Mind you, at the time I wasn't a citizen of any country, because when my family we moved, I was a Soviet Union citizen. But a month later, Soviet Union collapsed. So even though I had my green card, but I had no citizenship of any country. So they had to get this white passport for me and visa for every country I went to go on to be able to travel with her. And at the time, I was a massage therapist and not like nutritionist, and genetic testing came later on, because as I was thinking, like sometimes we see body pain, but that could be because of, let's say you have chronic constipation, or you have digestive issues, which can manifest to be a body pain, joint pain, or, so then I'm like, okay, I guess I need to go to study nutrition, and then genetic testing, which is like, it's so amazing. But that's how it became. And I still cannot believe that. Yes, I worked, I toured with Janet Jackson, but I also worked on, let's say, Shakira and Guillermo del Toro, the gentleman, the amazing directors. But I was like, I'm so lucky. And just sometimes I have to pinch myself that I'm able to, work with these people that they think I'm really good at what I do. So this is so cool,
Because you are. And like we were saying earlier, like Dagmar was saying earlier, there are no mistakes. There are no mistakes as to why you're here. There's no mistakes to why you've been able to have the career and life that you've had, because you are you. And you could tell it comes from a passion and understanding of self first, and then understanding of how you want to show up in the world. And, Annie, I really enjoyed this conversation. I'm going to ask Sandy to share how she's felt. I'm also going to invite Donna Campbell, who I know has been here, to come chat with us, and also Dagmar, because know that Donna and Dagmar, you do a lot of work with individuals to help understand themselves from a different perspective, from a more spiritual perspective, from a different type of divine perspective, but it all contributes to helping people understand who they are so they can show up in the world fully as themselves. So would love for you to join in on this discussion that we've been having with Annie and Sandy. Hi, Dagmar. Hi, Donna.
Hello. I have to say, from a spiritual perspective, that's one slice of the pie, because you also have to look at health. You have to look at the physical body. Yes, the genetics, all of the different pieces, because when you look at the whole thing, it gives you a whole complete story. And oftentimes there's a vitamin or a mineral for everything that the body needs. And I'm so fascinated with genetic testing. I'm one of those that I do have my report. I don't know how to read it. So I'm reaching out to you, because listening to this discussion backstage has only spawned about 73 more questions for me. So I'm so fascinated by this topic. So thank you so much for being here and sharing. I reached out to you on Facebook because I'm going to ask all of those questions. But it's a full circle moment with everything that you do, Annie. So thank you.
And I absolutely love this conversation because I believe there is no such thing as spirituality versus mentality versus body. It is all combined. And when Sandy was talking about vegetarian diet not working for her, I actually had the similar experience. For 4 years, I became an overnight vegetarian and then overnight went back to eating meat. And what I realized is that as we go through life, setting past lives or setting consciousness within you gets activated. And when that portion of your awareness comes to the forefront, your body has different needs. It needs the physical infrastructure to support what the consciousness is pursuing. So for me, for those of you watching us who believe in incarnations, you can take it as such or simply look at it as different aspects of your psyche being activated. So for me, that vegetarian phase was activating the part of the past life when I lived in India. And once I processed all the information and activated within my genetics, within my DNA, I moved on to another consciousness, and that one required more of the meat support. So tuning into your body and working with that consciousness, knowing that it's got innate wisdom that goes beyond the comprehension of just our brain, is priceless. And I really commend you, Annie, for the work that you do and for raising awareness on how to work with our body consciousness.
Thank you. It's such an honor to hear that, because sometimes, especially like I say, I'm a one pony show. Sometimes I just don't recognize that because people see it differently from outside than I'm within, and I just don't see it. So hearing you ladies, it's like, okay, I'm on the right path. Like, I'm there.
You are, of course.
You've been on the right path. Yeah, and just lastly, I'll say, Annie, I think the work that you're doing is absolutely incredible. I definitely would love to have you on my podcast. It's right up our alley, what my audience is looking to hear. And thank you for what you're doing. It's absolutely incredible.
Thank you so much, ladies. And it was such an honor to be here to share the stage with you. And the amazing work the Los Angeles Tribune is doing and all the other contributors. It's been absolute honor. And Sandy, I would be so happy to be on your stage. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie, for joining us today. I will be on the here out for when you join Sandy's podcast. Instead of the look out, the here out. But the work that you're doing, the awareness that you're creating, and just the remembrance of when things in life are not working for us, remembering that it's not always that there's something wrong with us. It's not us. It can often be what it is that we're trying to do. Like Dagmar, I enjoy eating vegetarian food, but I always called myself plant-based conscious because I could tell that my body needed other types of food too, especially because I have a lot of allergies. But it was just having an awareness that I had lots of choices and options about how I wanted to eat, that I also had to listen to my own body in terms of what it's telling me its need. Like there's intermittent fasting, keto. Do you intermittent fast? No, I eat when I'm hungry. And I remember that I need to eat, right? It is not, I'm just listening to myself. It is not any rhyme or reason aside from what my body is telling me that it needs. And so I just think it's an interesting conversation. Like Donna was saying, there's so many, we are so much, there's so many different aspects of us: physical, spiritual, emotional, our makeup, right? And there are so many aspects, and it's just having that awareness, understand that what makes us is vast and is large, and just having that awareness that there are different
opportunities and experiences that we can have. And there's so many modalities that you can experience for whatever facet of life it is that you are trying to understand and face. But it's just having that awareness that it's okay to try things out. It's okay to figure yourself out along the journey, and then find the tools, the resources, the awareness creation spaces where you can learn more. But the more we know ourselves, the more we can move in this life as ourselves, but also treat ourselves with care, because we're giving ourselves the right type of care. Thank you, Annie. So Annie, we will see you soon. We will definitely see you next time. We appreciate you joining today.
Yes, and just know I did reach out to you on Facebook, so I'm going to connect with you after.
Yes,
Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies. It was an honor. Bye.
Learning, understanding, collaboration, partnership. That is what it has all been about. Sandy, Dagmar, Donna, I know you shared a little bit already, but please continue to share thoughts on what that conversation was like, that insightful discussion with Annie. Sandy, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, I'll go first because I'm on the East Coast, and so I need to step away and take care of family. Dinner time for me. But yeah, this has just been amazing, and thankfully I was able to pull up her website really quickly because I was not sure who it was that I was going to be talking with, and just absolutely incredible, and the knowledge that this woman has, and the fact that she's been an athlete herself has, she really knows what she's doing. And we really need that piece, that missing piece of the genetic part. And while I've done some genetic testing, and I was one that did the genetic testing and was subscribed to a bunch of supplements that I've never taken. I'll have to reach out to Annie and be like, okay, what's next? What's the real thing? Because that's not what I'm interested in. Okay, take these 15 pills in the morning and 15 pills. Like, no, that's not my jam. So, but thank you, Alicia, Donna, Dagmar, to Ava and Mo at the Tribune. Thank you so much for holding the space for everybody. And I'm just so grateful to have a small part in this today. Thank you.
We appreciate you joining, hosting, being a part of the discussion. We will see you soon, Sandy.
Wow, what a powerful conversation on wellness and being in charge. Alicia, you said something really beautiful. You said we need to tune into our own bodies and to what works for us. And I think that often, again, we disempower ourselves by validating everyone else's concept of what's good for us. Speaking of intuition, I use intuition to even take care of my body. There are supplements that we can walk into the store, look at, and hold next to our body and simply feel or ask ourselves a question. Is this supplement good for me or not? And if your body leans forward, usually that means go into it. And if you lean back, that means probably not for you. It's not that the supplement is wrong, but your body has unique biochemical composition where something resonates and something doesn't. So I've actually been using this and other techniques to truly tune into my body and work with it. So what do you do, Donna? Because I know you are super awesomely intuitive yourself.
Yeah, I do a lot of different things. And like I said, I already have my genetic testing. I can't methylate B vitamins. There's a lot of different things. And like here's, and what Sandy was talking about, here's 50 more supplements to take. And some of it works and some of it doesn't. So that's why I wanted to connect with Ani a little bit personally there, because I want to dial that in right for me. But there are so many different aspects, and physical health is just one aspect of it. Spiritual health is another aspect of it as well. There's spiritual wealth, and it all goes together. It really, really does. And I love to be proactive a lot in my own life to take a look at. Don't go to the doctor when you get sick, but if you're proactive and you're doing everything, then the sickness doesn't come. And so that's why I find that whole last discussion truly, truly amazing. And I just loved everything that was being talked about there. as well. But what I want to do here, Dagmar, is shift the conversation a little bit, because you and I, as we've gotten to know each other, we play in some of the same realms with how it works with money and abundance and finances. And I wanted to tap into that a little bit with you and talk about the spiritual wealth or abundance categories here as we move on. Because there is so much information also in that arena that sometimes I think people go, well, this person says this person says this person tells me to do that. But you and I both know that if we're not in alignment with who we are on the inside, the things that we do on the outside might not be in alignment with that. It's like the food, you learn from the body. I do okay as a vegetarian, but I do better if I have a little bit of animal protein. So it's the same philosophy is if you're not in alignment with who you are on the inside, then these types of things that we do with our money on the outside might not come back and be in alignment. So I want to get your perspective on that.
Donna, the hardest part for a lot of people to understand is that we cannot outperform our vibration. I know people say outperform our identity or perception, but really it boils down to what we believe we can and the essence that we are actually resonating with, because there is such thing as law of attraction. And if you learn new techniques or strategies to create money, but you are not resonating with that, if there is no congruence between who you are and what you want, then unfortunately what you want always remains outside of your fingertips. So to bring it down into a simple example, if you say, I want to create $1 million business, but you yourself, and I'm not talking about you, Donna, but I'm saying in general, if the person does not resonate with the $1 million, if that person has unconscious fears around $1 million, then they are resonating out the fear instead of the magnetic attraction to that vision that they hold. And I think that's the part that's always the hardest to hone in and understand, that I have to be the vibrational match for that which I want to attract into my life. So you have to feel like, you have to act, you have to be the millionaire that you wish to be in order for that to materialize in your life.
And I agree with you there. And 100%, because you are in a vibrational energy and you attract that from the outside to the vibrational energy that you're in. And there's two things that I want to highlight that are through the Los Angeles Tribune as well. The first that I'm going to share here is that, and I love that you mentioned the law of attraction, but the very first thing that I want to talk about here is the abundant soul. And this is a book that is just now being released that I authored. It's actually available, but the big release will come out the first part of April. And it's about creating inner wisdom for financial success. Now, this is a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling book that is coming out. And Bob Doyle, who was featured on The Secret, actually generously wrote our foreword for this book as well. And it's all about aligning that inner abundance to the outer abundance that we have and that we want. So I wanted to share and highlight that there just for a quick minute, because I know at the Los Angeles Tribune, there's a lot of different people, as we have our book publishing division, that you can become a bestseller in many different ways with different credentials. And it has a whole different set of meanings. So I definitely wanted to share that with everybody.
Well, Donna, congratulations. So pop the book again, because first may I say, what a amazing title. I am drawn in right away. So can you give us 3 points that you share in your book to put us into that state of abundance? Because now I'm sitting on pins and needles and I need that book. So you're the shortcut to get it.
The shortcut. So really, it's all about, we've all, especially, and it's written for women, we've all been in the corporate world in some way, shape, or form or another, in the bustling cities. And we don't necessarily always take time for ourselves until we have that breaking moment, that breaking point. And all of us, as I've seen over the last 20 years have gone through something like that. And then we try to get ahead and we try to get more money, or we try to get things sorted out. But then we have these fears that creep in. We have these doubts that come up. We have imposter syndrome and the who am I? And so this book here follows the pathway of the main character named Crystal, who really started understanding that these emotions were inside of her and not outside of her. And so as she started shifting what was on the inside of her through the different people that she met, through a retreat she attended, then things started to shift and change in her life. And so some of the key principles are really about how happiness is on the inside, how abundance is your inner wealth on the inside that can be outwardly expressed. There's 4 sides to a quarter, and money is emotional. So formerly, I was a financial advisor and a managing principal of an investment firm. And we would say things like, here is your net worth, your portfolio value is, your assets appreciated. But that's exactly what we describe ourselves on a soul level. And when we talk about the things that we needed when we were a child, here is, I just wanted to know that I was worthy and that I was appreciated. I wanted to be valued as a child. I wasn't heard. I wanted to feel love. And in the financial planning world, we'll say things like, do you have enough money to fund your goal over here? And if you didn't feel like you were enough on the inside, you didn't have enough on the outside. And so this book is really a story that was written to uncover the pathway to really get good and grounded so you can express all of your abundance everywhere. I'll tell you my favorite chapters are 19 and 20, but they're the end of the book, so don't skip ahead.
You're keeping us on edge here, because now I have to know what's in 19 and 20. Come on, give me a short preview. Don't tease me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And yes, there is a cliffhanger. There are more books coming with it, but it's really about unfolding your own pathway to become a master of your own destiny. And so I'm just honored that it's also a critically acclaimed Los Angeles Tribune bestseller, and that we have the support of Mo Rock, the CEO of Ava, of the editor-in-chief of Alicia, who is the business strategist to allow us to have voices and to invite others to also be a part of. And so if you have a book out there, reach out, because we want to hear your story in writing too. Ava, you popped on here, but
Absolutely. Yes. Oh, I am so excited. I have to jump on in here. You know, we are thrilled. Congratulations, Donna, for being a critically acclaimed best-selling author of the Los Angeles Tribune. It is something that we hold highly. We invite authors to apply for the critically acclaimed best-selling author position. We do have a application process that we look at. Our editorial team looks at whether the contents are culturally relevant or that they're impactful. You know, Los Angeles Tribune is all about impact. So it's a beautiful opportunity to not be about book sales, because we know how book sales can be rigged now with putting books for free for the first 3 days and, you know, inviting everyone to just download it. But really, you know, the impact, the heart, you know, the cultural relevance of a book is, you know, what we're about in the Los Angeles Tribune. So we're excited that that your book is definitely one that we recommend at the Los Angeles Tribune for people to watch. And thank you for giving us a runway as an opportunity to invite authors out there.
Invite everyone.
Who have given their hearts and their souls, you know, to writing their book. You know, it's one thing if people are just writing it as an ebook to be able to give it as a, you know, free giveaway for people to sign up on their coaching. You don't have to apply. But if it's a message that you really is your life message that you've held dearly, that you've put your heart and soul on, we'd love to be able to honor that and, you know, and amplify that voice. So Donna, I'm excited that your book is out. What does it feel like to have your book? How long did it take you? I would love for you to also share a little bit of how your writing process is, and also give credit to whom credit is due, right? We've got people that support us in the writing and, you know, and different things like that. So what was the writing like for you, and who are the people that you'd like to acknowledge in that process?
You know, I write on a regular basis. I write sometimes for the Los Angeles Tribune. Yes, I wrote a book. I write for 2 magazines. I write blogs. I write other articles. So I write as part of my profession. So writing comes very, very easily for me. But one of the fun things about The Abundant Soul was I got to learn some new tools along the way. And so it really took me about 6 to 8 weeks to put this entire book together, but I had it outlined from before. I did take my time and outline all my characters, my storyline, what I wanted it to do. Because when you do the pre-research with that first, the writing process becomes much easier. So when they say it only took you 6 to 8 weeks to write a book, well, yes, but you didn't see the other 3 or 4 weeks before that, sitting down every single day, running my ideas through different people, clients, because I really wanted every person with this particular book to resonate to one of the characters in the book. And so what's been fun is now when people read, they definitely go, oh, I resonated with this character. But the people that have helped and assisted along the way, I'm going to say right up front, Mo Rock was one of the inspirations that I had in putting this together, because early on, about a year and a half before I started putting this particular book together, he offered his wisdom and his guidance, and I took it and I ran with it. I'm like, okay, he said to do this, we're going to do this next. And so that was part of the process there. And the other person that I really truly wanted to acknowledge, who showed me a different pathway with some of the different tools to use, especially in today's literary time, is Ernesto Verdugo. And with his guidance and his support there as well, this book was very, very easily written. So those are the 2 main people that came through that really, really stood out to me, credit-wise, recommendation-wise, to help put that together. And then all the people that had a hand in putting this book together, you're acknowledged in the acknowledgement section at the front of the book. So thank you. And Alicia, yes.
Hello there. Yes, I am back. And that's so wonderful, Donna, sharing your perspective. And, so many people have stories within them. And it's so beautiful when your creativity, your thoughts can be captured on the page and shared with the world, because you never know what impact it's going to have. Ava and I are currently in Phoenix right now. My background at the lovely hotel that we are staying at today. Ava is also right here with me today. And we are at the International Impact Book Awards. That the experience was curated by Nimsday, and you've probably heard us speak about it before. But as the authors were coming up on stage to share their reflections and perspective on the fact that they were recognized and they won an award, you could hear people feeling and sharing the same intimate sentiment. If my book can just have impact on one person, it can shift them in some way, whether it's allowing their creativity to soar and take them to an imaginary land where they can just figure out what is going on, whether it's teaching them or showing them a perspective on a healing journey so that they can, one, express what their journey has been like, but then also to help shed light on experiences that others may be experiencing. I mean, we heard it this morning from Suzanne Smart about her experience with the relationships that she was in that were so toxic and so negative, and people around her had no idea. And so many people reached out to her to say, that was my story. Yes. That was my story. That was my experience. And, you are helping me feel not alone in this world. I'm having a voice. And so books, they change lives. And so many people have written so many books along the years. Books date back to, beyond the ages, but the ability to share your story and share your creativity through story, through book writing, and then be able to share that with the world is something that is so beautiful. And, if you've been tuning into HerStory Unfolding, you'll know that we not only have been celebrating women and hearing their stories here through the broadcast, but Ava and I have been outside in the community. We have been traveling. We have been showing up to support. A couple weeks back, we had the opportunity to go to the NAACP Image Awards and speak with women that were experiencing the awards ceremony together and coming in celebration. And so I would love to share 2 interviews that we had, 2 thoughtful discussions that we had with individuals that we had the opportunity to speak with during the Image Awards that are both, one is a published author and one has been writing a book for over 20 years. And I'm going to let her thoughts kind of share what that experience has been like. You may have heard the book called You're Gonna Need More Wine, but would love to play the interview that we did with Gabrielle Wade Union for you all to hear more about her perspectives on balance as she's navigating being an entrepreneur, an author, an advocate, a mom, and how she chooses to take care of herself, like we've been talking about wellness here. So I'm going to transition us to play Gabrielle Union Wade's clip.
My name is Alicia Magnus Lewis. I'm here with the Los Angeles Tribute, and I have the beautiful pleasure of standing here with Miss Gabrielle Union. Gabrielle, you do so much. You are a mom, you are an entrepreneur with your hair products, you are an actress, and you are so phenomenal with all that you do. I know that the Oscars were this weekend. Now we're here at the 55th annual NAACP Image Awards. What are some of the things that you do to pour into you so that Gabrielle can keep going, so that she can keep smiling, being as beautiful as you are?
Therapy first and foremost. I have a Black female therapist for the last 25 years, and like a huge part of what allows me to do what I do, I work out, and I put family first. Like that's they're my foundation, they're my core. So I got to make sure that they're good. My inner life is peaceful, and my outer life is peaceful. My body, my shell.
That's amazing, because it all starts within, right? You know, it's really important. It is March. It is Women's History Month. What would you want little girls, young children out there to be aware about as they're trying to figure out who they are in this world, and as they create their own histories and their own lives as they get to live them every day?
That it's okay to make mistakes, that you don't have to be perfect, that you have the ability to change your mind, that you have the ability to pivot at any point, that evolution is always possible, and you should never be defined by yesterday's mistake.
That is such a powerful message. Sometimes we feel like we need to know, and we don't need to know. We don't. So it is beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. I see you have Dwayne Wade here with you as well. Listen, but you are enjoying your night. Hopefully, I hope that you both have a wonderful evening together and you get to enjoy your night.
As you can see, we are live. I am short. Gabrielle Union is tall, and this is live. We give ourselves grace, and I give myself the grace that I put the video where she was cut off instead of the one where she was not. But Gabrielle Union Wade shared so much insight and wisdom about how important it is to pour into self. There are so many activities that we can get involved in that pull us in all of these different directions, and just continuing on that conversation that we had with Annie about how do you know yourself, but also how do you pour into yourself? How do you take care of yourself in the midst of all that you have going on, and then giving yourself space to have that grace, like I am giving myself right now with the video edit that was just played. But Donna, Dagmar, would love to hear more on your reflections on Gabrielle's message. It is about the message and not always about the visual. So would love to hear more from you.
Well, Alicia, first of all, what matters is that her voice came through. And I absolutely loved when she said it's okay to evolve. Yesterday's mistakes don't define you today, because we do need to give ourselves some grace. All the mistakes, perceived or real, have brought us to this moment. So I love that part of her message. So empowering.
Absolutely. And I'm going to agree with Dagmar, because that has been, the grace has been a theme throughout all of today. No shame, but having and embracing that grace. And we've heard it from the very beginning of today throughout. So of course we give you the grace. I totally understand. And I just think her message was so incredibly beautiful and right in alignment with for today.
Thank you. And as we said, we're still in an event location, as witnessed by the water station.
Stay hydrated.
Event location. So, but we are coming together just because who we're bringing up next is very, 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 very special. There's a lot of varies. And people who really put not just their words and their time into something they believe really are, very instrumental, but even more so when we put our funds where we believe. And who we're bringing up next is the co-executive producer of HerStory Unfolding, making all of the coming together possible, Dr. Emily Litran. Dr. Emily, thank you for being the sponsor of HerStory Unfolding and also being the co-executive producer of the show. So thank you. Welcome. Can you hear us, Dr. Emily? You're muted at the moment.
Dr. Emily, you're on mute. Can you take yourself off mute? Okay, we'll give Dr. Emily a moment. So Dr. Emily, she is the co-executive producer of HerStory Unfolding. You've seen her as a guest on HerStory Unfolding, and she is a woman that truly does it all. Like Gabrielle, who is an entrepreneur, an author, a speaker, an advocate. Dr. Emily, she is a dentist. She's owned multiple dental practices. She is the co-executive producer of A Fragile Flower, a film that just came out just this weekend, Easter weekend, that is the first Vietnamese film ever to be shot 100% in the United States. And it was a collaboration experience led by so many women, the producer, the director, the editor, the writer of the film, all women. And so what a powerful experience that Dr. Emily was a critical part of. She has been a guest on our show multiple times, and we really want to just acknowledge you, Dr. Emily, for all that you do, and acknowledge you for finding balance in your life. I know I've asked you before, you literally do it all. Where do you find the time? And you still find the time to be there home with your family, cooking meals, cooking dinner, showing up, traveling, speaking. You truly do so much. And we appreciate you for your contributions, Dr. Emily. And we will ask you to come back on stage when you are able to get your sound going. As we've mentioned, this is live. You are seeing us live with all that technology has to offer.
And Dagmar, this is powerful because you asked this question earlier. You said you got to go to like the what is it, like the Imperfection Anonymous? Was that the
Yeah, but we're starting a new circle for perfection.
So here's the one thing. Here's the one thing. And Alicia knows this. I always tell Alicia, I'm a proponent of imperfection. There are a lot of things that we could do, really polished in the Los Angeles Tribune, but I prefer to be the permission to do things perfect. I was telling, even like if you've seen my broadcast where I'm alone and I'm doing the co-producer myself, I could easily, my husband is trained to co-produce we've got staff that could co-produce, but I prefer to show the raw and the imperfection of how to do it less than perfect, because I want it to be that permission for others to be able to step into the greatness, knowing that it doesn't have to look like someone's, Z when you're starting at an A, right? Or someone's level 20 that they built the capacity to build when you're starting at level 1. I mean, everybody has to start somewhere, right? Like otherwise it's not starting, right? But you've got to start somewhere. And so talk about imperfections. We've mastered it here in the Los Angeles Tribune. And with that, Dr. Emily, welcome to HerStory Unfolding, the grand finale and the kickoff. I don't think Dr. Emily has heard the news yet.
Well, thank you so much. I am sorry. Of course, I'm using my Mac that I'm not used to. And I went on I saw you guys on screen, and the next thing I know, I don't know, it just disappeared. I'm trying to find the screen, but thank you so much for putting in so much work and effort and hosting and gathering all the guests. Hi, Donna. Hi, Dagmar. It's my absolute honor every time I come on here and and get to be considered an expert, right? And when I was first working with my mom, Sharon Lecter, she would say, "Hey, whenever people start asking you for your opinion, you got important," right? and I and it is so it's such a humbling experience to be able to come on and share, and it's really sharing the knowledge that I have learned from giants in the industry, in the world of business, and now, I've recently been exposed to the world of entertainment. Um, and of course, I'm already in my own industry, the dental industry. So I'm so glad to be able to be on here and share some insights and thoughts.
I would like to give the mic to Donna and Dagmar to react to Dr. Emily.
What's up, Donna?
Dr. Emily, you have done so much in your life, so much in your career, and just seeing you even speak from stage, sharing your story, where you came from to where you are today, really is an embodiment and an empowerment, not just to you, but to all women, because of how your life story was and how it unfolded. And I have to say, I'm totally in awe of what you've been able to do and your accomplishments, because I think I can do a lot, but then it's like, whoa, wow, you're like one powerful lady. So thank you for all the things that you do.
Thank you so much. And then it's nice to know you since before we were famous, let's put it that way, and and sharing the journey with you.
Yes. Dagmar,
And,
thoughts?
and Dr. Emily, I just want to say that I've seen you in many places now, speaking and sharing your knowledge. And what I love about you is the humbleness that you bring with you. You are like this quiet river that can erase the rocks of obstacles and challenges. And that energy just emanates out of you that makes us feel so comfortable around you, and to really learn from your wisdom that you accumulated. So I just wanted to share that because I literally melt in your energy field. It feels so nice and soft, and yet so supportive, nurturing, and powerful in its own way.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't think I've been called a river before, but I will take that one.
Well, it's a saying in Poland that the river might look gentle and therefore non-threatening, but it really, when you look at this, river chooses its path. It chooses where it will flow, and if it has to remove the obstacles along the way, it will. So to us, it's a compliment to be called a river, because that means that you have a soft power, but you choose your path and you show others how to step into their possibilities and into the world of opportunity for where they want to go. So there is an explanation.
I was just messing around. I was just messing around. In Vietnamese, we actually have the same saying.
Really?
Yes, we have the same saying that say, "The water will erase the rocks."
There you go. So
kind of
we're
like a
so
literal
sisters.
translation. Yes, we have. So I knew exactly what you were saying. I was just messing around.
Emily, really quickly, because I do want to hear your insight and your wisdom and everything. Can you share with us a really quick journey of where you came from to where you are now, and some of those key points of wisdom and insight that you received along the way?
Yes, so you can go on Amazon and buy my book. And no, I'm just kidding. This is what happened when you know someone for a while, and you can kid around. But yes, I was actually born in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, and in 1981, my aunt took 6 of us kids and escaped on a journey. So we were one of those boat people, and we came to the U.S. in 1981 as refugee, and maybe Dagmar may have the same experience coming to a country as a refugee. So we went through a lot of challenges, and we have to learn the language, we have to learn the culture. And for me, and I think one of the reasons why I stay humble and I want to be humble is because there was that period of time when you don't have anything and you receive a lot, and you just kind of watch everybody and you know that you start from the bottom. So the only way to go is up, and getting, always trying to learn because everything was new. And I think from there, I just became a student. When I get into my business, I know, okay, how come I know this five parts and I don't know the other new five things? And so it's always about learning, incorporating ideas. And when I got into the world of personal development by accidentally picking up the book Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. So then I read that book and I went to the back of the book and I'm reading all the references. And then my journey just led me to meeting, uh, business giants like Sharon Lecter, Bob Proctor, Mark Victor Hansen, and many, many other names. Uh, I'm currently working with Brendon Bouchard. I'm one of the high performance coach. So I see the journey as learning and teaching, right? What is that saying? Learn one, do one, teach one, something along that line. And I think that is very true. And I'm blessed because I think that came from my parents. Both of my parents were teachers. And, to always have that drive to say to yourself, I know this knowledge and it's interesting and it's good and I want to share, right? And if other people don't learn, then you kind of push them a little bit, which is what what a teacher do, and then that's what a coach does. So that's my journey coming from a third world country, a communist country, going through all the challenges, and sometimes getting very frustrated when people don't do things. They give excuses. They tell you some other story. They're not being authentic, meaning they don't deal with themselves, right? Because we got to deal with ourselves first. That story unfolding is your own story. And sometimes as we talking to other people, we discover that we're unfolding our own story that sometimes we don't even think about. Alicia is laughing because we did this a couple was last week, I think, where all of a sudden there were five of us women and we were just all crying because the story which is actually unfolding right in front of us as we talk. So um, I always think that this is a great platform of the many platforms that the Los Angeles Tribune give to us women as a group, and also to the to the bigger audience where we have that opportunity to share and learn with each other.
I love your story, your immigrant story, because I also come from an ex-communist country.
Yes.
And I think often when we go to a new environment, we try harder than anyone else. I really believe that immigrants will work 3 times more to accomplish the same because we have to learn the culture, we have to learn the language, and we really have an opportunity to share the sweat, the effort that it took to reach certain level of success. So I just want to say I commend you for everything that you've accomplished and that you are so humble about it. Because again, I know what it feels like to show up in this country and not understand a single word, work for free, $1 an hour in a dry cleaners, for 12 hours on my feet with no AC because it was broken. And these are the stories that we rarely get to share because all people in school now. But it's inside us. And I think that's what gives us this power, this drive to move forward and to really exceed the circumstances that we are thrown into.
Yes, I think as I come into this world of personal growth and coaching and consulting, and then because I used to think, this is my story. I don't know how many more Vietnamese. I mean, there are a lot of us here, and we all have the same story. Actually, our greeting when I see somebody about my age would be first, when did you come here? And the second question is which refugee camp, right? Because we all have the same journey. But to have the courage, if you wanted to share that, to stand out for who you are, right? I think it gives a meaning of empowerment, not just to your children, the younger generation, but also to the outside community. Because we don't want everybody to say, you're Vietnamese, you're in the nail industry, and then if you're Filipino, you're nurses. That kind of stereotype that is sometimes very common with immigrants or refugees, because that might be the easiest way to get into the community, right? To start a business, but definitely that is not where we stop. That's not where we end.
And look how much you've accomplished. So, what a pleasure
Thank you.
to come here and hear your story, all of it from the beginning up to this point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's truly powerful, Dr. Emily. And just in a little bit, we have another guest who has come into the US. She lived in China, she's moved to the US, and she's all about creating pathways and awareness for the women in her own home country, but also here as well. And just a truly inspirational woman that has gone through so many challenges from where she comes from, Sierra Leone, but is doing so much and is using her voice. And she will be joining us in a moment. She is facing a technical difficulty, but it's such an experience. It's such an experience when you can take whatever your experience was and grow and flourish and create community. And Dr. Emily, that is what you do. Dagmar, that is what you do. Donna, that is what you do. It's truly remarkable, and it's really powerful. Donna, would love for you to share more about, through the work that you've done, you've worked with individuals that are navigating challenges, right? That are navigating health difficulties, mindset challenges. What are some of the principles that you share with the clients that you work with that we all can kind of be aware of as we are navigating the life experiences that we go through?
The very first one that I'm going to say is that all things are always possible. It's a belief that's ingrained inside of me that's really, really strong. I can't undo it, because people will come and say, is it possible to? And the answer is always yes. All things are always possible. End of story. There's not a but, what if, only if, perhaps, because it is possible. So when someone comes with a health condition, oh yes, it is possible to discreate the health condition and create it differently. When they come with something that's emotional, is it possible that? The answer, of course, is yes, absolutely. It's possible no matter what your background is, what your country is, what your culture is. All things are always possible. So that's the very first premise that I work by. The second premise that I have is, it's my slogan, create it now, because we're instant beings. We don't want it tomorrow or next week or in 9 years. It's now. We want that instant change now. And again, with the all things are possible, that solidifies you can have everything in the moment.
Wow, that is so beautiful. All things are possible. What a message. I'm delighted and honored to bring up our next guest, who really walks and breathes and lives the phrase, all things are possible, and creating it now. Queen Nak is such an incredible woman. She works with her government. She's an advocate for women, for young girls, education, bringing knowledge about what is going on back home in her home country of Sierra Leone, and what is going on in the US, and how you can bridge the gaps across cultures, across spaces and places. And would love to bring her to the stage. Hello there, Nak. How are you?
Hi, and thank you so much for having me.
It is such a delight. It is such an honor. You are such a force. You have been a force. You are a force. You have such a message. Nak, would love for you to share more about who you are and the work that you do around building awareness, around creating and building and fostering community, and the work that you've done in China and that you're doing in the US, in LA, across bridging the gap. across communities. So we're going to spotlight you for you to share with us all a little bit more about who you are and what you are all about.
Okay, hi everyone. This is your girl Queenak, Nene Adayang. I'm from West Africa, Sierra Leone, and I am so happy to be here with you all today. So, first of all, I want to say happy International Women's Day, happy Mother's Day to everyone out here. And it's such a great honor to be here and speak about my country and some of the things the women of my country face. Sierra Leone is a very small country. It's not really like the United States. And there's a lot of things going on, especially with the youth, the young girls of Sierra Leone. As we all know, African countries are not too developed like out here. So there's a lot of things we're looking forward to, collaboration with different organizations out here, different companies, to see how best we can help, especially the young girls, in terms of education, businesses, and so on. So I facilitate investment project for the government of Sierra Leone out here in California. And the government is looking forward to helping the youth. That's why we have the free education in Sierra Leone. We're looking forward to helping the youth get the basic education, because a lot of things happening to the African women, especially in terms of the abuse, it's all because of the lack of education. So some of the things we face are the women are being raped, young girls are being raped, and most of them are selling their bodies because they need to provide for themselves and their families. And some girls, most of the girls don't even have pads or diapers for their kids, especially those that are going to school. They don't have pads, so usually they go around men who will just sleep with them and give them something little, which they will use to buy their pads, to buy necessary things to take care of themselves. So the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone came up with a project called Hands of Our Girls, which she is helping all the girls every month in the country that are going to school. She gives them free pads every month to make sure that they all have pads and they don't have to go sleep with men in order to have money to buy pads for themselves. So also the Hands of Our Girls project deals with situations wherein the men will be beating the women, because a lot of women are being beaten. I'm also a victim somehow with a lot of things that are going on in my country. There's so much. And so the First Lady is, into the abuse, also to see how we can encourage these men to stop beating women and stop maltreating them at home. And most of the time, when there is lack of education, the women don't know actually what they deserve or what they should do next. Even when they go through this abuse, these difficulties, they don't know what to do. So most times they end up staying home, stay in the same situation all the time. So that's why the president of Sierra Leone launched the free education campaign, which every girl or boy, every youth in Sierra Leone, everybody at the age has to be in school. And now even the older people that never went to school, they are putting on uniforms, they're going back to school because they feel like it's an opportunity for every Sierra Leonean to go to school, even if you're old or you're young. So there's so much more, like there's no jobs for the youth, and there's no, you know, like food and stuffs like that. So people are now engaged in drug abuse because they feel like they don't have jobs. Some people go to school after school, and then what? They just stay home, nothing to do. So they engage in drugs abuse. Now there's a certain kind of drugs that they are taking that I've never seen before. It's called Kush. And what they do, they go and dig graves and take out the bones of dead bodies. They grind it, and mix it with some substances and start smoking it. When you ask them why, they say because there's no job, there's no food, there's no nothing. They are frustrated, so they need something to calm them down. And since they don't have money to buy drugs, and so what they do, they go to the graveyards, dig out the dead bodies, take out the bones, grind the bones, and use it just to calm themselves down. So that is what is happening in the country right now in Sierra Leone. And not just in Sierra Leone, it's also happening in our neighboring countries, like other West African countries next to me. So they are doing that because there's no job, there's no food. So some of them are in pain. Some of them know that they are not going to live long in this art. So they just want to do whatever they they want to do, take whatever they want to take just to entertain themselves. So there's a lot of thing happening over there, around there, that I want you guys to join hands with us and help create the awareness. And let's see how the world can pay attention to some of these things, because it's very it's life threatening. Every time they take those substances, they smoke those things like the kush, it affect them. It makes their whole body start getting swollen, and people start dying within 2 months. Their whole body will start getting swollen, their arms, their feet, every part of their body. So it's a serious thing going on in Sierra Leone right now and neighboring countries. And all that also is because of lack of education. And, the country is still underdeveloped. There's still a lot of things that we need out there, like food, jobs, and good medical. We don't have good medical facilities over there, so there's so much going on. We are really looking forward to our friends of Sierra Leone out here, everyone, to pay attention to what's happening in Africa, and let's see how best, whatever little way you think that you can step in to support your friends back in Africa, we will really appreciate it. We'll truly appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to the LA Tribune. I want you guys to help us share the message as you're giving me this platform. I hope the next time my First Lady is in the US, she will be the one to come to this platform and talk about our country and what we're going through, and how we need the international community to come on board and support us, because we can't do this all by ourselves. Um, we cannot help our people all by ourselves. We're trying, but we need you guys. We need you guys. We want to see how best we can create jobs for these youth so that they will stop all these things they are doing. It will minimize. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm going to be having a concert in the summertime, and I definitely want this platform to be one of the biggest platform, during this concert, because some of our government officials are going to be coming. The concert is going to be about promoting cultural exchange between Sierra Leone and the California community, to build sister cities, between this city and the city of Freetown. And I'm looking forward to every one of you to come and join the concert. And you're gonna be seeing some Sierra Leone musicians gonna be performing, and we're looking forward to, California-based artists as well to come help share the awareness. Let's promote cultural exchange, build a sister city, and see how best, because there's a lot of good things in Africa as well. There's a lot of resources out there that businesses out here can make use of. And there's a lot of, businesses out here, and opportunities out here, Africans out there would love the opportunity to get to know more about, to get to learn from this amazing community. So we're trying to build this sister city so that the youth can have access to a lot of things out here, and people out here also can have access to resources back in Africa. So thank you guys for giving us this opportunity, for giving us this platform. And I hope that during the concert, when my government officials will be here, they will also have this platform to talk to the world about what's going on in my country.
Queen, I have a question. So you're and coming from a third world country also, right? Sometimes when somebody visit the capital, they see one picture, and
Yeah,
the true picture is somewhere in the suburbs,
yeah.
in the villages. What specifically are we asking for? Um, I understand you're talking about setting up a sister city, but let's say somebody step up and say, um, we want to donate some money, or I want to go build a school, something.
Yeah.
Tell us something more specific, because I don't quite get. I understand what the sister city is, but that usually is more on a, you have a student here, you're going to do a student exchange, I don't know, in Spain or something like that, right? Or
Yeah.
the student from this school is going to go to that school, and back and forth. But there is, it sounds like there's an urgency to what we're dealing with. People are literally killing themselves, doing things that are not really smart. So what would you say? Give me some specifics.
Okay, so right now we are looking forward to, because when people take these drugs, so many times, because our healthcare is so poor in the country right now, and the people, we don't have like a lot of resources to flush out these drugs out of their system. So that's something we're looking forward to. The medical aspect of it is, anybody out here, if anybody, even hospitals, clinics, wants to donate items, I will definitely connect you guys with the embassy here, the Sierra Leone embassy, or I just connect you directly with the office of the First Lady, which is where I work mostly. I work with the First Lady mostly every time she comes. I'm part of her delegation. So we're looking forward to all kind of support, medical wise. We're looking forward to ship containers of medicines, medical supplies, especially because for me, my concern is that we're telling them to stop taking these things, but when they stop, it also affect them. They feel some kind of, it's affecting them. When you tell somebody to stop taking drugs, then you need to get ready to flush out what they already have in their system. So we're looking forward to a lot of medical supplies, donations. We're also looking forward to, for me, that's the most important thing. But we're also looking forward to any other way people want to support, with food, with simple things like farming equipment, because the farming equipment is going to help them go to the farm and plant some foodstuffs they will grow, that they will sell and make money. It's like creating a job opportunities for them, like the farming equipment, and sewing equipment, sewing machines, some things that will help the youth to have something they will do as a job, since we don't have jobs in the country. But our medical is very, very poor. And every little way that people think they can support us, we will appreciate it. We are not going to say, oh, this is too small or this is too big. No, we welcome everything as long as it is legal. Every way somebody wants to support us, you guys can support us through the LA Tribune. You out here, they can support us through here, and they will make sure that they deliver it directly to the First Lady, Office of the First Lady. I'll be in between to make sure. I'll speak to my First Lady about it, and I'll speak to the embassy about it as well. That's why we are out here as little ambassadors of our country, to speak on behalf of our country, to create the awareness. People know about South Africa, Nigeria, but they don't know all of the other African countries. So that's why some of us were out here to talk about it. So look for these opportunities so we can bring back home. So whatever little help people want to help, even if it's financial help, whatever little is not little, we will present it to the First Lady of Sierra Leone, and they will give the organizations the recognition.
Queen Nat, thank you so much. My name is Ava Manuel. I'm the editor in chief. And this is something that I have to come on. I appreciate you making us aware of Sierra Leone and what's going on in there. That's what the Los Angeles Tribune is about. It's powerful that we're a global network, that we are able to show up in places that normally they don't even hear about encouragement, about inspirations, about trainings, and they get to see people like Donna and Dagmar and Emily, Dr. Emily and Parisa, and whenever we come live, we've got people, messaging on the comment section from different parts of the world, even in places where normally they don't have educational systems that can support them, and yet they could tune in and really learn and hear what you're saying. So I appreciate you making us aware of the flight, and we our power is in information and being able to disseminate that. So Alicia, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, just Nak, thank you so much for coming on. It's really about her stories are unfolding in so many every day for every individual and so many parts of the world, right? And it's really about sharing perspectives, sharing experiences, and know that you do a lot to just create awareness around what is going on back home and create conversations and create spaces for people to learn. And that's what it's all about. Everyone tuning in is going to learn more about what is going on in Sierra Leone. That's what Her Story Unfolding is all about. It is about sharing stories and bringing awareness to what is going on in individuals' personal lives here and abroad. And, today we've had individuals tune in from Wales, from Canada. We are a global community. There are so many individuals going through so many experiences. So we really appreciate you for coming on and sharing more about your country, your life's work, and what you do. It's really, really important to share.
Queen Nak, how can people reach you if they are interested in asking more questions, getting more information, or in supporting?
Yeah, they can reach me through I'm on all social, platforms as Queen Nak. And you can also reach me through you guys. They can reach me through you guys. And also they can reach me through my email, which is show at gmail.com. And to make it even more easier for everyone, reach me through the LA Tribune. It'll be better, because that way I am sure that we all will have because when somebody is donating, when somebody is helping us through a platform like you guys, I feel like it will encourage other people out there, because more people will get to see it, and it will encourage other people to feel free, to come on board and support. And so reach me through this platform. Any little support you guys want to support, I will make sure that, even my ambassador, I'll make sure that he comes here one or two of these days when you guys invite him. he will come here and talk more about this. So reach me through LA Tribune. It will be easy and it will be the best platform.
Yes.
Thank you, Queen.
Thank you so much. And we're all about creating awareness about what's going on and connecting voices. But we highly do encourage you to reach out to Queen Act directly, reach out to her ambassadors directly, because they're going to be the ones that have the most information and that can really connect you to the work that they are doing here and also in their home country. And we are here to share stories and voices as much as possible to create that awareness for you all to engage and learn more about what is going on. Queen Nak, it's been a pleasure to have you here with us today. We are going to go on a quick commercial break, and then we are going to come back to introduce our next guest. Thank you so much, Nak, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come.
Alicia Magnus Lewis and Ava Emmanuel, our business director in Los Angeles Tribune and the editor-in-chief. We have her name because I'm just like squeezing myself in here. We are together at the International Impact Book Awards in Phoenix, Arizona, and we are doing the grand finale of the National Women's History Month, and yet the kickoff of HerStory Unfolding, broadcasting weekly. Dr. Emily, did you hear that? Broadcasting weekly and continuing on to honor women everywhere. It was very moving to hear Queen Nak and the story and the plight of women and ladies, little girls in Sierra Leone. And, one of the things that we just wanted to share is, as the Los Angeles Tribune being a media company, we are a platform for voices. Our CEO, Morak, is a strong supporter of giving voices to women and also disseminating information that normally will not be featured in major media. And that's what sets the Los Angeles Tribune apart. However, we do wanted to share also that as a media company, we are here, providing information, but not necessarily represent the guests that come in on our broadcast. So that's why, Alicia, I love that you gave it back to have them contact Queen Nak directly, because that would be the right thing to do. So with that, we are coming on, on our last stretch of the grand finale of the National Women's History Month. And, this is quite a contrast. It is quite a contrast because it's great to see different lives and different backgrounds, right? Who we're coming in next is someone that we've met together at the Marketers Cruise. But what I love about her was her TEDx talk. Watched her TEDx talk, and I'm going to steal your line. I have our guest in the green room. I'm not going to introduce her yet, but she says, have you ever heard of, those stories, rags to riches, where people come from like really, really poor situations and then they get successful and they get wealthy? She says, well, that's not my story. I was born rich, very rich, and the ownership to own that story. Because I've also met other people who say, well, I don't feel like I have a story. I feel like, it's not that dramatic. I really didn't have a traumatic childhood. My parents love me. I feel like I don't have much to say, but I love that she opened her TEDx talk that way to own it. And so bringing on the stage our guest that would support us in closing the broadcast today, Susie Pruden, the owner and founder CEO of Itty Bitty Books, but it's not her first thing. You know, she was born to a mother who was very, very famous. She had chauffeurs, she had gone to private schools and all of that, went on to create her own wellness, fitness, program, became multi-millionaire. And from there, Susie, I know you can tell your story better than anybody. I would love to welcome you and have, tell us in your own words, who is Susie Pruden? I didn't even give you a chance to speak, huh?
No, that was amazing. But I think, I think what is so remarkable about her story unfolding, and there are so many different stories from around the world and different perspectives. And it's about bringing all of the stories together. And that's exactly what you do with Itty Bitty Books. So Susie, we are delighted to have you on today to share more about your story and your experiences, and would love for you to further introduce yourself.
Thank you. How much time do we have? So, yes, I was born rich, and it took me 47 years to lose everything. And so 8 months after I was the featured guest on the Oprah show, I ended up homeless. But it didn't start there. It actually started, now, I mean, as an interviewee, are you going to be asking me questions, or do you just want me to talk? I guess you just want me to talk.
Well, we are going to ask you, Susie, but from this portion, I would love for you to tell your life in your own story. Make it like your second TEDx stage, and then we'll come on and ask questions like this, And then
okay, so
Dr.
give me a
Emily
timeline so I understand where we are in terms of time.
And this is coming from an author, right? Like I can actually use a whole day to tell my story.
Okay.
Right? No, but I would say, give us a 5-minute version. How about that?
Okay, thank you. Because otherwise, I could do a whole day as well. I guess what happened for me was everything started in terms of career when my mother told me I couldn't date the boy I was dating, so I ran away and married him. And then we moved. I was studying at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. I was a freshman, and she was mortified that I was dating the guy I was dating. So of course I married him and moved back to New York City, which is where I'm from. And I had to go to work because he went back to college. We were only 19 years old. And I worked as a teletype operator, as a Gal Friday, as a file clerk. I had no skills. And I had grown up very comfortably. So when we moved back to the city, I had those menial jobs. And when I was 22, I got fired from my Gal Friday job. And I decided I really didn't want to work for anybody else again. And the only skill I had was teaching exercise, because my mother was the nation's foremost fitness authority. She created the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports, of which I am a clinician. And so I started teaching exercise. And when my son was born, this is how it went. I decided to open my own business. I was putting my husband through college, and we wanted to have a baby. This was in 1965. My son was born in 66, and I started teaching exercise in on the Upper West Side, and where I rented studios by the hour. And one day somebody called me and said, "Susie, do you teach 2-year-olds?" This was in 1968. And I said, "I don't have a formal class, but I teach my own 2-year-old." She said, "Would you teach 2-year-olds?" And I said, my operative word is yes. So I said yes. And so we arranged for her to come to my house with 5 friends. So on a Thursday morning, I had 6 2-year-olds in my apartment on the Upper West Side. And I started my school. Fast forward to 1983, when I sold my school, I had amassed a considerable reputation. So what happened was I started the school, and eventually we had 10 students in the class. So I moved to an actual studio on the Upper West Side. And I had 2 classes a week, 10 2-year-olds at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, and then a mother-child class the following hour. And I had like 5 women in my school. That was it. And I was pretty concerned because I wasn't making enough money. And one of my clients said, may I bring a friend to your class next week? I said, sure. She wanted to observe. I did not know she was a reporter for the New York Times. She brought a photographer. And they came and interviewed me, took pictures. 3 weeks later, on a Thursday, an article came out in the New York Times, 3/4 of a page, 3 photographs. That Thursday, I had 10 2-year-olds in my school. The following Monday, I had 75. I still didn't know what media meant. I do now. And from there, it just grew. And it grew and it grew and it grew. And I opened up an East Side studio, and I had a West Side studio, and I had a summer camp in East Hampton, Long Island. And in 1971, at a cocktail party in East Hampton, Long Island, I sold my first book. I met an editor, told her about this wonderful idea I had for 2-year-olds. And she said, I'd like to see your outline. Do you have it? Of course, I said, yes. I wrote it over the weekend. She came to my house the following Monday, picked it up the following Thursday. She called me, yes, we want your book, and we'll give you $3,000. I said, great. I didn't know what that meant. I said, I'll call you right back. Let me talk to my husband. And I immediately called the William Morris Agency in New York. Hi, this is Susie Pruden. I just sold a book to William Morrow. I need an agent. So I did everything backwards. And that book came out, and where is it? This is it. And this little boy right over here is now 57. That's my son. And that was the beginning. And it's interesting, and this is really important to anybody that wants to write a book. William Morrow planned a 15-city tour for me, and my former husband didn't fly. We didn't go. That's ridiculous. The book went this way. That happened with 4 different books. And finally, the 5th book that with a different publishing house, Workman Publishing, and I want to show you this book. I told my ex-husband, I said, you know what? I'm going. And you can come with me or not, but I'm going, and we're not going to miss this opportunity. So I went, he came. I went on that, I'm looking for a book. And I went on that tour, and in Detroit, this is the book. In Detroit, here we go. I got the call from my editor, you made the New York Times bestseller list. And that changed everything. So, and the reason I tell that story is if anybody's writing a book and publishing a book, you've got to be the legs of that book. So after that, I mean, I had the East Side studio, the West Side studio, I had the summer camp in East Hampton. And in 1983, I sold it. I divorced my husband, and I did my Eat, Pray, Love adventure. I ran out of money and started creating new work, body-mind work. And I moved to California. I met Louise Hay, and we became very good friends. And one day we were exercising in my house in the Palisades, and we were doing a hip whack. And I remember this distinctly. And she said, ow. What? And I went, well, what's going on? She said, I hurt my hip. And I said, well, Louise, you're the expert. What does it mean? And she figured it out. She told me, I don't remember, but I had an idea. This is another important thing I want to make people aware of. When you get an idea, dare to ask about it. Don't say, well, it may not be good enough. It's always good enough. So I said, Louise, why don't we do this? Why don't we create a video together? I'll do the exercises and you do the affirmations. And she said, let me think about it. Next week we're exercising. And she said, yes, we like that idea. We'd like to publish it with Hay House. And so we did. And here's the video. My book is in a suitcase someplace. This is the video. You can see on the back the people that are exercising with me. Here's Louise. And that came out in 1989 along with the book. That's the book that got me on the Oprah show. And as I said, 8 months later, I ended up homeless. So I had to figure out what to do next in my life. And since then, I've created, I think, 3 more corporations. I did coaching. I became a hypnotist. I had a weight loss center in Beverly Hills. I had 4 offices in Los Angeles. And then, of course, 2008 came, and I was a franchise, so I lost the franchise, thank goodness. And I think 10 days or 2 weeks after I closed my Positive Changes office, I opened Susie Pruden International, and I started coaching coaches on how to grow their businesses. And when they would have difficulty, I would just hypnotize them to do what they needed to do. And it worked. And then I got bored. And the universe is very interesting. When you don't want to do something, it supports you and not sending you any clients. And that what was going on in 2014. And my sister and I had written a book in 2006, a small book, because it was I only have big books. And it was recommended that we do a small book. And so on the way back from Las Vegas from taking a seminar, I told my sister, I said, why don't I write the book, Susie Pruden's Itty Bitty Weight Loss Book? Okay, so came back in the weight loss business. I didn't have time to write the book. She wrote the book, and we didn't know anything. And when you don't know anything, it usually doesn't work. But we were game to try. And the book didn't go anywhere. We bought the 2,000 obligatory copies. I think I have 1,800 left in my garage, and it didn't do anything. So then fast forward to 2014, I asked her to change the cover. I've got it here someplace. I laid it out. Change the cover, make it smaller. Okay, this is the original book. And you can see we didn't know anything. Susie Pruden's. My name has been on everything since 1965. She showed me the cover that she created. It was Christmas Day. This is the cover, and you'll see it's very different. The book size is very different. It says, "You're amazing." And my ego had a blip because my name wasn't there. And I looked at the book and I looked at my sister and I said, "Are you sure you want to take my name off?" She said, "I don't care." And I'm looking at it and I said, "Well, actually, this is $1 million business and we don't have to write the books." And so that's when Itty Bitty Publishing was born. We created a corporation 3 days later. We sold our first book 2 weeks later. It came out 6 weeks later. And now we have hundreds of authors. We have hundreds of books, all topics. And I call Itty Bitty Publishing publishes small books that make a big difference. I have had so many adventures in business. I think my favorite thing to do is business. I'm 80 years old and I love my company. I'm bringing back my hypnosis and coaching, and it's exciting.
Thank you for sharing, Susie. You know what's beautiful and amazing about your life story is almost as if everything just happens coincidentally, you know? And I love even how you just on your TEDx talk, which I invite everybody to Google Susie Pruden or look for Susie Pruden in YouTube and watch a TEDx talk because it's so funny.
It is a very funny TEDx talk. And I have to tell you how I got that.
I know you said it on your TEDx talk. You declared it on December 31st and you got the call on January 3.
Yes. And I wasn't supposed to be in my office that day. And a friend called me and said, so funny. "Are you interested in doing a TEDx talk?" I said, "Yes." "Are you available next Saturday?" "Yes." And that's how it happened. I didn't know the rules. I know I messed up the rules. And but I did it.
Whatever the rules were, Susie broke them on that TEDx
Well,
talk.
I didn't do it intentionally. I knew I had 18 minutes. That's all I knew. So
you're a natural speaker, Susie. You're a natural speaker, so it's amazing. But it's so funny because even then, you know what, the powerful, and of course I'm going to ask Dr. Emily and Donna to comment on this. But you know, one of the things that I love about you is that you believe in the power of declaration and intention. That when you set an intention, watch what you intend, that what you said that you intend, because you can make it happen. And that's a powerful message to know, and you know that with certainty that you can create anything you declare. It must have been something, something to do with being born rich, right? That the deservability, the worthiness, I'm not sure, but I love how certain you are that when you say something, that it will happen. And I also love the fact that you also had books that didn't sell, because it seems like you're successful at everything.
Oh no, I've had brilliant failures. And I don't know if it's because I was born rich, because we were always told that we had no money. It was weird because, the chauffeur would pick me up and take me to my writing lessons, and my mother would say we were broke. So I don't know what created this, other than I have a knowing, period. And when I discovered metaphysics and the human potential that we all have, I had no idea until I turned, 38 years old. And I had just gotten a divorce, and my mother sent me to a silver mind control to teach me how to use my mind. Luckily, my mother was a trailblazer. And what I learned was so wonderfully overwhelming. I thought, wow, I can really do this. And that's when I really started to consciously declare. Before that, it was unconscious declaration. I didn't know anything. I just knew that I had no idea how successful I was. None. I am still a household name. When I was in Orlando, Florida last year, I was attending a workshop, and I got there early. I got my little badge, and I went to have lunch. And on my way out of the restaurant, somebody at a table said, "Susie Pruden," just like that. And I stopped and I looked down at the person sitting at the table. She said, "I have your book." Now, this is 2023. I had not written a book or worn a leotard since 1992. That's 30 years. And my name is still out there. So it's really important to claim your name and to let everybody know who you are and what you do, whether it's successful or not, because I am willing to say I lost it all, ended up homeless, never having to sleep in my car, thank goodness, always having a really great place to stay. But I was so shamed. I was mortified because I did it to myself by not paying attention. And I was mortified. I was so embarrassed, but I owned it. I owned it all. And people have told me that because I own it all, 2 bankruptcies, yes, it got messy. It's almost a relief to hear for some people, because going through all of that is seriously mortifying, horrifically embarrassing. And I lost all respect for myself, and I felt such shame because I was a celebrity and I blew it.
Well, Susie,
my friend,
welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know Ava, but Susie is one of my mentors. And I am one of the author of the Itsy Bitsy books.
Look at that. I didn't even know. How coincidental.
Yes,
well,
I think I've written, I collaborated in 2, and then I wrote myself 1. And so I met Susie through CEO Space. And she was teaching at CEO Space, and then she was teaching at Matt Browning's mastermind group, teaching hypnosis, everything she does. And then I had the honor and privilege of featuring her in my book. During the pandemic, I wrote a book called The Modern Woman, To Have It All Without Sacrifice. And on the chapter about the exceptional entrepreneur, I feature her story. And
You know, I forgot about that, Emily.
You forgot about that. See, you need to be
did.
bragging about that one.
I
But-
should be. I should be. But
and,
I
and
do have the pictures that you took in my phone on the marketers cruise.
yes, and you know what I love about Susie is number one, you never know how old she is, because with that spirit, you just you know, yeah, she got gray hair. That's about it. I love the red glasses, by the way.
Thank you. That's
Well,
my
it looks gray on the screen, so I don't know if it's gray or white.
Oh, it does. I walk into a store and they go, "Oh, I love your glasses," or a restaurant.
Yeah,
"Oh, I love
right,
your glasses."
right.
Or,
So
welcome back. I know your glasses.
yeah, so it's the energy, it's the spirit that stands, that makes you stand out. Then you can cite all your credentials, but Susie is one of those people that she walks into a room and you're just gonna turn and pay attention. And I don't know if you've ever heard her speak. Um, she's funny on stage. She'll make you work because it's always stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. There's be something that she make you do, and you just do it just because she has that charisma to get you to do what she wants to do. So I'm so glad you're on here. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Say hi to your sister for me.
Thank you. I will. Thank you. She's living now in Michigan. She moved there with her daughter. And everybody says, "Why Michigan?" And I said she wants to live with her daughter. So it's not about Michigan, it's about her family. So
yes.
And thank you. I will tell her.
What a beautiful reunion. We didn't even know. Talk about not knowing the impact and the ripple effects of the work that you do, and even the book that you wrote 32 years ago, right, Susie? Dr. Emily is our co-executive producer of HerStory Unfolding. And, she's a woman that stands for other women, that wants to amplify women's voices, and she's supported and sponsored HerStory Unfolding. So grateful that you two have a reunion and the closing of the month, the National Women's History Month. Donna, what are your thoughts?
My first initial thought was, wow, I love your spunk. That was the first word that came through, was spunk. I absolutely adore you. I love your style. And you're absolutely right. It's amazing to hear. I'm just so drawn into your story, the high points and the low points, and you just don't hold back. So there's this authenticness that comes through in sharing the stories. And now I'm like, I want to know more. I want to know more. So I'm really curious here, because you talk about the metaphysical side. You are saying some things about mindset. You are at the height of your career, and 8 months later, you're down at the bottom. What you talk about the emotional aspect of shame and how you felt. I'm curious, from a metaphysical mindset point, what did you do or did not do, or what happened that you pulled yourself out of that? Because that is a skill set in itself.
I want a clarification on the question. Pulled myself out of success or pulled myself out of failure?
Out of failure back into success.
Okay, so what happened is I was not paying attention to the money aspect of life, because it always came easy. Even when I didn't have it, I would get a lot. Some have some. Money kept showing up, but this time it didn't. And I remember it so clearly. I had a beautiful little guest house in Topanga Canyon. And I had worked, this was January, or maybe early February of, what year was that? 90. And I had set up work for the whole year at various places. And my rent check bounced. I got a message, I got the email, whatever. We didn't have email, a letter. So I called the bank, and I actually had no money. And that same day, every single job that I had signed up for the year, every one of them called me and canceled. And I'm thinking, okay, obviously this is a message. This has got to be God, because this kind of thing, every single one. And I realized that in that moment, I'm sitting in my kitchen. I remember saying out loud, "Thank you, God, you must really love me to make this this situation happen because it's going to change my life. And it did. And I was out of control with my successes, and I was a little arrogant and a little obnoxious. And so, you know, you get taps, and then you get hits, then you get a 2x4. And that was my 2x4. And I had to figure out literally how to survive in that moment. And it was terrifying. I renegotiated my lease with my landlord, and I had like 6 months to stay there. She needed the money and I needed the home, so we renegotiated it. I paid it on a weekly basis. And I was working with a shaman at the time. And in one of our classes, he said, Susie and Helene, come forward. We did. Helene, you need office help. Susie, you need a job. Talk to each other. So I called Helene and I said, I need a job. She was so funny. She goes, I can't hire you. I said, why? She said, I wouldn't know how to talk to you. And I said, you talk to me the way you talk to anybody else. She said, Susie, I can only pay you $10 an hour. I said, that's $10 more an hour than I'm getting right now. She said, but I'm going to ask you to do things like go to the cleaners for me. And I said, okay, I'll go. I got the job. 3 days a week, $10 an hour. And I'm paying my rent on a weekly basis. And I go for my first day working for Helene. And her then secretary, who was leaving, said, are you a good organizer? Yes, that's my operative word. She said, can you organize this office? And, you know, other things. I said, yes. She said, well, I'd like to suggest to Helene that you do that. And I said, okay. So an organizer gets $75 an hour. I'm getting $10 an hour. Why don't you ask Helene to pay me $25 an hour? So on my first day at $10 an hour, by the time I left that office at 4 hours later, I was making $25 an hour. So that got me through to when I left my home. I left on the 31st of May that year, put all my stuff in storage, and this is a funny story, and headed out, terrified. I had just gotten a royalty check from Hay House, $5,000. So I had $5,000 to my name. And I returned the truck, staying at a friend's house, and he lived 2 blocks from the Sports Club LA, which is a very, very fancy sports club. It's now Equinox. And I forgot that he left the key under the mat for me, and I had to go to the bathroom. And I couldn't get into his apartment. He wasn't home yet. And the Sports Club LA was 2 blocks away. And I'm dirty. I have dirty sneakers on. My sweater's dirty. I've been moving all day. And I had been a member of the Sports Club LA. It's so funny. So I'm walking into the Sports Club LA. I'm sure they're going to know I'm homeless. And just like in the movie, I can't remember the name of the movie where they were replacing people's bodies with outer space bodies or whatever, I was sure that everybody in the lobby was going to turn and go, because I was homeless and I shouldn't belong. And I remember that there was a bathroom out to the right, and I went there and nobody mentioned anything to me. And I sat at the public phones and I'm making phone calls, and finally I go back. And the next day, I'm off to La Jolla, where I was staying at the La Jolla Hyatt because I was speaking there that weekend, all expenses paid. And and this is why you like my story so much, Ava. I was a celebrity. I was famous. I was absolutely broke. But every place that I stayed at no cost to me, which is basically how I lived for 10 months, I was there because I was a celebrity. And I would walk in as if I, was this whatever person. Meanwhile, I have no money. But I stayed at the Hyatt for 2 nights on the concierge floor. I then went to Rancho La Puerta, where I was teaching for a week. I don't remember all the places that I went, but that is how I lived. I would drive into Rancho La Puerta on a Saturday morning because I was spending the week there teaching, not knowing where I was going to be living the following Saturday. That is how I lived for 10 months. It was scary as all get out. It taught me to be creative.
You know, Susie, there is so many. We can listen to you all day.
Yes.
First of all, yeah. However, Alicia has to fly out. So, and she has the cue to the very next video that is a perfect transition to your story. Everything about money, about women knowing how to manage money, books, which is what Susie is all about, influence. So we'd love to be able to play this story. And when we come back after this video, this is from our interview with, I'm going to go ahead and preface it. Our interview with Sharon Lecter last night here at the International Impact Book Awards. I'm talking about the Think and Grow Rich for women. And so we'll play the interview, and then when we come back, I'm going to bring Alicia to close, and then we'll continue our comment section. How about that? So we'll be right back. Talk about technical difficulties, right? Let me see if we can hear it. Oh, actually, Alicia, you're operating it. There's two videos playing. Can you hear it? Donna, give me a thumbs up if you're hearing a volume. Yeah, she can hear it. She can hear it.
To celebrate you, to celebrate authors from all around the world. You've written a book that has changed so many lives with your own take on things and growing concept in your direction. What inspired you to write your version of Think and Grow Rich in the way that you did? What do you want people to think about going into reading the book you have?
Talk about being live, right? Well, I guess we're going to have to put our social media version of our interview with Think and Grow Rich. Let's see. We're going to start sharing again. Okay, we'll try again. This is live broadcast. You got to share it. You got to share it. You're having a tutorial right now of how to operate StreamYard.
We will come back after a short commercial break.
Absolutely.
Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and embracing the rights and privileges they've bestowed to us for generations to come. with Sharon Lecter. We are at the International Impact Book Awards. Sharon, it is so nice to see you today. How does it feel to be at the International Impact Book Awards today celebrating authors?
It's absolutely wonderful to see all of these incredible authors who combine their mind and their heart and created messages that truly impact other people. So it's a beautifully named award when you talk about global impact.
That's beautiful. NIM is definitely a visionary for bringing authors from all around the world to celebrate you and to celebrate authors from all around the world. Sharon, you've written a book that has changed so many lives with your own take on Think and Grow Rich, the concepts in the book written by Napoleon Hill. What inspired you to write your version of Think and Grow Rich in the way that you did, and what do you want people to think about going into reading the book who haven't?
Well, absolutely. Well, the original Think and Grow Rich was written in 1937. Women were not in business. And so when the foundation asked me to look at that through the eyes of women, such an honor, because the steps to success are the same for men and women. I believe that. But we approach them very differently. And so I went through the same 13 steps to success in the original Think and Grow Rich book. But then I looked at it through the eyes of successful women that used each of those principles for their own success. Plus I look at how I use each of those steps in my own journey. And then I have over 300 women that I highlight through quotes or stories. And it's just an incredible tool for women to find. You might read one story and say, oh, that's not me. But the next one you go, if she can do it, so can I. So it's very empowering. I just love it. I'm so thrilled with the feedback and the impact that it has made.
And it has truly made an impact. In October of 2023, the Los Angeles Tribune hosted a summit called the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. We got to partner with the Think and Grow Rich Institute, and you spoke, and it was just an honor and a delight to hear you talk about those principles, because they may be similar, but like you said, women do it in a different kind of way. It is March 30th today. We are almost at the end of International Women's History Month, which is something that here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we've been celebrating the entire month of March through our series, HerStory Unfolding. What does it mean for you to be at the International Impact Book Awards during Women's History Month, having written the book that you wrote about Think and Grow Rich principles, but for women?
Well, it's been an honor. I absolutely am so proud. I've written 28 books. And so Think and Grow Rich for Women was a huge honor because it truly was the first book I did for women. I actually just released another book called How Money Works for Women.
Okay.
So this has been a very busy month for me.
Yes.
Because Women's History Month, I'm talking about both Think and Grow Rich for Women and How Money Works for Women. So it combined a very wonderful tools to succeed, because by 2030, women are going to control 2/3 of the world's wealth. So we need to figure out how to manage it. And Think and Grow Rich will help expand our mindset to be able to accept and grow our success.
Wow, so you've written books that have principles on mindset expansion, but also ways to execute on what you've learned as your mind has gotten expanded. What is one thing that you want to tell all the young girls out there?
Well, you can do anything you want to, and it's never been easier to create success with all the tools that are available. But find a mentor as soon as possible, somebody who can open doors for you. Understand the power of mentorship, that power of association.
Yeah.
Find women that want you to succeed and will help you.
Wow, that's really beautiful, the power of a mentor. And if you can't find a mentor in person just yet, read a book. You can have mentors that aren't necessarily standing in front of you that you know, but you can still be inspired by what they've put in books, just like you have. At the Los Angeles Tribune, Sharon, we celebrate you. We have Ava V. Manuel, our editor-in-chief, here with a very, very special surprise for you. So I would love to ask Ava to come over here and join us. So Sharon, on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, our CEO, Mo Rock, our editor-in-chief, Ava V. Manuel, we just want you to know that we appreciate you. You are amazing. You have inspired so many individuals, women, and young people, and we know that your inspiration is going to continue to have the impact that it already does. So we would love to present you with these flowers.
And Mo,
signed did a personal signature of his book that just got recently launched. It's The Moral Compass, inspired, of course, by Sharon Lecter. And he's got his personal dedication here for you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate you so much.
Well, we're delighted to share that moment with you that we just had with Sharon Leiter, and we'll bring back our co-hosts on the stage, Dr. Emily Letran, Donna Campbell, and our special guest to help us close the show, Susie Pruden. So I know that this is life, right? Women, this is life. She's got a flight to catch that leaves in an hour, and she's still here. So Alicia, how do you want to powerfully close our 31 days of honoring women?
Hour and 45 minutes. I have a little bit of a buffer, but I just want to say it's been truly an honor to join the stage with you all, to all those that have been tuning in to Her Story Unfolding. It was so beautiful to hear from Sharon Lecter, who wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women and who is working on women financial literacy and education. And she's an author. She has written so many books. We are at the International Impact Book Awards. It is truly special to have spent the weekend here in Phoenix at the International Impact Book Awards because we are celebrating books, which is all about celebrating stories. And it's a reminder that we each have a story within us. We have the ability to create fictional stories, educational stories, personal development stories, stories about triumphs, stories about challenges, stories about collaboration and partnership and sisterhood. Everyone has a story within her. And if you have been tuning into Her Story Unfolding throughout the month of March, you would hear that there are so many women that have so many powerful stories out there. And we have heard many. And there are so many more stories still to be heard. So today is both a circle of remembrance, a finale to Her Story Unfolding March edition is what we'll call it, where each and every day in the month of March, we have celebrated stories of women from all around the world doing different things in different industries, education, real estate, books, healthcare, beauty, so much.
Virtually and physically.
Virtually and physically in person, showing up, women supporting women. There have been so many collaborations and new relationships built on the stage, so many reunions from women from around the world coming together. So many people sharing their stories. Everyone has a story within. And that's what we want people to remember. Your voice matters. Your story should be told. And we just want you to know that we see you, we hear you. Her Story Unfolding is going to continue on a weekly basis now. We thank our executive producer, Dr. Emily Letran, for joining us both outside at events celebrating women, but also here on the virtual stage. We appreciate Donna Campbell, who is part of our LA Tribune family, who has come on and hosted with us and produced throughout the segment, and Susie Pruden for sharing your story, of where you came from, your experiences, the emotional width and depth of your experiences that you have lived, the humbleness, the humility, and just opening up your experience to us all. That is what it is all about. We thank you all. We appreciate you for tuning in to our CEO, Mo Rock. We appreciate you for sharing your platform, our platform, creating space for individuals to come and share their stories, be inspired, be empowered, collaborate with each other. To Ava V. Manuel, our editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune and a big producer of this segment. I mean, her vision, her leadership, her passion for bringing people together and uniting individuals is truly, it's breathtaking how you do it. We appreciate you, Ava. We see you. And just like we gave Sharon flowers yesterday on the red carpet, we give you your flowers, Ava, because you do so much for our community and beyond, and we just appreciate you. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
I get to give you back those flowers too, because we give it to all of our co-hosts and all of our guests. And Susie, thank you for joining us on this closing, and Dr. Emily. But I would say we ran 100 meter dash pace with the marathon length. And Alicia like ran it beautifully, through the 31 days. So thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Ava.
Okay, so we're gonna send you off. Safe travels.
See you, everyone. I will see you back in
Make it
LA.
to your flight.
I will make this flight. That I know. Bye, everyone. Looking forward to watching you live as you close out the show and the segment today. As Ava mentioned, we celebrate women on the broadcast, but we're also in the field. We've gone to so many events to celebrate so many people in person because that's important too. Until next time.
Yes. And so while we are heading to our close, I'd love to be able to give the mic to, Susie, Dr. Emily, and Donna, and kind of share your thoughts on what are your thoughts about, Sharon Lecter's interview and, her being a stand for women learning money, writing books, which is a perfect close to also Susie. It's so close to Susie's heart. I can see both books and money, right? Would love to hand you the mic. Let's start with Susie Pruden.
I'm not sure what you want. I mean, I'm just in awe of what you've created. It's really spectacular. I've known Sharon for years, and Emily, you worked with Sharon, and she's truly an amazing leader, a mentor for women. When you look at Sharon, you look at possibility because she has created herself in a way that models what we all want. And I'm sure she has her stories where it wasn't easy and there were, blocks and roadblocks and obstacles. And she just persevered, believing, knowing. And it's the knowing that she could create whatever she wanted. And I think in my life, and I have fallen, well, I told you about it, fallen down many times. And I just have to pull myself back from the abyss and say, Susie, you know that you can create whatever you want. Get out of your own way and start creating and start to reconnect with the higher power that is there for everyone. And when you ask, you will receive. It's in the Bible. It is real, but you have to ask. Somebody please pick up the mic.
You just have these amazing, beautiful lines that end. And when you stop, I'm still like, I'm in awe. I have to sit there for a moment and let that sink in. Absolutely. You've done it to me like 5 times. Like
I have a story about that.
I'm sure you do. Which is why we're like, what do we do now? We're receiving. So thank you. All right, Dr. Emily, thoughts? Sharon Lecter, I know you've worked with her and mentored alongside of her and the closing for our show today. And you're muted. There we go.
Yes. Well, I have the absolute honor and blessing to have Sharon as one of my first mentor when I started on this journey doing coaching and consulting. And just to share it on an aside, in early of the year, I had signed up to get certified as a high performance coach. This is back in 2015 with Brendan Bouchard. And then I ran into Matt Browning. And I said, oh, yeah, I want a mastermind. So let me sign up with you, right? And then Sharon put on an event where I went with the intention of signing up. But then I was wondering, okay, do I need 3 people to help me do this? But my heart told me, to work with Sharon. And I was very straightforward. I said, I already have 2 people. I'm working with 2 people. So I don't know what I'm going to do with you, right? And she said, we're going to make sure that whatever we're doing is not something that the other 2 people have helped you. And it was a great, I think I was working with her for 3 years. And Sharon is that one person that she has so much grace. She leads you, but she doesn't say much, but you know what it is. I remember, Susie, I was invited on a TED Talk by a friend from CEO Space, and I told Sharon about this. I'm all excited. Of course, I had no idea what I was going to talk about, and she just said, "Would you like for me to take a look at your speech?" And I'm thinking, "Oh my God!" Right? So I sent her the speech, and it came back red from top to bottom. It was red. And I'm looking at it, and we were on a coaching call, and I said, "Mom, this whole thing is red," you know? and and she said, "I just moved some of your words around." And I just learned the power of how you say things, right? So I didn't feel that bad. I mean, English wasn't my first language, and I wasn't a speaker, and here's a speech that is read, and I'm supposed to do this as a TEDx talk. And so that's how she always was. We traveled to India, and she told me we're meeting somebody for breakfast, and she already told the person she only has 30 minutes. This person flew from Delhi to Bangalore, which was a fairly long flight, and she really gave the person just 30 minutes. And when the lady asked her to come back and speak in India, she said, "I wasn't, I'm not going to be available at that time, but Emily is available." And that was it. I was invited to come back to India to speak. And so what I learned from Sharon is that power of association. I learned from her that what a mentor would do for a mentee. Um, and I'm very proud when I'm able to do that with my clients, right? Where you can open the door, when you can help the client step up into their own power, because of course we are so blessed to have that ability to see the potential in our client. And a lot of time we're the one that it's like a mom, and you look at it, your kid should be better, right? You get your kid to the level that they deserve to be. So that's who Sharon is to me. How she is to all the women in the world. I mean, I've seen her, and I've seen some difficult time, and it's because everybody have some personal thing going on, and for the years that we work with, it's always it's always with a lot of grace. It's always with a lot of gratitude, and those are some of the things I learned from her. Because my friends in the dental field, they would always say, "So who's your coach, who's your mentor?" And they would name all these people that have nothing to do with dentistry, and they would be, "What are you learning from them?" And I said, "I'm learning to be a person," right? I'm learning to be a bigger person is really the description. So I watch over the years, she's winning awards, and she's writing books. We were in a mastermind group supporting the book that is the newer version of Think and Grow Rich, which was Success and More. We went through a whole year in the mastermind group watching her and Greg Reed interview people that would be featured in the book, and then asking us, "So do you think they're good enough?" And we're like, "What? I think they're all good. We should put all of them in the books," right? And so she's always there, not just for the women, but for the kids. She passed the law in Arizona requiring kids to learn to take class in financial education before they could graduate from high school.
Oh, wow.
And so that was something that she was working on, and it finally passed. And see, she is so much more than the author, the speaker, the mentor. She wants to change the world, and she does change the world. And I think for us women, it's great to see and to have somebody on the platform who really command all kind of platform, right? Virtual, live, books, whatever podcast, whatever whatever it is. And for me, every time I see her, it's one more ambition to be a little bit more like her, right? To just step up just a little bit more. And thank you so much for asking for my opinion. Everyone knows whoever coached with Sharon, call her mom. And even my friends, my Vietnamese friends said, "Well, how's your mom doing?" And I'm thinking, Okay, my mom passed away when I was 8. What are you talking about? And she said, the other mom, you know, the mom Sharon. And I go, oh, that mom, okay. But it's always an honor to see her, and I'm grateful to be able to watch that interview. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And everything is almost coincidental, but not, right? Like you're not realizing how, and this is the story of our 31 days. Like we would have people on the audience that people haven't seen. Like Emily, you were on that segment when we brought someone from the audience and she popped on the screen and everybody started crying, like a beautiful reunion. So, Dr. Emily, thank you so much for your share. I could see the depth of your admiration and the value of Mama Sharon lecture for you. So thank you for sharing that. I would like to give Susie, a moment to give us some closing inspirations. And I know you would ask how long. So, however long it takes for you to land for us that everything is possible, in the closing of the National Women's History Month, March edition for Her Story Unfolding, what's a message that you would want to land and you would want to share and leave with for women all around the world?
Well, what comes to mind is to do a process so that everybody who is here can walk away from here knowing that they absolutely can do whatever it is they want to do in life. And yes, there will be challenges. So I'm going to do a creative visualization. And if you don't want to close your eyes, don't. But for those of you who do, just close your eyes and take a deep breath. Hold it for the mental count of 3. And then exhale. And with the exhalation, allow yourself to begin to relax. And take another deep, deep breath and hold it again. Exhale again and go deeper and deeper into a place of relaxation, knowing that you are safe, that all is well in your world, that stuff happens and you are safe. Nothing bad can happen to you here. For you are with yourself and the universe. And go deeper and deeper and realize that, yes, you can create whatever you want. You are in partnership with the universe. It's now okay to ask for what you want. It's now okay to know that you are safe and all is well, and that you are a beautiful, extraordinary child of God. Whatever your religion, whatever your belief, you are part of the whole. And place your hand over your heart and say to yourself, I love you. I really, really love you. You are divine. You are perfect. You, myself, are my best friend. I wake with you each morning. I sleep with you each night. I relish your humor and your intelligence, your beauty, and your knowing. I really, really love you. And feel yourself. Feel your beauty, your intelligence, your kindness, your compassion, your integrity, all your values that you embody. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out completely. Trust. Trust. Once more. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out completely. And begin to come back to this moment in time. And I will count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, you'll be back in present time. 1, moving back through time and space. 2, bringing with you each of the suggestions. 3, knowing you are perfect right now in every way. 4, trusting your process, trusting yourself. 5, back in room awareness, open your eyes, awake, aware, fully present, and ready to continue the great adventure that is your life. And so it is.
How beautiful. Thank you, Susie. Donna, let me hand you the mic.
You know, that was just a blessing in itself. And today has been such an incredibly beautiful day listening to all of the different speakers and everything that you just got done sharing, Susie, because you can feel the warmth and the compassion coming through. I've been truly honored and blessed that I got to be here on our opening day when Her Story started on March 1st and to be here at the very closing as well. And I'm just going to say it's been a beautiful, beautiful journey of listening to everybody's stories and the heart space that has been shared, that we've got to bring all these amazing women together. And then now we get to move forward in our new endeavor. So thank you so much.
Susie, thank you. And I wanted to just share that, for those of you who wanted to get, ask questions to Susie and, reach out, she's such a great resource for life, having lived 80 years of it, right? Speaking, writing. I love little books, that will be a discussion for another day, how they require that certain books had to be certain pages when actually the attention span is smaller. So why don't we write itty bitty books? I'm a stand for that. But I also wanted to take the opportunity to actually share that Donna here, who's with us, has a new book that just came out. And it came out, I'm going to share it, February 25, The Abundant Soul, Creating Inner Wisdom for Financial Success. And it is a Los Angeles Tribune best-selling author, critically acclaimed best-selling author, best-selling book. And then also forwarded by a New York Times best-selling author, Bob Doyle. So wanted to get that opportunity to get out there. Susie, thank you for your life, for the life you live, for the choices that you made, for being so authentic with your stories. You're definitely someone that we'd like to have back in the Los Angeles Tribune. And Dr. Emily, thank you for being a stand for empowering women, to giving voices to women, for being a sponsor of Her Story Unfolding, and for being our co-executive producer. Donna, for being the producer of our weekend and being a co-host for the whole month whenever you can. To all of our co-hosts, we have several powerful, influential, innovative women that have been our co-hosts. Parisa Rose, who was an 8-time All-American champion in swimming and is also a coach, 7 titles in one season for a team in the NCAA. And we've got Julianne, who's a broadcaster, Rachel Weaver, who's also very powerful in media. We have, you're going to help me out, Donna. Who else am I forgetting? We've got Jack Martin.
Yes, and Rachel Weaver. We had, I believe we had Misty Kerrigan for a few times. Gosh, who else did we have?
Well, this is the power of womanhood, right? Oh, Sandy Scarlata, the managing director of one of the partners of the LA Tribune podcast. We're surrounded by women, and one of the things that I always say, Susie, is we don't compete, we complete. We complete each other. We all hold pieces of the puzzle, and when we come together, we bring our pieces together. So with that, Dr. Emily, would love to be able to give you, the mic.
Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be able to be part of this. I think for all the women that are on here right now, and for millions of other women out there, I truly hope that we have shared a little bit of your story, and maybe we have given it a little bit of insight to overcome challenges. I really want to challenge everyone. the end of this month, celebration's over. Okay. No, just kidding. Starting tomorrow, what are you going to do differently? What are you going to do differently to take that level, to take your journey to that next level? If you've heard 30 ladies on here sharing their stories, sharing their strategies, uh, what's going to change for you? And it's not just for you, especially if you're a leader, if you're teaching young girls, if you're an industry leader, what are you going to bring back to that industry? Because sometimes not everybody's on here, right? And so each one of us, whether we want it or not, we probably have fans, we probably have followers, starting with your kids, right? Your family. We can all make that difference. We can all create that impact. And I think it is, the whole platforms just gave so much resources. Every time, we shared this strategy, that strategy, you get to listen to people that so close here on this platform, and that they are very high up there, right? And I think that's the beauty about the Los Angeles Tribune, of giving voices to people. So I'm really honored to be on here, and I invite people to support the Los Angeles Tribune, right? If you're watching the broadcast, share it with other people. um, Come in and be sponsors, come in and contribute, because we can all grow together. And I mean, I don't know how many things there are in most project that he's working on. Every time he talks to me, it's just one more thing, and I haven't remember the things that he's working on. It's always great to follow a leader who has that vision, right? That big vision. And that's why I was so blessed so many years that I worked with Sharon. She's thinking miles ahead, and we're still over here figuring out step number 5. And it's always great to have somebody who has great vision, and somebody who have a team, right? And somebody, especially for me, when I'm judging people, I'm looking at who they're attracting, right? Who are they hanging? Who come to hang out with them, right, Susie?
Yes.
And if they're the kind of people that you want to hang out with, I probably don't need references. This is validation, right? In this modern day and age. So it's our global family. Come and join us. Come and support us with your mindset, with your financial contribution. Maybe you'll bring in friends who could be sponsoring the program, and just make it bigger, make it wider, make it more available to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Emily. Donna, as the producer of our Her Story Unfolding celebration and kickoff for the weekly broadcast, I'd like to give you the mic. You gave up a spot on the in-person International Impact Book Awards to be able to support running the show virtually in the last 2 days. So thank you for raising your hand, for being there, for producing the show back in the stage for 2 days. And I'm just so grateful for you. Would love to be able to give you the mic, and then we'll give it back to Susie for her real closing remarks, because she gave us an experience. This is how you know her generosity. Instead of talking, she gave us an experience. But I still would like to give that back. So, Donna, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's been, like I said earlier, an honor and a pleasure. And I know the book awards and being there, but then I know we had 2 bigger shows, and then it's like, well, all right, time to make some decisions here, because we got to show up and support when we need to show up and support. And one of the commitments that I made several years ago to Mo Rock was that as a leader, it's not necessarily always about you. It's about who you can bring along with you. And he asked me about some things that he thought, what I needed. And I talked a lot about support, but it was also about how I can show up and support other people and other places and other women, because that's why we're here. And so when it came down to that decision time, this was the place for me to be here supporting everybody else, whether I was speaking or not, because everyone has a voice and that voice needs to be heard. And I know for me, writing was the first way that I could express out my voice. So I continually to write. And now we have platforms like this. And so it was so incredibly important for me just to show up and to support both you, Ava, and Alicia in running this, because we've been on together on a few events while we were doing live things at the same time. And I know what it takes. And it takes a team. It really, really does. And so I want to say thank you for your faith and your trust within me for helping and assisting and producing for the last couple of days, and just eternal gratitude. Very much so.
Thank you so much, Donna. I'm so grateful for you. Grateful for all our co-hosts also who supported. It takes a team. It takes a village. Like no one does things that are great alone, right? We always, the people that we surround ourselves with, right? Dr. Emily, from your words. So Susie, we are so delighted. We are so honored. We are so blessed to have you. You didn't even have any idea that you were going to close this broadcast. She's like, okay, so I'm not available until 3. We're close to 3, but we're going to extend it for you. So Susie, would love to give you the floor. National Women's History Month, HerStory Unfolding. You are one. I fell in love with your TEDx talk. When you say like anything that you think of, you can make happen. When you believe in things, you can go after it. And so bless us with your belief, your faith, your confidence that we can make anything and everything that we desire, that every woman out there, is it really true? Is it really possible? Susie's got you.
It really is possible. And thank you. This is an honor. I'm actually almost speechless, which is rare for me. It's important when you want to create something in your life to remember that every thought you have is an affirmation. And if you want to see what you've been affirming, look at your life. And if what you're seeing is not, or experiencing is not something that you want, you have to examine your thoughts. Examine what you're saying to the universe. If you're saying to the universe, and it may be true in the moment, I'm broke, you will recreate that time and time again. If you're saying to the universe or to somebody standing next to you, I don't have what I want, you will continue not to have what you want. So I always tell people, you always get to be right. What do you want to be right about? Because whatever you're saying, you will get to be right about it. And you may say in this moment, yes, but it is true. Of course it's true. That's what you're thinking. When you consciously change your thoughts, you will change your life. So, and I'm reminding myself of this right now as I'm speaking to you, because I'm going through a bit of a challenging time. So as I'm telling you this, you when you do this, there are 3 fingers pointing back. So I need to look at, what am I thinking? Just like you need to look at, what are you thinking? And if you say to yourself, life is hard, it will be hard. But if you say life is easy and you don't believe it, you create an argument. So I'm going to give you an affirmation. Write this down. It's now okay to create the life I want. And breathe that in. It's now okay to create the life I want. And how does it feel? If it's like Uji, then try this one. I'm now willing for it to be okay to create the life I want. If you create an affirmation that you don't believe, you'll argue with it. It's like the woman who weighs 200 pounds saying, I weigh 120. The self goes, what? Are you kidding me? Or if you want more money and you say, I'm a millionaire, because that's what you've been taught. Your self goes, just check your bank account. So you don't want to argue with yourself, but if it's okay to be a millionaire, you say that. If it's okay to release weight, you say that. If it's okay to have what you want. Say, it's now okay to have what I want. When you consciously change your thoughts, your life will change. So think of what it is you really, really want and create an affirmation. It's now okay to have it. Or I'm willing for it to be okay to have it. Or I'm willing to be willing. Wherever it is, when I was teaching exercise, I used to tell my students, you have to go to where the muscle is to get it to where you want it to be. So this has been an extraordinary experience for me. I met Mo a number of years ago, and I loved him immediately. I met Ava on the Marketers Cruise, and we immediately hit it off. I've known Emily for years, and I always love her. You, Emily. And I've just met Donna, and I'm looking forward to creating a really good relationship. And I'm buying your book. So, and Ava, I'd like to invite you to come. I do a call every Tuesday night for my authors, and I always have experts. I'd love to talk with you later to have you come to be an expert on my author's call. And probably, Emily, I'll have you, and Donna, I'll have you. I mean, what a wonderful opportunity to meet you and to know you and to become a part of what you've created. Thank you. And for all of you watching and listening, know that you can have what you want. And the Los Angeles Tribune will support you. And it's wonderful to have your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, I'm a stand for what you said, Susie, is very true, because when I heard your message on your TEDx talk, I said, I want this to be the message that goes out for women out there on National Women's History Month. I'm almost in tears right now, realizing that you didn't know what we tried the whole month. We were playing tag, Susie and I. We tried I tried for the 18th, before that, and then I lost my phone, right, Donna? My phone was lost for like several weeks. Whoa. And then she was contacting a different phone I no longer had. Like, we tried the whole month only for her words of affirmation to be the last words of our guest speaker, to say, you know, your affirmation, what you tell yourself is what you manifest. What do you get to be right about, you know? And if we aren't conscious of what we're thinking, we look at our life and it's exactly what we're thinking. So what powerful words, Susie. So thank you so much. I am deeply grateful, deeply honored. And the way God works and the way the universe works, right, Susie, that although we've been chasing each other the whole month, you get to be the closing speaker and your words get to be the closing thoughts. So for all of our audience who's joined us, you know, whether you've joined us during the daily broadcast, you could still go back to them. The beautiful place to start was the day of the 29th, because I went through the whole 28 days and who the 28-day guests are and what they talked about. So that's going to be a great overview of where you can go to find out, you know, the rest of the 31 days. And to all our guests, Susie, Donna, Dr. Emily, or our co-host, Mo Rock, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, the visionary of changing media, the media maverick, the man who believes that media should be inspiring, uplifting, you know, educating, empowering, and being a stand for giving women voices, a platform that empowers women to balance the world. It's not to be better, it's not to be over men, but it's just to be a balance, you know, and for a man to strongly walk that, you know, walk diversity, you know, and empowerment. We're deeply grateful for Mo Rock being the leader that he is, the visionary that he is. And in closing, I would close with the words of Mo Rock. Whenever you like, you share, and you comment something, you're not just liking, commenting, and sharing. You're actually casting a vote. And not only are you casting a vote on the show you're liking, but you're casting a vote on the world you want to live in. So with that, thank you so much. And let her story continue to unfold.
Welcome to a celebration at the precipice of time, where the power of women knows no bounds. Experience her story unfolding, a reawakening of our collective consciousness to the monumental achievements of our foremothers, a tribute to the battles they fought, rights they've secured, and paths they've paved that women all over the world are continuing to navigate and expand upon. Her stories are unfolding, empowering growing, building legacies of pioneering women by sharing their stories, celebrating their accomplishments, and